Welcome, 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 welcome. Oh, it's a beautiful day so far. It's a little bit nippy outside, and I said nippy, not the other uh, relating to biological things word, because I have Carissa in the live chat out there, and I don't want to offend her. Hi, Carissa, how are you? Been ages. Hope you are well. Everything that's been going on with you, love everything you're able to do with all the things that you're doing. Obviously, not getting into details, but love it. So thank you for keeping me in the loop and all that. And I'm so happy for you. And we've got Dr. Braxton Hunter out there too. It looks like from Trinity Radio. I am slurping my coffee. I'm so non-apologetic about it because it's good. But anyways, like I said, it's a wonderful day today. Feeling really, really good for a change because people know I haven't been. So enjoy it where you can, right? Oh, great, you're good. That's that's so nice when people that I care about actually are doing good. Makes me feel better. But today we're going to be talking about something that's happened a little while ago, which is comical. And so, I go to I don't like Discord. People know I'm not a big Discord fan, right? I have two Discords. I have the non sequitur show one. I got the rate debate, but I go to some other ones. I talked to Brittany Simon in her Discord and some other people. So I do have a few people on Discord that I communicate with because they don't have Twitter for some reason, or they don't like talking to Twitter. And I will, by the way, we'll have I'll have Brittany Simon on the 22nd. I believe it's 2 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be talking about the difference between how men and women think and how that leads to how we date, how we interact, how we socialize, and how we formulate our beliefs from a male to female perspective. And I think that's going to be really fun. Hunter, if you want to come in here, the link is in the live chat. It's pinned. But yeah, so Braxton says, I didn't realize our sophists weren't pulling their own weight. Get after them. We need all hands on deck. Absolutely, man. If you're going to be, if you're going to be Christian, great. But you got to have the sophist out there making all the Christians look bad. You got to do it, man. I mean, it's a requirement. I don't know if it's in the Bible or not, but I'm sure if you're not a sola scripturist, it's written somewhere else that as a Christian, you've got to have these really fruit on the ground, or I would say at best low. Well, now they're fruit on the ground. I'm not going to put any of them at low hanging fruit. Maybe a couple of them, but most of them are literally fruit on the ground. They have no idea what the heck they're talking about. With the most sophistic arguments I've ever seen in my life, thinking they've overcome centuries of philosophical ponderings and questions. It's kind of like the same thing when people think they've assailed the evolutionary theory, or modern evolutionary synthesis. It's like, no, you haven't. You don't know what you're talking about. Or people think they assailed the general theory of relativity. Nope, you haven't. You don't know what you're talking about. Although I will go on record to say, if any theory is going to be modified to a major extent, it will be the theory of gravity. It has no choice at some point to at least be modified to include the things we know about quantum loop gravity and gravity in general, as far as quantum level. So, but that's not what I want to talk about. So, anyways, I was in the Discord, right? And Braxton, you still over there? You still there? Pay attention, because this is how you're gonna increase your sophistic troops out there. So there's an argument being ran. People have been knowing that I've been doing critiques and reviews on that made by Jim Bob guy who does streams with Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson loves that guy's intelligent. I will say you may not agree with his social stuff, and I totally get that. But the guy is clearly not an idiot. I mean, he's just not. He may have misconceptions, or he may not have the right view on science. That's fine, but he's articulate and he's informed on a lot of different topics. So just because he's not informed on a particular topic doesn't mean that he's an idiot, across the board, right? Nobody knows everything about every topic. Nobody knows everything about even a single topic. So I judge people based upon their own understanding of their own fields or things of that nature. But again, I also judge by their critical thinking skills. And when you run sophistic arguments that you don't see the flaw on when the flaw is apparent, yeah, you haven't really assailed anything. This is why I keep bringing up point 9 and repeating. If you think you've assailed it mathematically, you don't understand maths. It's objective. You're not going to be able to do it, but give it a shot. And if you think you have a proof that shows that equality wrong, find the goal is then to find the error in it, right? John, welcome.
Evening.
Buenos dias, buenos noches. So let me run this by you, John. Let me run this argument. And a guy named Cool Jeff, I think that's his name. I put in the video description.
Like the name?
He goes by Cool.
I have to like the name. It's my father-in-law's name. So
there you go. Cool. So we actually get to the video so I can actually say exactly what it was. Where's this thing at? Where am I broadcasting at? Am I even on YouTube? I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. One sec. I know I have it here somewhere because I just went live. I'll find it. Yeah, right there. There we go. I found it. All right. So cool guy Jeff, 69. That's his name. That's his name. I didn't make it up. He formulated this, and I think it is a straw man.
Sounds like an adult.
He's cool. I meant steel man. I want to make sure cool guy does know his stuff, and he agrees with me. He's not a young creationist. He's not one of the sophists. He steel man the sophist argument. So when I put this in here, when I say formulated by cool guy Jeff to steel man the theist argument, I'm literally meaning that he was like, okay, let me take the best understanding I can get out of this to try to understand what they think they have an argument, because they think they have they think the naturalists and the atheists have contradictions and stuff like this, but they never even understand what a contradiction is. Jeff had asked one of the guys, can you give me what the contradiction is, P or not P, which is the definitive or canonical understanding of what a contradiction is. P or not P would be a disjunction. P and not P is a contradiction, right? Agree so far,
okay.
John? Okay.
Yeah.
So if I said the sky's blue and the sky's not blue, that's a contradiction.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. So this is what he's saying is a contradiction. And we're talking about information theory. And I don't think any of them understood what information was, because they didn't understand Frege's sense versus referent distinction. They didn't understand object versus concept. They didn't understand reference versus referent. They didn't understand that a concept is pointing to an object. And so see if you can spot the error. Cool guy and I we instantly knew what the error was, but if you guys can. I know it's hard because I'm reading it. It's easier to see, but whatever. Okay, premise 1. Information exists as sense only in minds. Okay? Ready? Information exists as sense only in minds. Premise 2. Information exists, the referent, regardless of minds. Conclusion, contradiction. So let me just clarify, because it's kind of difficult to understand as I read it. The premise 1 is saying that information exists as a state of mind conceptually. Premise 2 says information exists regardless of minds as some kind of ontological, or really as energy. Information is energy in information theory. Therefore, there's a contradiction. Is it either something that exists only in minds, or something that only exists, or something that exists in minds, or something that doesn't exist in mind? So that's the contradiction they're saying. Information exists in the minds as sense, or information exists regardless of minds. That would be a contradiction. So can anybody point out the fallacy there? It's an informal fallacy. I'll give you a hint. It starts with an E.
So you're gonna have to run that past me again, Steve. I hate to be dense here, but
no, I know. I trust me. I get it. Premise 1: information exists as sense only in minds. Premise 2.
So when you say as sensed only in minds,
think of it as a concept, sense reference.
I mean, definitionally that would be true.
Yeah. Information exists as referent, meaning like the energy, regardless of minds. Like information exists in a black hole whether minds are around or to apprehend it or not. When something falls in a black hole, that information is encoded on the event horizon. That's the holographic principle, based upon the area, the square foot of the area, or meters. I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, ontologically, black holes exist whether we are there to perceive them or not.
Right. So. Right. So there's ontologically, there's energy there, because energy is just a form. I mean, there's information there because it's just a form of energy. So when something is encoded, matter of fact, okay. So in my room right now where I'm sitting, there's 3 dimensions. There's a ceiling, a floor, and 4 walls. The amount of information in my room can be described by the amount of surface area of my room. And a lot of people have a hard time conceptualizing that. That's comes out of black hole theory. That is part of what's called the holographic principle. So if I want to describe every tensor in my room, every particle vector, everything about my room, all that information to do so is encoded on a 2-dimensional square foot area of my room that can produce the three-dimensional objects in the room. So they're saying that information is only in minds, because information, we have information in our minds, knowledge, and then information exists regardless of minds because it exists as energy, whether minds exist or not. They're saying that's a contradiction, but that there's a well-known fallacy that this is called, and it starts with an E. Anybody? Come on! I thought I taught you guys better than this. It's the most common. It's a very common fallacy when you're using the word. Okay, I'll just tell you what it does. When you use the same word differently in two different premises.
I'm going to be so angry with myself when you tell me this. I know I am.
I'm going to wait for somebody in my live chat. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, John. Not going to lie. Have you been drinking at least one?
It's 10 o'clock at night. I'm on my second glass of wine. So.
All right, good excuse. Hank says for $5, Platonic metaphysics is on Wolfram time now. Computation or irritability will be a barrier to all theories of everything. Science has limits. Cool. Yes, Kimomaki. Equivocation.
For fuck's sake.
Gustavo Lair, and I think this was a guy in the Discord he does something called bird dogging. And bird dogging is a dishonest technique that I see interlocutors use to go way back to the EMK days with Dawkins and other people that will constantly try to interrupt you as you're in a flow of speech when you're trying to convey something. So they try to interrupt your flow of speech. So one, it makes it sound like you don't know what you're talking about, and two, you don't have a coherent thought.
Steve, equivocation isn't a fallacy.
Equivocation.
Well, it's not a formal fallacy.
No, but I did say informal fallacy.
Oh, did you?
I did. You're drinking.
Oh,
keep
sorry.
drinking. Yeah.
I missed that.
Equivocation is not a formal fallacy; it is an informal fallacy, right? But anyways, when you're talking about a word and using the words differently, so information conceptually, which is the sense or the reference, is mind dependent. The object that is pointing to, the concept is pointing to a referent, is the ontological presence of that particular concept. In this case, energy, because information is energy. I tried to explain to one of the guys who was one of the more, I would say, at least not dumb. I mean, this guy seemed to know what he was talking about, at least as far as like electronics and things of that nature, which is cool. But he wasn't convinced that information can cause heat. When you change information, when there's a state of information that produces heat, so when a ramp bit goes from 0 to 1, that produces heat. There's something called the Landers principle.
But it has to produce heat because it's a state change.
It's a state change. Yeah, the Landers
limit has
to
produce heat.
And I've been a long time, so I'm hoping I remember and say it right. But that limit is how many electron volts is needed or potential energy to cause the state to change as far as the binary bit. But the actual binary bit can be described in information as heat loss. So when you have a change of 0 to 1, it produces heat.
So state changes. Do you know when I tend to think of state changes like governments and taxes. When money moves from point A to point B, the government takes their cut.
Yeah, well, that's politics.
And it's the same with state changes. Heat, energy takes its cut.
Everything has loss. It's a loss, right? It's a loss.
There's a loss.
So So whenever there's information, there's heat loss, but the information itself is conserved and can be reconstituted. Matter of fact, they're thinking that even on the event horizon of a black hole, even though that energy is in a very, very highly scrambled entropic state, theoretically, you could unscramble it, given enough time, and determine what actually fell into that black hole. That's pretty impressive. So the information is there. It's not lost. This was a famous bet between Leonard Susskind and Stephen Hawking, right? That is information conserved, because Hawking believed that information wasn't conserved, and Susskind believed that it was conserved. And the actual explanation was discovered by quantum, which resolved the firewall paradox. That the answer is it's conserved, and when you fall into a black hole, you actually die and you don't die. Welcome to the world of quantum mechanics. Both things happen. To the outside observer, you burn up, you die. To the person falling in, you don't. It sounds weird. This is why there's paradoxes, but this is exactly what the science shows.
I mean, yeah, of course, because I mean, the perspective of the person falling into the black hole doesn't actually change. Like
Right.
the perspective of the person falling into the black hole is just falling in. From our understanding of the physics of it, what they would see is just them falling into the black hole, and then when they get to the event horizon, we lose all understanding of what they would potentially see. But the actual getting closer and closer and closer, time would, relativistically speaking, slow down for them. But from our perspective, but you have to have the two perspectives to have the understanding of to have a comparison between the two experiences of the flowing of time.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Hank.
So,
Hank said it. Oh, I'm sorry.
And you would essentially end up with, I mean, from our perspective, the person falling into the black hole, they would become a noodle. They would spaghettify.
Well, if the black hole is large enough, yeah. I mean, it's small enough. Because if it's large, then you won't spaghettify because the gradient is smaller. Hank says,
but yeah, you need a sufficient energy density for that to happen.
Right.
But, yeah.
Because the pull is going to be greater at one end or the other. Hank says, let me read this again because he said he didn't hear me. Platonic metaphysics is on Wolfram time now. Computational irritability will be a barrier to all theories of everything. Science has limits, but I don't know what that means. But Draconian says, the atheist worships the fact that they hate worshiping. They worship the fact that they are in denial of life. And that goes to the topic that we're discussing, right? That is sophistry. That's, using very poor argumentation to try to argue a point. Here's the thing. I don't deal with sophistry. I only deal as an entertainment level with sophistry. When somebody's being sophistic or they're being dishonest, I generally ignore them. And if they get belligerent, I block them. That's just how I've been since the beginning of the year. And I told people this. I'm no longer entertaining idiocy. I'm no longer entertaining people that just want to condemn other people. It's wasting my freaking time. There's a million people I can talk to. I mean, between all the things on social media. What's that?
People who make arguments like sophistic arguments, not sophisticated arguments. I should make that abundantly clear.
Yeah.
The problem is that. So just, I mean, obviously, like a clear example of a sophist's argument would be that the classic one is cutting people is bad. Doctors cut people, therefore doctors are bad. It's a really classic sophistic argument.
Yeah, and it's easy to sail, right? It's really easy to sail.
Very, very easy. But the problem is with a lot of these arguments is that they because they're posed propositionally in some circumstances, they sound
how to sail it. They sound superficially correct.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing with sophistry.
And so it is quite like, I mean, dependent on the argument and whether you've come up with some. I mean, a lot of the religious arguments, the sophist arguments, we've come across them before, and they're running a script. We run our script back against them because there's nothing wrong with running a script. When you've come across an argument 400 times and you've got a script for opposing that argument, you just run your script and away you go, tickety boo.
Right.
As long as you're not a moron and you don't just run the script without actually being critical and going, oh, actually, no, this argument's a little bit different because they've changed this premises or that premises. There's nothing wrong with that.
I absolutely agree. Karis, she's also. What are you drinking, Karis? And why don't you come in? You know how much? Do you know how much you can help my channel if you came in with that sultry voice drinking? She literally has the greatest voice of YouTube. Like I'm not even joking here, and she knows this, right? I mean, so I'm not trying to stroke her ego, which she already has. She's well aware of this.
Please come into the chat.
Oh, she'll melt you. She will.
Steve's bigged you up now. He's bigged you up.
She will buddy you up, break your heart, and leave you decimated and emotionally vacuously void and terminally mentally challenged for the rest of your existence. Just don't do it. Don't play with fire, man. Don't do it. It's dangerous. Hank says there's information energy equivocation, but that isn't fallacious. I don't even know what he means by that. The argument is that I read that's in the video description is clearly fallacious. It's equivocation because it confuses the sense versus the reference, the concept versus the object, which Cool Guy was easily pointing out, but they just weren't understanding that. Pain is information, sure. Someone who doesn't know what worship means, and then I think Kilmaki down here said, Kimawaki said, here, I've never heard a coherent explanation of the meaning worship. Here's I'll give you a stipulative, Chemo. How about this? This again, I'm not looking anything up. I'm too lazy today. So I'm not sitting here Googling definitions of worship. But if I had to give you a stipulative, how does one sec. How does formal, venerable, performative? Let's see, because formal, venerable worship is usually involved in performative aspects of liturgy.
I've always understood worship as to love unconditionally and to obey without critique.
Yeah, but worship is generally performative, right? So formal, venerable, performative action would be what I consider to be worship. Right?
Well, I suppose that depends if you.
Hang on one second. Sorry, one second. Hank says, "I'm on my way back to the studio. I want to be called a liar to my face. I didn't call you a liar, and I have no idea what the hell you're talking about." Let me just read these out real quick. Draconian says, "Don't mess with debate the atheists that are hyperventilating and they're doing what they need to survive." Again, sophistry, waste of time. Is not dealing with sophistry, appeal to sophistry, waste of time. I can't at the moment. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. See, I'm well loved. we go way back. She's the best. Oh, are you kidding? The whole fun of it is me to tell him. Good grief, Carice. Of course I've got to tell Ferb. I tell him everything. That's the whole fun of it. Bros,
so who's Furball in this context?
The only man that I've ever known to be able to deal with her. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. Yeah, I got to tell him everything. Yeah, of course. The more he knows. Ben says Alex Malpass had a clear description of sophistry on MVP interview. MVP. What's refresh my memory. And Alex is genius. Yeah. Here's the thing. Derek from Myth Vision, who I was on panel with the other day on S.J. Thomas's channel, because she invited me on as a guest, and I generally will go on panels if I think the host is going to let me at least speak, right? And she does, and so I like S.A. Thomason. And me and Derek had a wonderful discussion. And I told him, I said, look, I watched your discussion with made by Jim Bob and Jay Dreyer and Andrew Wilson, and I don't think they understood anything that he was saying. I think that Derek is way over their head. I talked to Jay before. I know he's well read, but he's very sophistic as well. He uses philosophy as a weapon, and that I think is what I would call him out for. But Malpass did exactly that. Malpass had reviewed it, and he basically said, look, these guys are just people that took a couple courses or something or read a few books and way, telling Derek he's way out of their league. And I agree, and I absolutely agree. But likewise, best to you, both of you guys. Kimo says, I used to associate worship with some idea of ritual, as you said, performative activity designed to please some third parties. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, but there's a podcast. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Ben. You're right. Look, brain fart. I'm literally on my first cup of coffee. Go ahead.
So this is the thing with what Kim Marcus just said.
What's that? Which one?
So Kim Marcus said associated worship with some sort of performative activity. But the performative activity is for the benefit that's making that seemed to me to be making the assumption that the performative activity is for the benefit of the person stood to your left and the person stood to your right. It's a communal behavior.
Or to God, right?
Yeah, but what I mean is if you legitimately believe, then it doesn't matter if there's a person stood on your left and there's a person stood on your right. The worship, the performative behavior is for the benefit of the deity that you're worshipping, which means it's not that. So
you're doing it because you're wanting to get on the good side of God. That's performative.
Yeah, I get that, but it's to me, when somebody says something's performative, I don't know that my intuition.
Performative just means action. That's really
Yeah.
performative. Yeah, I mean, performative can actually have a negative connotation as well, though.
Of course it can. Yeah. But a lot of performative action does have a negative connotation.
But when I say something, right, when I'm talking to you, it's performative. When in speech act theory, a simple utterance of a statement, which communication, words, those are all performative actions. To talk is performative, right? It has to be, in speech act theory. Real quick,
Yeah.
Hey, Milos, how you doing, man? Milos says, no one is more sophisticated than SJ. Come on in, Milos. I'd love to get your input too. He's always been. Milos, aren't you being blocked on Twitter a lot by a lot of these sophists? Don't they like block you sometimes on Twitter? Ben says would say that they, Dreyer, Job, etc., are 80% rhetorical bullies. Absolutely, yeah. Look, I was over in the Discord earlier, right? And I was just like, this is pure sophistic ignorance. Basic. They didn't even understand the basics of philosophy, basics of science. And if you start talking about anything, when you ask, they ask you a question, and when you start to answer the question and you start answering it in a way that they don't understand, they shut you down. They talk over you, they mute you, they threaten to boot you, whatever. They use these admin type things to silence you because they can't have you explaining things to people that are wanted to understand, because then they lose their power. Because these people that think these people in these discords and people like made by Jim Brown, Bob and stuff are actually educated or intelligent on these matters, they have to have that following, right? And these followings are going to be these religious fundamentalists that think the earth is 7,000 years old or that evolution is false, because they're absolutely ignorant of the actual science. Matter of fact, one of them was so bad that he's just basically saying, oh, Steve just follows scientism. Steve just follows, authority, not understanding any of the topics. That's a waste of time. I'm not going to have those dialogues with those types of people. They're entertaining once in a while, but that's not what I'm going to waste my time talking about. I'm going to talk to the people that know what the hell they're talking about, and then have a discussion on it from there, like John here, because I know John is well informed of this matter. But I think you're absolutely right. They're rhetorical bullies. Go ahead.
I don't even know anybody who would accuse you like scientism. I mean that.
A lot, yeah, and I'm the one that argues against scientism, right? I'm the one that argues it with
that's the thing.
I
don't get that. That's
because they don't understand. They don't get it. This is because again, it's okay to run a script, but when your script is so idiotic that you just throw out these pejoratives and these invectives to try to minimize somebody's knowledge or somebody's argument, that's dishonest argumentation. I am anti-scientism. I literally have had videos that I've talked about anti-scientism.
Well, I mean, it's like you don't advocate for scientism. You're not a physical reductionist.
No, I'm a non-physical reductionist.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
And I'm an objective moralist. I'm a moral realist for the most part.
Yeah,
I'm everything they hate as a non-believer, because I don't fit into the mold of the angry atheist. I don't fit into the mold of the atheist experience who tried to teach atheism on a piss poor level to atheists who are now going, oh crap, maybe I need to learn a little bit more about these topics. Maybe I need to up my game. And now look, the atheist experience is a fraction of what it used to be. And
let's not.
To be.
Don't up your game. Let's not piss off anybody else. Let's just stick with who we've got so far.
All right. So the Copernican myth is asked, why is Sophia associated with feminine nature? It is used as a subtle weapon. Well, Sophia was considered in the Gnostic literature as the sistergy of Jesus, right? Because in the Gnostic literature, Jesus and Sophia were these mythical beings, especially Sophia was called a lesser aeon or eon. And she wanted these things called emanations, which is the production of the universe. And this evil god named Yaldabaoth was a trickster god, and he was trying to lie to people and say that he created the heavens and the earth. And heavens in this case was referred to as Plamora. So Sophia got kicked out of Plamora, and she became that sistergy of Jesus, the feminine aspect of Jesus, the counterpart to Jesus. And in doing so, she instilled upon mankind something called gnosis, which was the knowledge of an unknown God. And that unknown God was the creator of the actual universe. So when you ask like what Sophia is associated with the feminine nature, because it was the...
We're wallpapering over the concept of the knowledge of an unknown God, I take it.
Yeah. Well, the unknown God would have been the God that created everything. But see, the Gnostics looked at the God of the Bible, the Yahweh, to be probably equivalent to Yaldabaoth. That Yahweh of the Old Testament was the trickster god. Kara says, "Is essay still a thing?" I've still been watching the antics of KJ, which are many and salacious and worthy of so much pop. Oh, it's getting worse. There are so many channels talking about it now. It's ridiculous. I've gone back to my philosophy because I don't even need to deal with it any longer. I've let other people take up the mantle for that. I occasionally will, but Mila says he might join. Cool.
I'm assuming KJ the sociopath has now been firmly put to bed.
She's still thriving, but again, when you have when you're able to do dishonest things, you're always going to thrive a little bit. Dishonest people have an advantage. They will do things that the average person who isn't a sociopath won't do. We understand we have moral obligations, and we have lines that we won't cross. They have no boundaries. Sociopaths that are evil, that are narcissists, they have no boundaries they won't cross. Their whole existence is predicated upon smiting people.
There is an attrition rate that goes with that, though, that you don't get with an honest person.
Well, that's true. Real quick, I got some more coffee. Don't like my stream too much. Don't kick me off YouTube because I'm getting coffee.
Oh no, Steve, you've fallen down a well.
Get me a super chat.
Oh my god, read chats.
You stuck at shilling. Oh. All right. You suck at shilling, by the way. Ben says...
I would advocate for everybody signing up to your channel.
Thank you. Yes,
becoming subscribers, members.
Like and subscribe.
It's absolutely worthwhile content. I enjoy it.
Thank you. Especially if you want to learn about atheism, because that's what I've been really talking about a lot.
Well, not just atheism, but just having a good conversation. It doesn't even really matter what it's about. But I mean, how many conversations?
Yeah, we have fun.
Look, you could drag like a complete, and I don't say this from the perspective of a pejorative. I just say this from the perspective of, well, I suppose it is pejorative, but you and I could drag the simplest person on the face of the planet onto this channel, and we would both be motivated to try and give that person information.
Absolutely.
There would be a sense of humor to it. There may be some mocking to it, but it would come from a place of trying to give that person as much information as we thought that they could possibly deal with at the time. And that includes myself. Like when you have had guests on your channel where I've been the moron in the room and I've been the one absorbing the information.
We all have. I mean, we all talk to very educated people. Ben says Dreyer is educated. Absolutely. But it is like he stops thinking and shifts to rabid apologist mode. I've noticed that with Jay. But I will tell you, about 5 years ago or so, and I just made a short on this. By the way, are you in a wind tunnel or something? Are you in a bar?
What, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm sat in my living room.
What's all that background noise?
Well, I've got the wood burner on, and also, it might be my new headphones actually. I've got some new headphones. They're bone conducting, so they've got open mics. So that might be the issue.
Yeah.
Is it proper whistly?
Yeah, a little. It has a little whistle, and also it like you need a noise suppression on it.
Right. It might be the gain
or noise gate, or just turn down the gain a little bit. You can. If not, it's not a big deal. It's not hard.
I don't know if I can.
The outside doesn't give a crap. But yeah, Dreyer was on like 5 years ago, right? And I had asked him about the tag argument, and he said that the way I was describing it, which is pretty basic, and in philosophy, he wasn't advocating that. And I'm like, okay, cool. Now it seems like he does, though. And so I don't know if he changed his position when it came to tag, but yeah, I think he weaponizes, these whole presuppositional argumentations, and I think he tries to argue from a place of sophistry. And I mean, like I said, I don't know Jay Dreyer very well. I've only talked to him a handful of times. We get along. I mean, like I said, I have nothing against the guy, but he does go into rabid apologist mode, and I think he throws away everything he learned about philosophy just to do so, and I don't know why. Yeah, you can join. Yeah, you can join. Just turn your camera away. I won't. I that's fine. Put something over it. Kimo says, except that the word can you mute for a second? That's bad.
Oh, me? Oh yeah, of course. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh god, so much difference. I don't know what it is, but because when you're not talking, there's this constant background noise, and I definitely think it's your mic or headphones. Kimo says, except that the word sophistry comes from the Greek sophistis, which means to amounts to wise men. That's true. Yeah. Sophia, the goddess of wisdom. Good name for a restaurant, Plamore. Yeah, I like that. She's lesser known in Athena. I'm a lonely political realist. I'm not political at all. Hardly. Trump sucks. Hey, Kano. Sounds good to me. I don't know what sounds good to you.
Also, Trump doesn't suck.
Trump sucks. Shut up. We'll have that for another day.
I wasn't trying to cause an argument or anything, or maybe I was.
I will kick your ass out, bro. I'm kidding. We need. You know what we need to do? We need to get Chris from Hereticals on. You, me, and Chris, and we'll have a political discussion on. Well, I'll do a special episode of Over and Under. That's a show I used to do with Chris, Over and Under, because I was in America, he was in Australia, so Over and Under, and we would discuss politics, and it was amazing. It was so good. It was so good.
You definitely don't want me in a political discussion. I'll get really fucking angry. Like I don't get heated in like the religious debates or like, but the political stuff I get really fucking upset.
I don't. Look, here's the thing. I piss off everybody across the board. I'm a centrist, and even though centrists can vary a little bit because the Overton window is just smashed all the shit. I don't know if it even means to be a Republican or Democrat any longer. I don't. They're two peas in a pod to me.
They're the same thing. They're the same fucking thing.
Right. The horseshoe theory is real, okay? I mean,
they're the same thing. It's just one comes after the other about 18 months later.
That's horseshoe theory.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to get rid of all the politicians in office and start fresh. I don't like Biden. I don't like Trump. But anyways, real quick. Hank is not an atheist. Hank is a polytheist. Yes, Kino is correct. He does suck. Yes, Kino is wise beyond her years. Yeah, turn on noise cancellation. Anyways, somebody said they was gonna come in. Come on in. And you know what's so funny is, as a non-believer, I want people to come in and challenge my positions, but I do so fairly. I want them to come in honestly. And when you're in a Discord with like Made by Jim Bob and that group over there, they're not honest. Straight up, they're just not honest. Jim Bob, I happen to like the guy for some reason. He's personable, and when he's not being a complete dick in Discord because he uses admin control when he knows he's not capable of having a dialogue about a subject he's not read on, because he won't read the literature, he won't edify himself, he won't go learn because he doesn't want to, because he doesn't think he needs to. He doesn't think that matters. He doesn't think that it's important to actually know what the hell you're talking about if you think you're going to sell something. And I got lawnmower outside. I think I can hear that.
Sorry, Steve. Can I just check? How's my mic now? My background noise better?
So much better. What'd you do different?
Oh, good. I've completely changed headsets.
It's apples and oranges, dude. It's
yeah.
It's like, oh my god, so much better. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got a set of Shocks bone conducting headphones. So when I'm like cycling or walking or working, I can hear what the fuck's going on around me, and I can still listen to stuff. And the mic it's great because everybody can hear me when I'm working, but it's obviously designed to deal with background noise.
Right.
Whereas I've just chucked my gaming headset on, which has got over a head totally different.
I can't even tell you how much more superior it is. So much more.
Cool.
Yeah. And so like I was saying though, I mean, I want to be challenged with actual dialogue, and all they do is try to shut you down. You try to answer a question, and all they do is just bird dog you. All they do is just talk over you. It's a waste of time. This is what I'm saying. I will make attempts. I will talk to people that want to have a conversation, but if I'm feeling like they're trying to be obfuscate, or they're trying to shut down the conversation, or try to prevent you from putting out information so other people can learn, I'm not going to waste my time with those people. It's just not happening. And I recommend nobody else does either, because like exactly, Jim Bob reads everything like a script and not an honest script. There's a difference. I mean, he's so fundamentally, profoundly wrong on just about everything, but he's literally trying to promote to an audience that doesn't know the difference. I mean, you got to remember, most of his audience think the Earth is 7,000 years old, and that literally dinosaurs walked with man, and that there was thousands of animals on the ark. This is the level that they're at, and it's bizarre.
But like trying to wrap your brain around how wrong that is in terms of
Answer me this real quick, John. Answer me this. What's your thought? I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's important.
No, by all means.
How is it that PhDs who actually used their actual knowledge and deep time to get their PhD believe in younger creationism? Oh my God, that's so loud. Once I wanted to get that out because I knew that was coming. Go ahead, John.
So
you
one.
there?
Yeah, still here.
I heard the lawnmower, so I'm trying to get this out because it's super loud, so then you can talk.
Oh, well, I didn't hear any of that. All I heard was you saying how you were talking about how PhDs.
Yeah.
And then,
so PhDs that use deep time to get their PhDs that actually do understand the subject, they either one of two things, and I will let you answer. They either one know that young creation is BS and they're lying just to get people to save souls, because like Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson said, he would use his Harvard education to manipulate people to get them to believe just because they thinks that the ends justify the means. He did say that something along those lines. Or two, they're so deep in the rabbit hole that they have cognitive dissonance and they put their faith ahead of the science, and that is subdivided into one, the people that don't recognize they have cognitive dissonance and will never admit that their faith is taking superior over science, and the other ones who say, yeah, we admit this, we don't have rationality for it, our belief is unfounded, but we rather believe this than the science.
I sort of have more respect for the theists, the young earth creationists that have an understanding for the science and acknowledge the science and go, I'm gonna proactively ignore this, even though I know it to be true, because I have a presupposition about this belief. Because at least I know that all of the things that they've considered it all, whereas the person with the cognitive dissonance, the person with the you've got a person who has two sets of processes going on in their brain, and they've elected to choose one over the other. And you've got another person who has two processes going on in their brain, and one has just sort of bubbled to the surface, and they've not actually chosen one over the other. It's just,
I agree. Yeah, I think
I sort of have more respect for the theist that goes, no, you know what? Fuck the science. This is my bed, and this is where I'm making it. Even though they know the science
is wrong.
Like,
well, they know the science obviously they don't care. Yeah.
But I can't. It's mad from my perspective. It seems it's obviously wrong. It's going to lead to bad conclusions and bad outcomes. But at least they're fucking committed. At least they.
I agree with you. Yeah. Look, this is why I get along with certain expert creationists other than the low-hanging fruit, right? I mean, Dr. Jonathan Sarfati is clearly not low-hanging fruit. That dude is a genius. Straight up. Sarfati is one of the smartest, probably the smartest creationists they've got by all means. Right? He's certified genius.
So I think this for me is ultimately the case. If you hand me a principled person, if you hand me a person who has a deontology that they are prepared to stick to no matter what, because I have a set of deontological principles that I will stick to almost no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of respect that person. I respect that person much more than I respect a consequentialist or a utilitarianist. I respect that person because they have a set of principles that they have committed to, and if they actually stick to them, then they're a known quantity for actually sticking to a principle, even if I don't agree with the principle that they have.
All right, let's run with that for a sec. Ben says, Ben, why don't you come on in? He says, Jason Lyle only espouses young earth creationism when he's a young earth creationist per General Han Solo, which is a very smart guy. General Han Solo is brilliant. His name is Robert. Everybody knows that. It's not doxing. He goes by that. And Jason Lyle, I think he's right. I think Han Solo is right on that Jason Lyle puts on his young earth creationist cap when he goes to young earth creationist, but Jason Lyle knows the physics. He knows it well enough because he knows how to make a sophistic argument about his asynchronous light transmissions, both BS, right? He knows it's a philosophical thing. He knows he's not assailing the deep time. He just knows that he's going to fool enough people that they're not going to be able to understand why we can't measure one-way speed of light. That's really
this also makes sort of religious fundamentalists that actually understand the physics quite dangerous, because they can frame it in a way that from a common sense perspective seems unbelievably convincing and very difficult to overcome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, but look at like Lyell's argument.
They can essentially weaponize their understanding of the legitimate physics, even though they're being dishonest.
If you're a creationist and you read about the anisotropy synchronous, it's the anisotropy synchrony convention. Is that what he calls it? Anisotropy synchrony convention. That's what he calls it, ASC. If you read about that and you didn't know anything about astrophysics or philosophy, you'd be like, wow, that's brilliant. Why? Because it's true. He's not wrong. He's not wrong about his convention. But what he doesn't explain to people is that's just a convention. It doesn't matter. I could make it a convention where I make the Earth the center of the universe. I can make the Earth the center of the solar system by using mathematics, by using Galilean transformations.
Well, from our perspective,
the Earth is the center of the universe, or the center of.
But from our perspective of the visible universe, we are the center of the universe.
Yeah, but that doesn't make us such, right? It's convention.
No, it doesn't actually make it the case. But from our visible perspective, and that's perfectly rational, reasonable. You can make a rational, reasonable argument from that position. We know we're not the center of the universe, but because it looks like it's the same argument as like before we understood. Before we had a perception of celestial bodies outside of our, like it's the difference between having a reasonable conclusion and a correct conclusion. There's a difference between the correct conclusion and the reasonable conclusion. Like based on the information that we had, we were reasonable to conclude that all of the celestial bodies in the universe orbited around us. Until we understood that the Earth was spinning, it looked like we were the center of the universe. As soon as we realized the Earth's spinning, oh, well, actually, no, we're not necessarily the center of the universe. We're just spinning on a top. You get one little bit of additional information, all of a sudden, the conclusion that you had that seemed reasonable is no longer reasonable anymore.
Yeah, I agree. But like I was saying, I could make epicycles work and show the planetary motions using epicycles, but it's very, 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 very complicated. Why do you need that when you just have elliptical orbits? This is what Jason Lyell's doing. He's taking something that is explainable using parsimony and Occam's razor and making it far more complicated merely because you can. So what? But when people say Jason Lyell's is wrong in his argument, I don't think they understand the argument. He's not wrong. It's just a convention. But so what? I mean, it's like, hey, the Earth is the center of the universe. Well, how do you prove that? Well, here's Galilean transformations. Oh, crap. Yeah, you're right. People don't know math, right? But anyways, 9258L. What a name, man. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
I can. What up?
Oh, I'm nothing from the Discord server, Jim Bob's Discord.
Oh, nothing. Oh, yeah, you're one of the few there that actually seem to know what the hell he was talking about. I'm not going to make assumptions, but I'm going to make assumptions. You clearly have at least had formal education or read something on these topics. Would that be correct?
It depends. Yeah, I've read a bit. I wouldn't say that I have much knowledge of physics though, so I couldn't really say anything.
No, philosophy. I'm talking about philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, I've been studying like analytic philosophy for like 6 years on and on.
Yeah, but do you see how like it knows the difference between somebody who's actually read the literature and read and understands it? Because when you here's the problem that I see, and let me ask you, especially from that Discord, if Jim Bob wants to think that he assailed these things, don't you think he has to read what he's assailing to understand it, to then try to assail it? Because his approach is comical, is puerile at not even best. It is not even sophistic. It is just childish. It's so bad. It's not even bad. It's so wrong. It's not even wrong. So to speak.
Well, who did a good approach? Who made a good argument then? Because the best one I found was from Roy Sorensen. He's the best by far.
Yeah, who's that?
Yeah, yes, you do. I told you about him when I was on the time before last, when I explained my theism. He wrote that fictional theism article.
Fictionalism. Yeah, fictionalism. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Nobody that I really read though, but I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But anyways, real quick. But I want to know what L thinks. I'm just going to call him L. It's easier. L. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to L because that's what you're going by on the screen, rather than nothing. But do you see that their arguments are super bad?
It depends. A lot of times that I don't really understand them often because they're like not very categorically rigorous. So I don't really know what's going on per se. It depends. I mean, I could see some of the intuition and some of the appeals, but it's not always clear to me.
All right, that's fair. I mean, okay. How about the argument that's in the video description about the sense versus reference? Were you listening to Cool Jeff talk to them and try to explain Frege? And it was Frege, it was Geach, and it was Kripke that really kind of dived into this particular topic about.
Oh, no, Jack showed me that one. Yes, so I saw that.
Okay, so what? How is that not a equivocation? If they're confusing the concept of information, which is really a conceptual idea of the sense, with the reference, which is information ontologically, which is the energy, because information is something that exists in the universe. It is a part of the universe, just like a force, a field, energy, mass. All these things are fundamental things of the universe. So our concept of information points to that ontological thing of information. And they're saying premise one, and I'm just going to distill it down. Information only exists in the mind. Premise two, information exists outside of the mind. Therefore, there's a contradiction. That's really what it boils down to. And that's ridiculous because in one sense, they're talking about the concept. In the other sense, they're talking about the energy. Information as energy, or information as.
So there's an issue with the definition of a concept and object. So at least when I talked to Bill Gaty about this, you can't really, they fall into each other. So pretty much he says a concept's a group of objects, but then you can have an extended object, which happens to be a concept sometimes. So
that's fine.
The definitions fall into each other. It's context dependent.
But that's just a second order, and so that's fine. But L, what do you think of that argument that I gave, or that they gave, and that cool guy Jeff formulated, and I think did a sufficient job of steel manning? You're still.
All right. Well, I just changed my headphones.
Okay. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, although the main issue is that there isn't like a lot of clarity in this discussion. So yeah, I do understand all of the terms involved, but like formally, it's quite unclear to me.
What about that argument?
I understand Frege and the arguments. Oh, the equivocation on the distinction between sense and reference.
Yeah. Do you think that he equivocated?
It's possible. I don't know if he equivocated or if there's like a language gap or at least like a nomenclature gap.
Well, yeah, but if there's a language gap and there's a fundamental misunderstanding, because
you could
words
technically
have
say it's an equivocation, but
so can we, on that basis, then, if there's a, can we do this in reverse, using formal language that you're happy with? Can you still man the argument that you think has been laid out, and then give your critique of it? Because we are genuinely interested to hear what you think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't actually know how to formalize it because I don't really know what's going on.
The argument, I'll formalize it and make it as simple as possible. Premise one, and again, I'm just distilling this down. Premise one, information only exists as a concept of the mind. The premise two, information only it can exist independently of the mind ontologically as energy, which they don't recognize is energy. They never mentioned energy, which is surprising. Therefore, there's a contradiction, because the contradiction is information exists in the mind, and then only in the mind, and then information exists outside the mind, which would be a contradiction. And it's funny because cool guy Jeff was trying to get one of the guys to tell him what is P and not P. If you say it's a contradiction, then it's P and not P. What's the contradiction? And it would have been easy to just say the contradiction is information is exists only in the mind, information exists outside of the mind. That would be a contradiction. But nobody there was able to even formulate what the contradiction was. It was just throwing out contradiction.
I think one of the issues is that meaning is often taken to be a property rather than a function derived from a relation. So meaning isn't really, like when you say that something is meaningless, you're solely talking about language.
Yes.
You're solely
cognitively meaningless. Yes.
Yeah. So when we say that, well, there are various respects in which a statement could be meaningless. It could be distinctly meaningless, meaning that it supervenes on a set of information that's insufficient to distinguish it from another in a certain context of language use. But then in another,
those would be instances, right? If you have an ambivalent statement or ambiguous statement, that would be meaningless. Or category error.
Well, like he's talking about shade of color.
It would be interpretation relative, but
Yes.
So what I would say is meaning is really just a semantic assignment function.
I absolutely agree. Noam Chomsky would have pointed out that, would he have not? I mean, Noam Chomsky's famous thing, colorless green ideas sleep furiously, is grammatically correct, but it's semantically meaningless.
Yeah, it doesn't have like clear truth conditions.
Right.
But okay,
it's
so
semantically meaningless. Correct.
When you say that something is semantically meaningless, you're saying that it has a mention but not a use. So we can only speak of it in the meta language and like a higher order analysis of language itself being used.
Well, we could just assign a meaning for it. We could assign a meaning to it, and then it's
what would the meaning be for that? If I say 2 + 2 = purple, how do you assign meaning to that? I mean, you could obviously make some stuff up ad hoc, but saying 2 + 2 = purple is arbitrary.
So we could make some kind of color map, and we have purple mapped to 4.
Yeah.
In that sense, 2 + 2 =
purple. Like a coding system.
Yeah.
But if we hypothetically suppose that there's no under our putative understanding of the term purple, there would simply be no means to establish this connection to yield an output.
What about something like what does purple smell like?
So we could have like an olfactory map that maps
no, the color purple, not a smell, not like a olfactory. We're talking about the color itself, purple. You can obviously
color itself. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the color in itself means. You have to explain that to me.
Purple, irrespective of being.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Look at your shirt.
Yeah, I see it, but it's shirt. I don't know what you mean by color itself.
I
interpret this as purple, but color itself is a nonsense.
To be honest, I don't really take a view on like the cognitive status of category errors. I think that there are like compelling cases for category errors being false. It depends on the category error, but I don't really hold a position in that respect.
Are you a color realist?
What do you mean by that?
I'm a color irrealist. I say that colors are phenomenological only; they don't exist ontologically.
Oh, so like a direct perception theory.
Yes.
Yeah, I had the same theory.
Yeah.
That's why I said color in itself is nonsense. So
essentially the wavelength that we perceive exists, but what we see in our dreams, for example, when you're not perceiving a wavelength,
right? We can perceive a color in our dreams.
Doesn't exist.
It's interpreted.
It's interpretive. Yeah.
There's nothing to do with photonic energy when you're dreaming and you see color clearly.
Obviously not the case. Yeah. But then again, but you could also make the argument for all memories, like the vision of your mother, your father. They existed to you, but when you dream about them, they don't actually exist in your dream. They're not doing what they.
Well, they exist in a dream, or I wouldn't see them in my dream. They don't exist outside my dream.
But I dream about things that haven't existed. Like
they don't exist outside my dream.
But actually, no. I should say I have dreamt about things that I haven't had knowledge of in my waking state.
But they exist in some.
The universe is infinite, so I can't say that I've dreamt about things that don't.
Yeah, you could say.
How would you dream of a square circle?
With
certain
taxi
things that-
cab geometry, you can draw that.
Anyway,
hang on. Taxi cab geometry does not resolve that. You can't. Taxi cab geometry does not square the circle.
No, true.
You want to take a look? Let's look up on working
I
destination.
know what it is. It doesn't square the circle. I assure you. When you start dealing with
You-
infinitesimals, you're outside. You're not dealing with the actual problem with having an
But
actual
the
square circle.
definition of the circle and the taxi cab metric
No,
is a square.
Steve is absolutely correct. That
I
like,
know.
Let's take
there
a
are
look
certain
at it
things
then.
that-
Let's take a look at.
but
I don't want to get down in the weeds. Just anybody can go look at the taxi cab and the way they.
Well, you look at the text and
the.
yeah, then look at the text and you see that Steve is incorrect.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll end it from there.
Yeah, because if you could square the circle, I would be highly impressed because they
You-
actually
you-
mathematically
you-
prove you can.
Well, you said there was no square circle. You can look at the
There's no
text and
square
see you're
circle,
wrong.
which is
Now
not a
we
square
can move
circle.
on.
Well, no, I mean you're
Okay, we can look at that.
misinformation.
it is mathematically the case. It is logically the case that you cannot square the circle.
We can look at. We can move on, or we can look at it. What do you want to do?
Doesn't matter. Anybody go look at the when you're using taxi cab mathematics,
Okay.
you're defining. Listen to me. You're arbitrarily defining a square as a circle. It's linguistic in that aspect.
Yeah.
They're defining the square to be a circle in taxi cab mathematics and taxi cab geometry. That's not what we mean by a square circle. If I say here's a square with four sides with internal angles of 90 degrees with four lines, both which are parallel to two lines are parallel to each other on either side, four internal 90-degree angles that have orthogonal relationships.
We're
listen,
arbitrarily
listen,
defining a set of characteristics
that is the definition of a square for a polygon shape. When you start dealing with taxi cab metrics, you're dealing with infinitesimals, and you're dealing with the fact that they're going to call that a circle. Just like a circle has infinite amount of curvature. We know real actual infinities don't exist.
Yeah. In the same way as a hexagon.
No, circles don't exist now. I don't understand.
A perfect
Like a
circle
square-
does not exist.
Perfect
a
circles
square-
don't exist. Do
a
non-perfect
hexagon-
circles exist?
A hexagon can't be a square. A pentagon can't be a square.
Square is a non-perfect circle.
Decahedron can't be a square.
A square is a non-perfect circle in that regard.
Okay, so the circles I'm looking at in the on your stream with pretty much your pretty much you have a circle for your avatar. John Foley has a circle.
That's
And
not a
so
perfect
L.
circle. That's
Those
not a
aren't
perfect
circles.
circle.
So those what shape are they?
They're circles, but they're not perfect circles
They're not. Then how do you know they're circles?
because by definition,
Oh, okay.
mathematics
So-
is definition.
A circle can exist in mathematics. Mathematically speaking, a circle can
A circle
exist.
has infinite amount of sides. So when you have a
Yeah.
square can be considered to be an imperfect circle in that regard because it has four sides. Now you go to five sides. You can go to a polygon, an octagon, a duodecahedron, whatever many shapes you keep adding to. You
Yeah.
can do that an infinite amount of times to get a circle, but you can never add infinite amount of sides to get a pure circle.
A 10-sided roundish shape will appear to be a circle if you get far enough away from it. It will appear to be round. A perfect circle to your perception if you get far enough away from it. The perfect circle, like in maths, a perfect circle is technically seems to be possible, but we can't actually construct one. It doesn't actually exist.
When you say actually exists, you want to specify a place where it doesn't. Where I don't understand what you mean by actually exist.
Well,
When I say Tawa exists, I specify what place it's
the
at or
closest
not at.
the closest thing that we could get to an actual true circle existing would be that every change in angle would be a single atom.
Yeah, the granularity of the universe. The only place
Yeah.
actual circles really exist, if they do exist, is what's called a Platonic realm, where you have an archetype, Platonic archetype. And the Platonic archetype is a circle. And then every circle of that is an instantiation of that particular archetype. These are called universals or universal forms. This is the whole basis behind Platonic realism, is that there's a realm of objects that exist. and every instantiation, just like a color or a property, like the property green would be an instantiation of this perfect green that exists in the Platonic sense. That L would that not be incorrect? Because they didn't understand nominalism in that discord. When Kuhl was asking, the difference, what really makes nominalism, which is basically just a linguistic way of understanding universal and abstract objects, they were just I don't know, obfuscating, because you can subscribe to nominalism and then the next day go to Platonic realism, whatever convenience you want. You're not beholden to these things. It's all philosophy. Do I want to treat them as actual objects? Do I want to treat sets as abstract objects? Do I want to treat circles as something that actually exists? Okay, great, do it, and then have an argument that comes out of it. Or I could go to nominalism, and there's different forms of nominalism. Some accept abstract objects but deny universals. Some accept universals and deny abstract objects.
Yeah.
So
the Platonic notion of forms is like ancient. It's like, describe a chair. This is a classic example. Describe a chair. Oh,
it's a thing I sit on.
Yeah, that goes to form of
so
reflection, right? Form
yeah, chair's a thing I sit on. Whatever it is.
But is a rock a chair?
I'm sitting on it, yes.
But is it a chair and a rock?
But I sit on it, yes.
No.
Does a chair have 4 legs? Does it have 3 legs? Does it have a cushion on it?
The reason why
I'll show you this chair. So it has 6 legs. It does have a cushion on it. Wait, no, 5 legs. 5 legs, it has a cushion, and it has some pneumatic.
Yeah, the reason why we have form versus function discussions is because we categorize linguistically. Elle was pointing this out. In linguistic categorizations, what it means to be something and what it means to be in that set. So certain things are in the set that would be considered a chair. A rock would not be considered a chair linguistically, because that is not the semantic meaning that we're utilizing for that particular object. Yeah. The purpose of a rock is not to sit on. The purpose of a chair is to sit on. There's a teleos there.
So if I sit on a rock, I'm misusing it.
Are we talking about a stance-dependent telos or a stance-independent?
I
want an answer. If I sit on a rock, am I misusing the rock?
No. Just because something does not have a function doesn't mean you can't use it for something else.
I know what I've noticed is I think that a lot of you have like these like sort of like, especially within like this precept reemergence, like this
oh god,
neoclassical Platonism or whatever you want to call it. There's almost like this naive conception of like the justification of universals. So if you like say you're a nominalist, they'll ask you like this really, really oversimplified self-referential question: are you a nominalist about nominalism?
Yeah.
If everything is a particular, is that itself particular?
Etc. That's
I just say it's a bad question.
It's a conflation between like going.
Yeah. When someone asks me, I usually do nominalism or anti-realism, or sometimes around realism. When someone asks me a question like that, I say that's a bad question.
I don't even know if it's a bad question. It's just like it's not really like a question that touches at the heart of the matter.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bad question because it doesn't make any sense.
Like they don't understand. I'm not even like, I'm not going to just single out Orthodox. I'm going to also like refer like any sort of like traditionalist, revivalist view that tries to go back to Platonism.
I mean, now if I asked you if my hat is true, you could say it's a bad question because it doesn't make any sense.
It's not propositional. Well, it's not truth apt.
Yeah,
but I mean, as far as like something being like function over form, whether it depends on us or not, I don't really think is relevant. Whether we categorize a chair to sit in or not, whether some kind of actual nature of the universe that's
it's pragmatic.
Yeah, it's pragmatic, and so whether it's stance dependent or not, I don't have a view on it.
I think that a lot of people don't understand like joint carving disputes, for example. Like there's a lot of literature on like Goodman and various other thinkers who already went over like all of these topics, but then instead of reading it, like the naive like neoclassical Platonists will continue to make the same like arguments.
Postmodernist, in my opinions. They're Plato
but
never got into it. They're having a resurgence of Thomism too.
Yeah,
do
but
you-
I've been further than postmodern. I'm
think
post-truth
Thomas
now.
have
I
actually
totally
made a
dominate them.
decent,
Al, how is it that you deal with that Discord though? You obviously have read up on this stuff, and you clearly know way more than any of that people in there. So maybe Jeff knows what he's talking about. But how do you deal with them? I mean, first of all, you're a theist. Can I ask?
No, I'm not.
Are you an atheist?
I would say I'm like a restricted theological non-cognitivist.
Okay,
So it depends on the view. But
okay. Well, I'd love to have. I would love to talk to you about theological non-cognitivism one day. Maybe we might get into that when we move on here, because I used to be. You call it restrict. It's funny because you call it restrictive theological non-cognitivism, and years ago, I used to refer to myself as a partial theological non-cognitivism. I think we probably do for the same reason, but I'm no longer. But I've well past moved theological non-cognitivism. I think.
I think, yeah, I did have a bit of like a logical positivist phase a few years ago.
But you get where I'm coming from, right? You seem like you understand why I would say I was only a partial theological cognitivist, but yeah. Okay, so we'll get into that afterwards. John, are you back?
Yes, sorry, I'm back.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Dracone says, if I can figure out how to square the circle, I can figure out the Trinity. Yes, great. Oh, diagram.
They summon my chart.
Okay.
They just summon my chart like magic.
I can't.
It's a miracle.
I can't even read it. It's so small on my screen.
Oh, let me blow it up a little more. Sorry.
What am I looking at, and why do I?
Oh, so that's my Trinity model. There's this when I talk to Christians, I try to use this one because theirs one doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not even going to dive into this because this makes no sense to me, and I'm like,
yeah,
attempt to, but other people can. Sure.
Well, yeah. I'll go ahead and explain.
I wanted to continue.
You what? I don't know if I want to get into this. This makes I don't. It's just such a.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I another time, Hank. That just makes no sense to me, and I think it's way off topic. To be honest with you.
Well, you have a theist to beat up, so go.
I don't beat up theist.
Well, you should. It's for entertaining.
No, I don't.
I do.
Well, that's then you have a channel for that. I'm not against. I'm not an anti-theist. I'm against anti-idiocy. I'm against people who think they have solved philosophical problems that they don't even understand. I'm against people who think the evolutionary theory is wrong, yet they don't understand it, and they certainly have not refuted it.
No, you have a guy with a stupid chart. Let's tear it up. You have a guy with a stupid chart. Let's rip it apart.
But
put that dumb chart back there. Let's tear it apart.
No, I'm not interested in it. But Al, I want to know. Okay. I want to know why is it they don't come after you as hard as they do other people that know what they're talking about.
It may be that I just let me think. I do have a habit of I'm very autistic, so I have a habit of just using the jargon that happens to come immediately to my internal monologue.
Okay.
I often don't clarify until asked otherwise, which is a problem, I admit.
Yeah, no, I can sense you're very parsed. You're very low key, probably introverted.
Yeah, partially.
Well, we were battering back and forth quite a bit, and Al was. I get the feeling that you potentially had quite a lot to say, but didn't say it.
In the Discord or here?
No, here right now.
Oh.
Like with the, I don't know why, but you seem, you clearly have a good comprehensive understanding of the terminology, but you said that you weren't sure what was being said based on the imprecise language that we were using. Like we were using
in the chat, in the Discord chat.
Oh, in the Discord. So not necessarily now.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought in the Discord chat.
Because, for example, okay, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say that in the voice chat, they basically, like, for example, one guy doomed something or other was just like, "Oh, Steve, you're being childish. Just shut up." I'm like like the only guy here with Jeff that seems to have actually read the literature. But if you don't want to be educated, I'm not gonna waste my time. I don't bother. I just leave. Because there are other people that want to they want to learn about this stuff. I'm not going to waste my time with somebody who's that dumb. It's not going to happen.
That then was a misperception on my end. I thought, El, that you were saying that we were being imprecise.
No,
Discord. Yeah, he was talking about Jim Bob's Discord.
No, fair enough.
They're very. You know what's so funny? There's a handful that might have had a little bit of readings, but like Jay Dreyer clearly is educated, but they misuse it because they put apologetics ahead of critical thinking.
Yeah.
Oh God, I mean that happens far too much.
Stephen L, do you think I should try my hand on Jim Bob's Discord? I haven't joined it yet. Do you think I should join it?
I suppose you could join.
I'm not going over there right now, but I mean I will tomorrow.
Put an invite to it in the private chat.
I don't even know how to do that. El can. I'm not a Discord person. I suck at it.
I don't know if I want to open up a link right now. You could just go on his YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, it's on his YouTube channel. Just find one of his videos. He has it.
And then he has it in the description.
That's how I found it. But yeah, they use controls in Jim Bob. It's so funny because I've already explained dishonest techniques that people use, right? And I go bird dogging is one of them, and that's when you constantly interrupt somebody. But there's another technique that they use, which is and I've seen this happen so many times back in the Google Hangout days. Somebody will start talking, somebody will interrupt, and that person who interrupted will claim that they're the one being overtalked. Darth Dawkins is infamous for this. Jim Bob and one of the other guys do the exact same thing. There you go.
Steve,
I didn't
stop fucking interrupting me, damn it. Steve.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Isn't that exactly what they do?
I don't understand the point of interacting with Darth Dawkins. I used to be a bit more a few years ago. I was a bit more friendly with Darth Dawkins when I was a Catholic, and I would talk to him. 3, I think.
Okay, I go back about 6 or 7 years probably with Darth.
Yeah, I probably do go back about 4 or 5.
Yeah, just when he was on Pow Talk. I didn't know him on Pow Talk. This was probably 2013, 14, and then he migrated over, and then 2015 or so.
I would talk to him about philosophy, and he would tell me he doesn't understand the terms I'm using. When I would I would bring up basic things like the analytic synthetic distinction, and I would incorporate it into my arguments against atheism, and he didn't understand it.
All he has to say to refute that is constant analytic distinctions. There is no difference. There you go. Done.
I mean, yeah, you could take the Quinian or the
Quinian. Yeah. But
the thing is.
But do you think he understood? A posteriori versus a priori, and what the actual. When somebody meant a synthetic distinction that the object was into the predicate, do you think he would actually know what that meant?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, potentially after a few days of research. But...
Yeah, but all of us have talked about these subjects for so long, and they try to get Darth to understand these things. And now Darth does have a probably better understanding, but he also is better at weaponizing things because he is literally a walking principle of explosion. He argues contradictions.
Philosopher speech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But two can play that game. But I actually do not like jargon. I try to use it as little as I possibly can. I know it has a well-defined meaning in philosophy as much as philosophy is well-defined, but I hate jargon. But that's just a personal preference.
I feel like a lot of people who bring up... Go on.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, I feel like a lot of people who bring up Quine haven't even read a page of the Two Dogmas.
I've read the Two Dogmas.
Maybe you have.
Yeah, and I've also read Quine's indispensability argument and also the Durham-Quine thesis. So,
yeah,
there's, and again, I may not remember crap off. You actually read the Two Dogmas, it gets pretty complicated pretty quickly. Just like Ernest Sosa wrote a Pyramid in the Raft, and the first couple pages, I'm like, yeah. Dude, this is brilliant. This is awesome. By about the 5th page, I'm like, I'm a freaking idiot. Have you ever read The Pyramid of the Raft by Sosa? Holy God Almighty!
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, give it a shot. Like I said, first couple pages, he's talking about particularism and Methodism and how we know what we know, and do we start with what we know or do we start with how we know? And I'm like, yeah, this is all good. Getting about the 5th page, I'm like, I'm so lost. And so these are complicated subjects, but at least I only expect people to understand what they were. If somebody mentions to me the two dogmas, at least they know what it's about. If they mention to me indispensability theory, at least they know what it's about. They don't have to have read it. They don't even have to have a profound understanding of it, because I don't. But they don't even know what they don't even know. Like when I mentioned the holographic principle, one sec. When I mentioned the holographic principle, because Jim Bob was talking about information and information theory, he had to shut down that dialogue. He was telling me, "Oh, you're going off in the weeds. You know, shut up, Steve." Blah blah blah. Because he was realizing that I was pointing out a massive hole in his understanding on a topic he was trying to argue, a massive misunderstanding or a lack of understanding.
The Pyramid of the Wrath by who? Well, I want to download that. Why is it called again?
What?
The Pyramid of the Wrath by who again?
The Pyramid of the Wrath by Ernest Sosa. He's talking about coherentism versus foundationalism, which I tend to weak foundationalism. I used to be more of probably a classical foundationist, but I take out the ought. That's really that way. I don't think we have an obligation to these foundational axioms that we ought to use them, which is I think of a more stronger classical position. I think as a weak evidentialist, we have to. We're obligated in the sense that we have no other choice. You know.
Yeah, this is a later topic, but I probably align with like a Carnapian epistemology, maybe not entirely, but certain facets. Like in the empiricism, semantics, and ontology.
Yeah, empiricism versus rationalism, right? Literally the two dogmas. Yeah, literally the two dogmas is empiricism versus rationalism.
I'm not an empiricist, but I get it.
I both. I'm not
rationalist.
I tend to rationalism, but I also tend to empiricism for science. So I don't. Quine argues is there a difference? Is there a difference between empiricism and rationalism? Because if you're looking at it, you're rationalizing the evidence that you're looking at. But Kimamaki says, I read Sosa's Raft and Pyramid based upon Steve's referencing it years ago, and I'm still kind of sore at him for it. Very dense read. Yes, it is. I wasn't joking. That's what I'm saying.
That's what it's called.
Yeah. But again, it deals with coherentism and it deals with foundationalism. But when this is funny because they're talking always about truth in that discord, knowledge, justification. And Jay Dreyer the other day, I think, was being sophistic as hell because he was talking to Derek from Myth Vision, and he was asking about justification and conflating things with knowledge just to kind of trip him up. And I don't know if it was willful because I know he was skillful. Well, that's a good quote, huh? I don't know if he was willful because he's skillful. He's skillful, but and so I don't know if it's deliberate. But there are different theories to answer these questions, and it's perfectly fine to appeal to these theories. That is the accounting. When you're asking for an accounting for something, how do you account for knowledge? I use the correspondence theory of, I use the justified true belief theory of knowledge. That is the accounting. How do you justify something? Well, I'm using coherentism. I'm using fountism. How do you know what's true? I'm using the correspondence theory of truth. I'm using the pragmatic theory of truth. I'm using the direct causal theory of truth. I'm using consensus theory of truth. These are what you're appealing to. And this is what I'm saying. When people say, how do you account for this? You account for it by the theory. If you're asking how you account for the theory, that's a completely different question. And so I think it's very, very rhetorical and very sophistic when people start asking, well, how do you account for that? How do you account for that? What do they mean by that then? Because an accounting is an explanation. How do you explain your position to say that you know something? Because I meet the conditions for justified true belief. I meet the conditions for direct causal theory of knowledge. That is how you do it. They try to go way beyond that to try to trip people up, and I think it's very, very dishonest.
Oh, okay. Well, that stuff doesn't trip me up because I usually resort to empiricism, then say, well, I see it here, and then there's nowhere to go. Say, I just have the thing, I point to it.
Yeah.
Then what now?
That. Because here's what they do. I'll run the little precept nonsense, right, Hank?
Go ahead.
So when you're looking at an object, right, you're assuming certain things like reliability of the senses. You're assuming things like uniformity of nature, which cannot be justified rationally because you have to use reason to justify your belief that there is not going to be some kind of weird change of the universe, that these constants are not going to change.
Okay, well, God gave me the ability to see the things, and it's right here. So what now?
But the direct theory of causal relationships for knowledge is basically, how is it you're able to claim knowledge? Well, one, proposition is true, then you default to, like corresponds theory of truth, like R and Ra would do. Two, you believe it, right, which is just your mental state, or at least as far as your propositional state on the proposition. And three, what makes it true is that there is a object there that you're looking at that's causing this direct causal relationship. And so this connection between the mental state and the physical state is direct causal theory of knowledge. At least the third condition for it.
Oh, that's an issue there, because I can see the thing doesn't necessarily make it true. I mean, someone can cast an illusion on you.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter.
It is X.
It's not the converse doesn't matter. It's not working that way. It's only working. The causal, direct causal, is that it is imprinting something on you. Could you be wrong? Yes, but we're not talking about infallibility. We're not talking about certainty. This is where the preceptor and that group of,
you're making the mistake of looking for an absolute.
Yes,
which is
and that
what
is where the
everybody looks
preceptor
for.
lies about.
That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for the clue is in the description. Justified.
Right, and this is where
then they'll appeal to sorry.
Go ahead.
And then they'll appeal to like a marginal indeterminacy. So
right,
like
fair possibility.
They'll say, oh, even if it's not absolute, is it absolute in like this marginal justifier?
Yeah.
Well, you can always make an appeal to their God, then contradict it out of existence and just blow it up with logic.
But the point is that when I try to explain to atheists how to justify their positions, this is how you do it. And when the preceptor's arguing something like, well, how do you know that? How do you know that? They're not honestly engaging. They're not taking you at your understanding of the material. They're trying to weaponize it to beyond those theories. And so you say, well, how could that object not exist? Yeah. Demonstrate to me that it doesn't exist. And at that point, I will retract my claim to knowledge. Because as Ozymandias brilliantly pointed out years ago, and I wrote an essay on it. Go look it up on the www.greatdebatecommunity.com called The Principle of Attribution and Retraction, which, by the way, the certification for that site has expired last week. So if you go to my site, it'll say there's an error, a certification error, but it's perfectly harmless. Yeah, he fixes it once a year, and he just didn't get to it so far.
I mean, Zali just took his SSL off his site because it's annoying, so it's not really a big deal.
It's like I said, soon it has to do the date of the certification, but my web Webster will fix that eventually. But go to www.greatdebatecommunity.com, and there's a article that I wrote called The Principle of Attribution and Retraction. And basically what that means is that when we have a doxastic state, when I believe something, if that belief turns out to be false, I don't say I never had that belief. What I said was I had a false belief. So beliefs can be false. But if I have a claim to knowledge and I find out I was wrong, I don't say I had false knowledge. What I say is I retract the claim that I ever had knowledge to begin with. Big difference, because knowledge cannot be wrong. I can't say I was wrong and I had a false knowledge. I can't say I was wrong about my belief. Therefore, I'm taking back my claim to knowledge. That's principle of attribution and retraction. And so if they can demonstrate to me that the tree that I'm looking outside is not an actual tree, or barn is actually a fake barn, as they would say, in the Gettier problems, now I would say that I retract my claim to knowledge. Now, in the Gettier cases, they will say that you don't have.
I don't like that framework. I just don't like that framework.
I have the issue. I have an issue with the Gettier cases.
Here's cool guy Jeff. He's going to try to come on in, hopefully. But what's the problem with the Gettier cases? Because I think that Gettier is right on target.
My issue with the Gettier cases isn't in the specific claim to knowledge or the specific claim to belief. Mm-hmm. My issue with the Gettier case is that there are more potential wrong answers than there are right answers. So if your paradigm, if your methodology for coming to knowledge throws up more wrong answers than it does right answers, then what you essentially have is a methodology for discovering wrong answers rather than right answers, even when they look wrong or right.
Let me give you the pushback.
So actually, if you concatenate a series of beliefs or a series of conclusions, then the Gettier case essentially solves itself on average.
All right. Well, let me talk about that for a second. Cool guy Jeff is having dinner in a few. Come in for a minute before dinner, though. Come on in. Since I put your steel man, and I did tell him I was going to totally rip him off. And I put a steel man in the video description, but I gave him credit. Go look, your name's there, cool guy Jeff. I did not plagiarize you. I gave you credit. I gave you attestation. But for the Gettier problem, okay, so what Gettier was really saying was that for any belief-first theory of knowledge, you're going to have cases where there's a possibility of epistemic luck. And if it's epistemic luck involved,
Of course.
actually, it was Linda Zagzebesky that actually pointed this out. She made it very clear that for any belief-first, you're going to have these epistemic luck, any one of them. So Gettier, though, noted, these issues where you didn't actually have knowledge. You thought you did, but you were wrong. But at the time, you thought you had knowledge. But what you do is you retract that. They didn't actually have knowledge. You didn't have false knowledge. So even with Gettier cases, you can still have knowledge. It just made a note of that in many cases where people thought they had knowledge, they didn't, because their knowledge wasn't justified correctly. This is why.
Yeah. So for the sake of the audience, should we lay out a Gettier case or?
Yes,
go
lay
ahead.
it out. I actually don't like the framework.
Yeah, go ahead. Because real quick though, I think that direct causal theories don't eliminate Gettier, but I think they at least help a little bit. For pragmatic theories, to me, or knowledge first, will eliminate those problems, I think. Go ahead.
So the classic one is a person presents themselves for a job interview. They do the interview. It goes very well. They leave the job interview, and the person who interviewed them says to them, "Oh, you did really well. We're going to be giving you the job." And the person who has just been told that they're going to be getting the job has 10 coins in their pocket. So they reasonably conclude that the person who is going to be getting the job has 10 coins in their pocket. The next day, they get a phone call going, "Oh, I'm really sorry. We actually misidentified you. It was the other person that was getting the job." And they coincidentally had 10 coins in their pocket. The conclusion, the result that they came to, the conclusion that they had, was correct. They actually had knowledge based on the paradigm of their argument.
Well, they thought they had knowledge.
No, they did, because it got the assertion rate, even though it has no link.
It really depends on whether you're fallible.
Yeah, because it's very important to point out they thought they had knowledge. That's the whole point of the game here.
The methodology, the reason, the information that they had that caused them to conclude their quote unquote knowledge was wrong.
Correct.
So everything, they got the right answer. 10 coins in the pocket. By luck.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I dismiss Gettier cases in JTB is because there are infinite.
Oh, where'd it go? John, calling John. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
There you go.
My bad. There we go. So the reason that I don't like Gettier cases from the perspective of JTB is that there is a Gettier case is always possible.
Possible, yes, but here's the
It
distinction.
Is always possible.
Yeah, and that's
there's
why
always there could be a random person like this principle, this example of the Gettier case, the classic Gettier case of the person with 10 coins in their pocket.
But this
being
is true.
picked for the job.
But as Zabesky pointed out, every belief first theory will have that problem with epistemic luck.
Yeah, it has to have that problem.
But here's the thing, John. In the case where it wasn't actually 10 coins. It was was it like 6 coins or something? If I remember, 5 coins. But
I mean, obviously the principle is the same.
But here's the thing: the proposition was false.
The conclusion was correct, though they had knowledge by the framework.
They believed it was going to be him. The proposition, John got the job, right? Or John's going to get the job. That's a proposition. It has to be true. And because you believed it, it's just is true, and you thought you were justified, but the proposition wasn't true. You can't have knowledge, and knowledge can't be false. So every case of the Gettier problem is the fact that you didn't have knowledge.
You stated a shift.
I have to correct you there. The proposition was not that John got the job. The proposition was that a person with 10 coins in their pocket got the job.
Fuck, you're right.
Yeah.
Therefore,
by the Gettier framework, they had knowledge, even though the method was pretty bad.
John, I have to swear a blood oath against you as a mortal enemy now. I'm sorry. I really liked you, man. But you know the rules, man. If you correct me and I'm wrong, I have to hate you for eternity. I didn't make the rules, man. Okay.
Welcome to the club.
But this. We are talking about a classic Gettier case here.
Right.
You have to get this right.
I agree. No, hey, look, when I fuck things up, I fuck things up, man. You're right. Absolutely, you're absolutely 100% correct. But Jeff gives me a super sticker for $5, so fuck you all.
You could probably buy almost a coffee with that.
That's what I'm drinking. Dude, I've finished the pot almost, so I'm a little wired. That's probably why I'm all over the place. That's why I probably fucked up the Gettier there.
Hey, I'm on my third glass of wine. I got it right.
Yeah.
Drink better coffee.
Right? I got Maxwell House and I got Folgers. And I drink Folgers in the morning. Like if I'm going to work, I'm going out for the day. If I go outside, I drink Folgers. But if I'm in the house chilling, I drink my Maxwell House. I don't know why. It's just
I don't make it. Doesn't make it.
I say
the Maxwell House is cheaper.
Folgers wakes me up more, and Folgers is like super good coffee. So when I really need to go out and get the stuff done during the day, I drink my Folgers. But if I'm just chilling on the day off or something, whatever, I'm having Maxwell House. But I asked Jeff how he's doing so far, and he gives us a super sticker. So that must mean that we're doing okay.
Yeah. You know what I do? I actually mix some tea with my coffee. So I'll maybe put some a packet of black tea or green tea in, and just put it in with the coffee grounds.
Oh, I love my teas. I got turmeric tea. I've got black root tea. I think it's called berry tree. I got apple tea. I've got chamomile tea. I got all kinds of teas. I love my teas. Love my teas.
But I'll make an abomination by putting the tea in with the coffee grounds, and I'll run the drip coffee maker.
Nasty, actually.
I love it.
I don't think I can.
You should try it. You should try it.
I don't know what we like to make. Put instant tea in a coffee machine.
No, instant tea, normal tea.
Oh, normal tea, like tea bags.
Sorry.
Yes, I'll open the tea bag, put it in with the coffee grounds, and run the coffee machine.
I've never thought. I've never actually thought about.
Stop.
Tea bags.
Whoa! Stop. What the fuck is instant tea? As an Englishman, I feel the need to ask this question.
I don't know what that is.
What? Tetley
instant tea.
Yes, Lipton, Tetley. Literally, it's tea, and you just take a spoonful of it and you mix it with hot water or cold water, and it makes tea.
What?
Are you serious? You
Are you sure you don't mean matcha? We know what matcha is.
I mean, Lipton. It comes in lemon too, which I don't like. But Lipton instant tea. I like Tetley instant tea. There's also
no. I like lemon in my tea. I can have lemon in my tea, depending on the type of tea. But instant tea.
I have lemon and honey in tea when I'm not feeling well. It's great for the throat, and that's good. But generally speaking, I just have sugar or artificial sweetener in my tea. That's generally what I put in there. But I also can put in honey and lemon sometimes. So I'm not too. But I don't like lemon in instant tea. The lemon they use for instant tea doesn't taste like real lemon. How do you not know about this stuff, John?
Show him the abomination. I have the screen shared. Show it to him.
We might actually have to reinvade.
Yeah.
If this is a thing.
This is why we left you, John. This is why we left the United
Kingdom.
What,
for instant tea?
Instant tea.
Yeah, Steve, share my screen. Show it to John. Show him the abomination. Yeah, that's what instant tea is allegedly. That's allegedly instant tea.
What the fuck is this?
It's powder.
Powder tea.
It's pop. They pulverize tea and you just drink it like it's cheap matcha.
Can you find Tetley?
An abomination. What kind of tea?
Poor,
Tetley.
poor bastards.
Pentley?
Tetley. What'd you see? Tetley. I think it's spelled.
No, we have Tetley tea, a good, solid Yorkshire tea in a fucking tea bag.
But no. Tetley instant tea. You
Oh,
have
okay.
No.
It's Telly Instant Tea.
No,
Yeah, Tetley instant tea is my favorite. It's super good.
look, do I fucking freeze dry coffee? No, I don't.
Let's do it. Let's do freeze dried coffee.
My coffee's nasty. I want it fresh.
You should at least give us the courtesy of not fucking.
Oh, we found it.
Powdered Tetley tea. There you go. That stuff's amazing.
Oh my fucking God.
John is going to have a coronary as an Englishman because you know what's funny is you probably never did hear of this. You're not just joking. You have never seen iced tea before.
No.
Instant tea. Wow. This is what I when I hear people talk about something that's strictly Canadian or UK. I'm the same way. I'm like,
freeze dried tea. Like, you
I
can't.
remember finding out what poutine was years ago. Hawkeye Champ was talking about poutine about 6, 7, 8 years ago. I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He's like, what? You guys don't have poutine in America? I'm like, no. But then some restaurants do, but it's very rare. But yeah, instant tea, baby.
Oh my fucking
Your
gosh.
entire life has been a lie.
But hello. Oh, never.
Yeah, his entire life has been a lie.
That actually hurts.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Okay, we can put. I'll put that away now.
Yeah, I'm so glad we.
Wait. Can anyone hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we. Yes, John. In America, we are lazy. We have instant tea, and it's really good. We also have sun tea. Do you have sun tea?
Really good.
Yeah, sun tea is amazing. But I never thought about putting tea bags in my coffee maker.
Steve, we've had a lot of disagreements. I've never wanted to reach across the screen and actually strangle you before, but really good.
I get it. Oh, yeah, look, you eat some nappy stuff over there that I could be like, are you any? Yeah. Nope. The things I've seen English people eat. Oh, no. Never.
Look, whatever you've been eating, we've been eating it several hundred years before you were, so don't worry about it. It didn't kill us.
You know what I want to try? Because I've never tried it before? Scotch eggs.
Scotch eggs. Yeah,
Oh, I like that. It's easy to make. I like them.
I have never in my life found a place in America that have Scotch eggs.
Just make it your own. They're pretty easy.
No, I want somebody to prepare them. Authentic English Scotch eggs.
I mean, they are particularly cruel on the chicken, but Scotch eggs are pretty good.
I've never had one.
No, they're great. They're amazing. Like if you get a nice, fresh, deep fried one as well, like with a runny yolk in the middle, fucking excellent. Really good. Bit of mustard. Oh, exceptional.
Yeah, I actually have a place near me, or it's somewhat near me. It's in my tri-state that makes Scotch eggs. Let me
I don't know any place in California that has them, but I would try them.
No, they are. So basically, for those of the audience that don't know what a Scotch egg is, it's a soft-boiled egg with sausage meat on the outside of it. So the yolk and the white soft-boiled. So you got a nice runny yolk in the middle with sausage meat on the outside of it and breadcrumbs on the outside of that, and it's deep fried. And when you cut it in, so you get the runny yolk, you get the firmness of the white, you get the sausage meat, you get the crisp of just beautiful, perfect. Yeah, excellent.
That's so good.
Like the perfect meal.
Now I actually have to go out and get some food. I'm waiting for to come back, and we planned this day to do housework stuff. And I told her, while you're out, I'm going to be streaming. But when she gets back and gets situated and stuff like that, we've got housework to do. This is our roommate house day. And well, I got to keep the housemate happy, obviously, because you wouldn't like it when she's not happy. Nobody wants Kano not happy. So I've spent years to keep her happy. Understandably so. You don't even know who Kano is, do you, John?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you ever talked to my roommate? I don't know if you have. Have you ever talked to my roommate? Oh, he just dropped out accidentally. I think he's having mic issues. But anyways, okay. So man, that went all over the place. Where are we at? I don't even know where we're at.
What they don't know yet is that I'm the secret general of theistic sophistry, and I was appointed by Eris. So they don't know that. The reason I'm the general is because I can get atheists fighting with each other, saving a lot of resources.
Not in my hangouts.
You just fought John over tea.
Sorry,
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. John has waged eternal war with me.
My browser had a complete brain fart for some reason.
You know, I think it could have handled instant tea.
No,
your browser's English.
Well, it's Google. So, sorry, you were saying you literally it cut you off when you were saying something about your roommate.
Oh yeah, I said I was waiting for her to get back so we got housework to do today. This is our housework day, so she's back. She's gonna settle in, then I'll be ending the stream soon, so we can get some stuff done today. Sound good?
What the fuck you talking about? I've been up to 5 in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but you've been out. Now that you're back, we can get the housework done.
No, I'm not doing housework right now.
No, I know.
There's something familiar about that. There's something so familiar about that. It's like, I'll be done soon. It's like, what the fuck you mean you'll be done soon? We got some housework to do, bitch.
She went out at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym because she goes at 4 o'clock in the morning. And she's been doing errands and other stuff. She's been busy.
4 in the morning for the gym. Jesus.
Yeah, that's where she goes to the gym. And I can understand why. It's not very crowded, I guess, at 4 a.m. And yeah. But anyways, let's get back on philosophy stuff for a few. That was fun. And dumping on their Discord. Even though, like I said, I still go to their Discord and there's some cool people over there I do talk to. You know, obviously El here is pretty cool over there and cool guy. But for the most part, it's just entertainment when I'm talking to those guys.
I don't know. I don't really.
Yeah, you're not going to get anywhere, and it's just spinning your wheels. But it helps to understand the other side's poor arguments, so you can help people that actually want to learn these things understand them better. That's just simply what it is. I mean, again, you're dealing with people that think that Noah Ark was a real story. I don't know where else you go from there.
Yeah, Erica from because the Gibbon completely annihilated Noah's Ark. They can't get around the heat problem. They need a miracle to make it work.
I'm sorry, real quick. I have no gain control, but I can talk closer to the mic. Does this help? I'm talking right into the mic.
That really doesn't help, Steve. It feels like you're whispering in my ear.
Oh,
it gives me chills.
So
you know what? I'm gonna go get some. I'm gonna make some instant tea, and I'm gonna drink that instant tea.
Yeah.
Ahead,
so the restaurant I got the Scotch egg from, Bobby D's Burgers and Barbecue in McKees Rocks, calls it a sausage egg bomb.
Sweet.
Fried sausage egg bomb.
Sweet. Back on the
fried sausage stuffed with cooked eggs and served with sriracha ranch, and it's really good.
But as you mentioned, the heat problem is the death knell to young Earth creationism. No question about it.
With no sriracha, just
sriracha.
Fucking no.
I like sriracha. I would try it with.
If you can do a Scotch egg, do an authentic Scotch egg.
How about with mayonnaise?
For fuck's sake, sriracha.
Is it mayonnaise English?
Well, it makes it an Indian flavor. It's Indian mix.
Well, hang on. Can you put Scotch eggs with mayo?
Well, you can dip it in whatever the fuck you like.
Yeah, well there you go. Then you can put
just make the legitimate Scotch egg.
Yeah. So you need the sriracha on the side, obviously.
He wants on the side. Well, in that case, I do apologize if it's on the side. Yeah, if he's using it as an emulsifier to make the Scotch egg, then I'm going to fucking kill him.
Yeah.
No, they don't use the emulsifier. They have it on the side.
No, but that's what mayonnaise. You have mayonnaise. That's an emulsification. I would try Scotch eggs with Grey Poupon. That sounds really
with a what?
Grey Poupon. Oh, good lord! You're killing me here, bro. You're killing me. My whole life is gonna lie. You don't know what Grey Poupon is either?
No.
Where is this kingdom that you call united?
So with it, what? I didn't hear what you said.
We're not on the same planet any longer. Grey Poupon. You never
heard
Grey Poupon? Grey Poupon.
No.
Pecan, yeah, it's with an N, right? Yeah, Grey Pecan.
No.
It's
What the
mustard.
fuck is that?
It's a seasoned
What, a
mustard.
mustard?
Hank, pull up Grey Pecan, please. Would you do that for
Yes,
me?
sir.
He's my go-to Amazon buy stuff. And by the way, hey, while you're doing that, order me some. Send it to my Amazon wish list. Thanks.
Yeah, it's okay. You have to wait for me.
Grey Poupon mustard was popularized in the Wayne's World movie. Yeah, because he's driving by. He's like, "Would you like some Grey Poupon?" Because that was the commercial back in the 80s. You know, it was very sophisticated mustard, right? Would you want some Grey Poupon?
A sophisticated mustard.
Found it. Let me
Yeah.
share it.
So show him what Grey Poupon is. Educate this UK guy.
Are you fucking kidding me, Steve?
No, he's not.
Like I said, where is this kingdom that you call united, man?
Grey Poupon.
No, that's not. But yeah, there we go down. Grey Poupon, that yellow jar. That's not.
Oh, that yellow jar. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's black truffle.
Yeah, that's black truffle. That's not Grey Poupon.
What happened to the philosophers?
We're gonna get back into it in a second.
It's philosophy of mustard. Purple.
Go back to the Grey Poupon. That yellow jar is Grey Poupon. It looks like.
Is this one it? Which,
Isn't it? That looks more like it. Yeah, the one above it.
this one I'm highlighting.
No, the one above it. The yellow. Grey Poupon's yellow.
The truffle. That's black truffle, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I can't read it. The Grey
Let's
Poupon
go there. Let's see what it is.
No, that's not it. Can't you just show Grey Poupon?
But that's a. Let me create it one more time.
Come on, I want to make his life even worse. Okay, come on.
I'm
That's what I'm
still
here for.
waiting.
It's Dijon mustard. It's literally Dijon mustard.
Dijon mustard. So why don't you call it fucking Dijon mustard?
Because the brand name's Grey Poupon.
Grey Poupon. Like the French call
made
it
with
Dijon
white-
mustard.
it's
And
made
you
with
go,
white
oh, it's
wine.
Grey Poupon.
It's Dijon mustard with Grey Poupon.
But what is
It's Dijon and white wine.
Dijon?
I don't
and
think they have
white
Grey
wine?
Poupon here.
Hang on, 1 second.
Oh my goodness.
Dave,
I'll look for Dijon mustard. Maybe I'll find Grey Poupon, but I didn't find the query.
I
I
found
probably
it.
spelled Poupon wrong.
It is a fucking
Grey
good job,
Poupon.
you.
Grey, not grape. Found it.
I mean,
Grey Poupon, Dijon mustard with.
I found
with
Grey
white wine.
Poupon Dijon mustard, not
Yeah.
Grey.
you know
don't
what?
have this- You don't have this in the lands you call united in your kingdom?
No.
You don't have
I
it.
honestly, I think
You're
this is
messing around,
a
man.
prime. This is exactly why you guys have aircraft carriers that can topple nations. Because if you didn't, we would be fucking on our way back over here right
coming
now
back, you guys.
because of this shit. I mean, this is fucking horrendous.
We're not coming back to the UK. Sorry, bro. That ship has sailed.
We would be
okay.
on our way
Anyways.
over these 7 seas right now. This is fucking disgusting.
Yeah,
swear
it's
to
on
God,
Amazon.
I swear
I
to God,
spelled it wrong.
I swear to God, I really wanted to be able to hang out with just UK people one day, and I'll sit there and go, "What the hell are these people talking about?" Right? You know. My name is Dave. Dave.
Hey, how are you?
Frig. Dave Frig, are you from their Discord over there?
I'm calling in from YouTube.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
what? You just found the link? I mean, I put the link out there. You just found the channel, or you found what?
Yeah, just on YouTube.
Oh, cool. You've never been to my channel before?
I've been to your channel.
Okay.
Did he hit the like button?
I first heard about you, I think, a couple of weeks ago when Jim Bob had you on the show.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I have two channels. This is my personal stream channel. My other channel is the Non Sequitur Show, which is my primary big channel.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So welcome. Yeah. What you like philosophy stuff? I mean,
A little bit. I didn't watch your review of Jim Bob's
it's okay.
video, but I was curious. What was your issue? What was your critique?
My biggest issue that I had with the last one I did, where he was talking about the logical problem of evil, is that I don't think Jim Bob understood that the logical problem of evil has to do with the logical inconsistency of the system, and that to defeat it with a defense, you would need to show that the system is not inconsistent. And he started migrating into the evidential problem of evil, talking about hurricanes and earthquakes, which are natural evils, which he doesn't agree with, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, he started fixating on like you saying He thought that you were like adopting like this weird like like T-Jump's view on evil or whatever.
T-Jump is an idiot.
He thought that you were like adopting the view that like evil is like an imposition on the will or something.
No.
Sorry,
no,
I'm not involved in this
like-
conversation right
like
now,
a
but I just feel the need to
dispositional-
interject. T-Jump is a fucking moron.
Okay. Anyways, he thought that you were like adopting like a dispositional theory of evil or something.
Yeah, I have no idea where you got that from. I know T-Jump pretty well. I mean, we go way back, and I mean, look, we've long since kind of patched things up, and we do talk every so often. And he
The
wants to
whole-
come on. But listen, listen. If T-Jump ever wants me to come on, I'm happy to. I have nothing against the guy personally. I just think he's way out to lunch. But his argument for what's called the involuntary imposition of will is that if something falls on you, it's violated your will, therefore it's evil. That has nothing to do with natural evil.
Yeah, he thought that you were like. Yeah.
No, it
Jim Bob-
does.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
if God does something you don't like, that's not a contradiction.
Hank, stop. It doesn't. But El, go ahead, because Rose's definition of evil is standard in the literature. All he's doing is trying to refine it into something else, and it's not assailing even the evidential either. But T-Jump's view of evil has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, Jim Bob
Sorry,
kept
just-
like fixating on like ascribing the T-Jump theory to your view,
Right.
which I didn't
So-
really understand the point of that. It seems like
Just
there's
going-
a divergence.
Can I just
I need to get you to agree
really-
with this. If God does
I
something
ju-
you don't like, that doesn't necessarily make it
But-
evil, right?
I don't believe
Okay.
God.
I was going to. Yeah, I think. I think like the first video that it was the argument from effects of nature. It was just like a sub-variant of like the Louis. I don't know. I'm echoing through somebody's microphone right now.
I didn't hear anything.
It's like a sort of like sub-variant of some of like the Lewisian arguments from reason, but by Louis, not Kellogg Lewis, C.S. Lewis.
Yeah, they're big into C.S. Lewis.
But it wasn't like very clear. But then when he started talking about the problem of evil, it was clear that the objection just wasn't really. It was. I would say it was in like the lower tier. It wasn't even like I feel like Jay Dyer could have generated a much better attempt
And
at
that's
a
what that's what I was
presupposition.
saying, El. So let me ask you, El. I got that echo too. Is that Hank? Yeah, testing. Yeah, I think it's Hank. Hang on.
Go on.
Testing. Yeah, Hank, you have background. No, you have an echo. That's from Hank. So El, let me ask you. First, did you watch either of my two reviews? And two, was I so far removed from the academic literature to be in left field? And two, was my analysis at least decent enough to show that Jim Bob didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and his argument was not even grade school level?
On the first question, with respect to the first question, no, I don't usually watch like extremely long videos that are like over 2 hours long.
I kept these down to 40 minutes for that reason.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, I remember the first one was like a really long live stream, so I didn't watch it. No.
I thought it was like 40 minutes. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I may have
Maybe
missed. Can you just reiterate the exact? Because to me, I'm not like I'm not so advanced in philosophy. Can you reiterate the issues with was he creating a straw man in his argument, or what? I don't know. You mentioned the two different types of conceptions of the problem of evil before. I wasn't familiar.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
Can I-
John, yeah, let John do it. Go ahead, John, and then El.
So the problem that Steve had with Jim Bob's argument from the conception of evil was that the conception of evil, when you're arguing from the paradigm of an all-knowing, all-powerful God, is that there are no aspects of evil that happen without permission from the person who created the universe in which you exist. So there are no benign evil acts that happen, because all evil acts happen with permission from the creator of the universe.
Allowance, at least allowance. Yeah.
They at least allow
Right.
those acts of evil to happen. So you can't have a benign act of evil.
Unless you adopt like a modal variant solution, like a transworld depravity, like a
transworld.
But they're still being permitted by the person who created the universe, right?
Plantinga
and supported by the Bible.
Hang on, because this is exactly, Dave, what he was having the problem with. World depravity deals with the evidential problem of evil that Plantinga brings up. It has nothing to do with the logical problem of evil. Again, the defense of the logical problem of evil has to do with the inconsistency of the system. The transworld depravity is what Plantinga argues is the justification for theodicy against the evidential problem of evil. And that Jim Bob keeps conflating these things. They're not the same thing.
I do think.
Okay, which one addresses Isaiah 45:7?
Which
one addresses Isaiah 45:7?
Not every theist who believes in moral properties is a Christian, so it doesn't necessarily.
I understand that, but transworld depravity comes in that.
No, I'm referring to Hank.
Yeah.
So which one, evidential or logical? Which one addresses Isaiah 45:7, Steve?
I think there are certain like modal variants to transworld depravity that could be used as like an attempted solution to the logical problem.
Doesn't Oppie argue similarly, Dave? Oppie will argue against this notion that in every single possible world that God cannot have allowed people to only be able to have free will among good things, between good things. So, because Jim Bob loves privation of evil, privation of good. He loves to describe evil as a privation of good, which doesn't solve either problem of evil, and that's only really used for the evidential problem.
You don't have to solve either problem because the Bible itself says God has created it.
Hank, stop. Hang on one second.
Yeah, but that's like very subjective, the hermeneutics. It's not. But they can always explain that away.
But Dave, do you agree that the whole point of a theodicy is to justify why there's evil in the world? It has to give a reason why that makes sense why there's evil in the world, at least the amount of gratuitous evil. Especially, there's two. Okay, listen, there's two types of evils that they usually talk about. There's moral evils, which require agents, and there's natural evils that don't. And I tried to explain to him intentionalities, and he didn't understand it. Natural evils are things that don't have intentional states, and it has nothing to do with T-jump. It has nothing to do with involuntary imposition or will. It has to do with these things happen that cause harm, and God allows it, and it's in the degree that He allows it. And he could have prevented it, to prevent a greater evil.
What he was conflating there was he was conflating like thinking that the event is evil itself, and thinking that the event is evil with respect to what
that's not what they mean by evil. The evil is that God didn't intervene. That's the evil.
Yeah, I'm referring to an interventional norm. So if we assign an obligation to an interventional norm, it's not that the hurricane is evil. It's that the interventional norm hasn't been satisfied.
But that's what I tried to explain to him, didn't I? I tried to literally explain that as Roe defines evil and the evidential problem of evil, it is that an omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient being that has the power, knowledge, and ability to prevent a single solitary instance of harm fails to do so. Why is it that there has to be the amount of degree of evil that's in the world? That's the problem with the evidential problem of evil.
Oh, let's read the Bible. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Wait. This isn't necessary because what if we just assume? What if we just assumed a theist who was a non-Abraham but believed in moral properties?
Can I ask what I think may or may not be a clarifying question? So if domino 5 falling into domino 6 is let's remove all of the emotion from it. Domino 5 falling into domino 6 is evil. That is an evil act. Domino 5 falling into domino 6 is an evil act.
What there is,
and we know that if we hit domino 1, it's going to fall into domino 2, domino 3, domino 4, and it is subsequently going to hit domino 5 into domino 6. There is a direct causal relationship. 5 into 6 is evil. 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 5 to 6 is not evil. So the person who hits domino 1, is the person who hits domino 1 evil?
John, I see exactly what you're saying, and here's the thing: if I have knowledge of pushing that first domino for a causal chain of events that's going to cause harm by the sixth domino, that's evil. That's a moral.
Yeah, I
evil,
mean,
right?
Okay, so my question is, if you
second order causal
deterministically have knowledge that your actions will cause harm, evil, by your own standard, is that evil?
The action, that's a moral act. You're talking about, see, again, we're talking about the moral act or the natural evil, right? The moral evil and the natural evil.
Well, I don't actually think it makes a distinction here, because you're in control of all of it, aren't you? Doesn't matter if it's a hurricane, doesn't matter if it's a person.
If there's an intentional state, that's moral. If there's no intent, if the dominoes just fell on their own due to wind blowing or something like that, that's a natural evil. And for Hank, on this whole Isaiah thing, when God created evil, that's up to a theologian to determine. I don't care. When God says he created evil, it doesn't make sense for privation, because privation of good, what did he create? But what he means by evil in the Bible, I do not deal with theology. I don't care about theology, so I don't know.
My issue is that from a moral argument, and the moral argument when we're talking with moral arguments with theists, if there is a person who has control, or if there isn't a person who has, or if there is a person who has sort of relativistic control of their immediate environment, the person who has control of all of it is an absolute. They have absolute authority, and therefore they have absolute responsibility.
Yeah, no, I agree. I absolutely agree.
So when we're talking about natural causation, natural things that just happen because of nature, for argument, for want of a better description, and things that have intent behind them, like a person behind them, a brain behind them. These two distinctions from a theistic or a non-theistic point of view, the two things that you're talking about, they're so distinct. You might as well be talking about.
But that goes to the intentionality. This is what I explained to Jim Bob. It has to do with the intentionalities. And as El points out, the logical problem of evil is way backer than Christian theology. So when Jim Bob's like, well, you're not using the Christian version of evil. Who cares? The formulation of the logical problem of evil was way back before Christian theology.
The thing is,
I care.
It is Epicurean.
I do care.
I don't.
So,
okay.
What was I going to say? I think one of the issues here with arguing that. What was I going to say? Oh, you're not like representing my theory of evil. According to my theory of evil, I don't believe. Well, here's the issue. You could define gratuitous evils without a moral realist framework. Okay, there wouldn't be an evil, but for example, you could have a normative logic that defines a gratuitous fulfillment of norm conditions. Just on a purely set theoretic basis, we could simply define what is required for a success condition to be fulfilled. So it's sort of irrelevant to say, oh, you can't define evil. Okay, but I don't need like a non-descriptive account of what gratuity is.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, yeah, of course you.
I'm an evil realist. I'm not an evil skeptic, and so I think evil does exist. But that's exactly how I would do it. Evil is something that is described as like beyond just a normal wrong, right? I mean, doing is to harm somebody in a minor case, is not in itself, something that is necessarily evil, but some things that I find to be so morally egregious. That's the word that I would use, because it connotates something much worse than
a lot of apologists forget that there's a reasonable distinction between ethical and non-ethical normativity, and they forget that God would have to have various non-ethical normative states. Maybe not non-ethical, but it's not that he would have non-ethical normative states, but that his normative states would be underlined or hinged by non-ethical properties.
Yes.
So what you talking about?
In fact, all you need to do is read the Bible to confirm that there's lots of verses of God doing
You talking about his essence?
Yeah,
doing what we would call evil acts.
Yeah,
but there would be like a non-ethical normative structure to the normative ethical framework too.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
yeah.
Yes.
Like for example,
that's not
deontic logic doesn't actually you don't need to be a moral realist to like hold to some of like the axioms of deontic logic, and you could still quantify. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting like a bit too abstract.
No, you don't. No. I mean, deontic logic really doesn't really have. It's normative, right? I mean, that's going to be dealing with. Okay, what makes something wrong is that you have a duty not to do harm. That'd be deontics.
Yes, deontic logic can be defined within an anti-realist system.
Yeah, absolutely. Or either or. I don't think it really has anything to do whether it's more realist or not.
Yeah, I would say that moral realist properties
has a better
still,
foundation in that system.
I would say that moral realist properties would still have to have all of the properties of non-ethical normative systems regardless. It's just that it's a necessary, sufficient relation. As in, non-ethical normative properties are necessary for ethical normative properties, but not vice versa.
So you remember what Jim Bob said in response? See if you remember what Jim Bob said to your criticism.
I don't understand half the crap that Jim says.
Okay, I'll say it. So pretty much, he'll assert that God's doing something you don't like.
Oh yeah,
Therefore, no God.
I couldn't care less.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. Whether I like it or not is irrelevant. Is irrelevant to whether there has to be like a certain structure to normativity itself.
Why would me not liking something have any relevance? One, to objective cases. Objective morality doesn't care about your what you like or what you don't like. But if something's evil, and it's defined to be evil, given the definition for the evidential problem evil, why does my opinion come into play about what I find to be evil or not? I mean, what I don't like.
That's his point. And the Churchianity and the God of the Bible
so
are different identities.
Let me clarify. The argument doesn't have to be that you have to commit to a particular ethical system to make the problem, to use the problem of evil. The problem of evil could simply argue that under various ethical systems, normative ethical systems under theism, you still arrive at the problem. So it doesn't really, you need no, you don't. You need a system that sufficiently shares the same conditions that fall under the problem.
Right. But so why?
So is there like a Discordian equivalent problem of evil that you can give me? I mean, give me an analog.
Say that again.
Yeah. Like yeah, like if you use a different God, could you come up with another problem of evil?
It's not different. It's a different normative ethical system that's sufficiently similar so as to fall under the conditions of the objection.
But again, are you talking about logical or evidential?
It could be logical.
But the logical problem of evil requires certain conditions in premise one: omnibenevolence, omniscience, and omnipotency, or omnipotent. These things are defined by the theist in Christian theology. They explain what they mean by these words, but they have these certain properties of an omnibenevolent being that has the power to stop harm. That doesn't do it, then it is inconsistent to have evil in the world, because evil shouldn't exist, because this God who's all powerful, all knowing, and has the potential to only do good would not allow for evil. But
that's contradicted by the Bible, so do not talk about the biblical God.
The The Bible's irrelevant to the logical problem of evil. The Bible has nothing to do with the logical problem of evil. The logical problem of evil is those
Why would you turn a deductive argument into like a wasteful 2-hour hermeneutical dispute that they'll never give in? Well, you're equivocating. Like, who cares?
Hermeneutics has nothing to do with this problem, Hank. This is where Jim Bob made the fundamental error that you're doing as well, and Elle seems to be, and probably John are the only two that seem to understand this. The logical problem of evil has to do with the inconsistency of the truth values of the premises. Period. That's
then it's a straw man. That's not the God. That's not the God we're talking about. It's a straw man argument.
I don't give a shit what God you're talking about. I'm talking about the God that has been posited by theologians since 2,000 years.
Well, not my God. Straw man.
Well, you're polytheist, man.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be
talking
the
about
problem.
God that's not that no one worships.
It's funny because you could make like the problem of evil under like a moral anti-realist theistic framework if you just have a non-moral account of normativity. You could just have the problem of divine normativity and its inconsistencies, and due to these like structural normative I mean, I would have to go into an example. But you could simply say
you could just have just theism, Al.
Where is the contradiction between benevolence and omnibenevolence and let's say hurricanes? I don't actually fully understand.
If you were an all good being, Dave, would you want people to suffer? According to Jim, yes.
Well, I'm not I can't. I mean, there could be like for the same reason that from the perspective of a child being punished by a parent, and in that moment they might see
that's not suffering.
Yeah,
we're not talking about that type of suffering. These words have very specific usages.
From the child's perspective, it's suffering.
Well,
being punished.
You're talking about the distinction between justified punishment and just fucking abuse.
Right. Let's put this way: this. If you're an omnibenevolent being, do you think that is just and righteous to arbitrarily harm innocent people?
I'm limited in my thinking. I could be wrong, though. Even
anybody could be wrong about anything. That's a throwaway sentence. I hate when people say I could be wrong. Everybody could be wrong.
Yeah. We could all be wrong.
We all assume we could be wrong. What?
The distinction between me and God would be that God, if God exists, he cannot be wrong. I could easily, from my human perspective, be wrong about. There's emotions involved. There's, obviously there's a lack of.
Oh, okay, sure. But from your perspective, would you allow for that? Would you allow for a person, if you had the ability to stop it, would you have the would you stop?
If I thought there was a greater good to it, then I would do it.
If I knew that stopping it wouldn't change the outcome anyways, because I could always just make the ultimate desirable state of affairs occur, then I wouldn't care.
But that's what Roe argued.
From a pragmatic perspective.
Roe even said in the definition for evil is that it would not if it didn't have a consequence basically of a greater evil. So if God could intervene and it didn't produce a greater evil, why does he do it? This is from the definition of Roe's definition of evil in the evidential problem of evil.
It seems like it's a lack. The fact that we have a certain lack of comprehension for why God does things is an argument.
That's Mysterianism, though. That's just saying. That's just. Oh wait, we don't know the mind of God. We don't understand the ways of God. That's throwing up your hands in the air and going, "Oh, it's mysterious." As a sentient being who has a moral framework, if I could stop harm like that, I would.
It's also the case, like it is also from your perspective, an act of absolute arrogance that you could ever know the mind of God. Like, I mean, would you ever understand the mind of God? Could you ever expect?
Of course not.
No issue. I mean, we can't.
So therefore, like the punishment that you receive, you just have to accept it. Because you can never understand the mind of God.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally say that. You can say that to anything, John. I mean, literally,
of course you can.
It's the mind of God.
It's regressive. It's mad.
There's always been that old adage, right? God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, but then the issue there is you can just underdetermine this theory by applying it to hermeneutical facts. So then it's just like, oh, well, there are no like revelational norms by which he is obliged. And then it's like, oh, well, we can't even derive the conclusion in the first place.
But that's all interpretative. what I mean, that just seems like a beginning in the weeds. If you just want to take interpretations and dive into the hermeneutics, it's like irrelevant to the fact that you cannot have an all-powerful, omnibenevolent, all omniscient being and have evil in the world.
Yeah, but
Now-
that's some Platonic God. So
Now, could you argue different gods out there? Yes, and most theists will do that. They'll limit the scope of these terms, okay? And because the logical problem of evil is valid and it's sound, but it's not very convincing because it only works for a specific type of deity.
I don't even accept any of the problems of evil, but I mean, I don't think any of the responses are all too great either.
Well,
I
think plenty
agree.
of,
I don't
you
accept
know-
any of the problems of evil either.
Okay, so which premise is wrong in the logical problem of evil? Because one of them has to be wrong.
I think that the defense of like interventional norms is like a bit too weak.
But here's the thing. I understand you don't accept it, but it's still it's a valid argument, right? I mean, but you have to say that one of the premises is false. Which one's not correct?
Premise
think-
two
I
is
think that
false.
it's
Remember,
quite unintuitive.
premise
I
two is
wouldn't-
false.
I do think it's quite unintuitive to reject like interventional norms if you're a moral realist. I would say that. I think one of the issues is that they're going to like always appeal to like some sort of like fine graining, where it's like, oh, it's an interventional norm in this sense, and we're only obligated when it's this condition.
I agree.
And,
No, I agree. It is an interventional norm, right? But I mean, for somebody to say that there's no evil in the world, I don't know how. Again, how is it? Again, unless you're a moral, I mean, say evil skeptic, in which case, all you're just doing is defining evil differently. You're not accepting what they mean by evil.
Exactly. That's it.
But
That's the
But
point.
that's not a defense of the argument. That's that's semantics.
They're saying
Listen,
the argument
listen.
doesn't apply.
Listen, you could change the word. Like for example, he used the word suffering in his example. Okay, but the original Hume's version used evil. Well, actually, it is Epicurus, but whatever. But I mean,
Yeah.
when it's formalized, it was really Epicurus and
It's like
Hume.
Mao or whatever.
Yeah. So you can take out that word evil and just say there are things that happen that causes harm to people. You could put it in that if you really wanted to like break it down. There's harm in the world. You don't think there's harm in the world? Hank?
Yeah, and if I was pulling on my guess, theists have say God put it there.
Okay, but he's omnibenevolent. Why would he harm somebody?
No, he isn't.
Oh,
I'll back in 5 minutes.
if he's not okay, if he's not omnibenevolent, then you deny premise one.
Yeah, but I'll reject premise one as well.
Okay, so God is
So
God is
both
partially-
premise one and premise two are false.
Okay, so God is partially evil.
Well, if God created evil, then yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Dave, do you agree that God is evil?
Like God is evil.
Yeah, partially evil. We'll go with the ditheism, which is basically that God is not all good. It doesn't have to be all malevolent.
I don't
but
see a
he's just not all good.
contradiction between not having a full understanding of having an understanding of why God does something in His existence. I don't see a contradiction.
That's a
Well,
good
but
point.
again, we're not just again. This is
Yeah, that's a good point. So we can't
this
decide yet.
This isn't due to epistemic lack of understanding. This isn't due to lack of understanding. We're observing things from our vantage point. And if you look at a benevolent being would not do certain things based upon our understanding of benevolence. A benevolent king is not going to act unfairly. A benevolent king is not going to overtax their subjects, their peons. So a benevolent king is not going to be a dictator. Those are antithetical to what it
I
means
think
to be
that
benevolent.
I think that like a theist who holds to like moral realism could attempt to like argue for like a very, very strong anti-consequentialist position and hold that interventional norms only hold for pragmatic reasons. But I mean that would square with the Bible. But we're referring to
Like God,
any.
so you're saying that God does things because he's pragmatically disposed to do so for his own ends?
No.
Then what would be the pragmatism there?
No, the argument is that there is like no like someone could argue that interventional norms are not inherently obliging, but rather only pragmatic.
No, I agree. I think they are, though. I think that you have an obligation to duty. I think that these interventional norms are something as an honorable person.
Sure, but then
But God disagrees.
it would have to be an
I don't
internal
give a
critique,
shit.
though.
Yeah.
It would have to be an internal critique.
You don't speak for God, Hank.
Well, I try to showed you the Bible itself when he said no hermeneutics. So
Yeah,
I don't know
because
what we can do now. We're at an impasse.
because hermeneutics is just the best waste of time to me.
Well, yeah, we're at an impasse because we can't see God's word, and I can't speak on his behalf. So we're at an impasse. We can't get anywhere.
Well, you don't have to speak on his behalf. You can say according to some version of Christianity, but
Well,
Hermeneutics.
well, which version of
society
Christianity are you using
theoretically
specifically then
established.
when you assert all knowing, all loving, all omnipotent? Which version of Christianity are you using specifically?
the Omni version with Anselm's.
I mean, that could be classical theism.
well, that's Anselm's. Anselm
Well,
is
that's
classical.
Anselm.
Yeah.
Anselm
And
can
so, who's different variants from the scholastics? And,
Yeah, but so for example, omnipotent, right? When most theists posit omnipotence, they're only saying that God can only do what is logically possible within his
Yeah.
nature. He cannot do things that are logically impossible. But you do have theists out there, and I've spoken with them, who says God can do the impossible. God can create a square circle. God can create x does not equal x. God can do whatever the hell he wants. But the
like
problem with
Cartesian omnipotence.
Yeah, I said
yeah.
Cartesian omnipotence,
no.
but not for Yahweh.
No, I don't.
Not for
I don't
Yahweh,
think,
but I would assert that
Well,
God.
I don't think
That
Descartes
Cartesian
argued.
omnipotence.
I don't think I don't think Descartes argued that God could cease to exist.
Well, not Yahweh, but I would.
But-
The thing is, once something's omniscient, but gets that powerful, I really can't comprehend what state.
Right,
So I
but
won't.
hang on. There are logical necessities and there's nomological. And I don't think Descartes argued that God can do illogical things. And I don't think God argued that God could do something like cease to be because he's necessary. If I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I looked at Descartes. But
Yeah, I couldn't comment on that.
but omnipotence, there are some Christians still out there, but the logical problem evil doesn't take in the term omnipotent to mean capable of doing logical contradictions. And so
Sure.
that's understood. And so when you're dealing with the logical problem of evil, the words used are well defined and what they mean by that. And they show that if you have a deity that can do anything he wants within his power for any kind of contingent change, and is all good, all loving, and knows all there is to know, then he in itself would not want there to be any evil in the world. I mean, for example, why does not God allow evil in heaven?
I don't know. I've never been to heaven.
Well, Steve, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Can suffering or harm or pressure, could that make something better?
Yes, and that's the theodicy of a soul building.
A negative experience that can make.
That's a soul building exercise. Hicks,
So what?
Soul building theodicy.
I accidentally exited again.
No worries. Yeah, a soul building theodicy is that we have to learn things. But the argument from that is, in some possible world, I had one less natural evil. So why did God actualize this possible world and not the one that had one less?
That's another issue. Is
not only learning
the problem.
Bettering yourself, not necessarily learning.
That's another issue with the free will defense. Is that it tries to define free will in terms of the availability of normative options.
Sure. Yeah.
When there could be worlds that have like different moral conditions according to the differing situational parameters.
Yeah, there could moral counterfactuals.
There could be there could be certain like norms that we can't even like conceive of as of now that would apply.
It's funny you mentioned that, El, because I was just not long time ago I was reading something about if we discovered alien life, they might have different understandings of classical logic. It's not that they're right or wrong, but they might have interpreted things in a different schema to get to where they're going.
There could be
more dolphins.
There could be like logistical problems that are created just from like the existence of something that has like 1 trillion legs or something that we wouldn't even know of, hypothetically.
Right.
So what exactly constitutes like sufficient removal of I keep using the term normative, but to constitute a violation of free will?
Well, the thing I actually discussed this with I-Fi, pretty much. We kind of figure out that free will is just nominal. God can literally just make you do absolutely everything like you're a damn character in the video game, and if he just blames you, you have free will. And so that's what I concluded from the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of like the philosophy of free will, the problem of free will, even if we like grant the premise, it's not exactly clear why it constitutes a violation of free will to create a world where there are less conditions generated from less moral conditions generated from the background itself. For example, ought implies can. What it leads to is that your norms that are generated are going to depend on the status of your background, right? By background, I mean your descriptive background, like factive information. So why isn't it avoidance? Why is it a violation of free will to create a world where there are less conditions that would lead to a violation of norms, but it isn't in relation to a world that has even more conditions that would lead to certain norms?
Can you give an example? I don't exactly understand what you mean.
Like I gave the example of like a trillion-leg giant bug that would create certain logistical demands, which could in fact generate certain moral obligations depending on the context.
How would the bug be relevant to our moral?
Yeah, it would be a bit to think about, but for example, like if you have a fire, the set of norms that are produced by it are going to be different from if you don't. And you could hypothetically apply the same thing, assuming all other conditions, maybe not all other conditions are equal, but as long as you're like human and you have to approach the situation within human constraints.
Yeah, that's why I end up reducing this to emotivism, because it's like a personal preference of the object in question in their sensory systems.
That's not. Hang on, Al. Have you ever read Starship Troopers?
Oh no, I haven't.
The big bug brain. That's it. Having a society of aliens like the aliens in Starship Troopers, they might have developed a completely different logical system, based on understanding, which is a little more convoluted, but still gets you where you're going. Hey Hank, what do you think emotivism actually means?
It's the yay boo. I guess was a theory of
Booyah.
ethics, I think.
Booyah theory.
Yeah.
Wait, what's booyah? Yeah, what's booyah? Because you keep bringing up emotivism, and I have no idea.
Yeah, it's yay boo. Yes.
Yeah,
theory
booyah,
of ethics.
yay, whatever.
Yeah.
But what is it? It's a non-cognitive position, correct?
I'm not sure if it's non-cognitive or not. Let me double check.
It is a non-cognitive, particularly formulated by A.J. Ayer.
Ayer is a big proponent of emotivism. Just because you have a personal preference for something has nothing to do with emotivism. Emotivism is a
meta-ethical theory.
It's not normative. It's a meta-ethical theory that states that propositions are not actually propositions when they deal with morality. There's no moral fact of the matter. There's no moral. There's no moral truth maker to be had. So propositions are just statements. They're not truth apt.
Yeah, go on. Sorry,
okay. So what's your moral truth maker against natural evil?
Hang on. So when you say something like stealing is wrong to the emotivist, it's boo stealing, which is not propositional. Boo stealing is not propositional. It's a statement. It's a declaration.
Yeah.
Either that, or they would hold to like a supervenience view on propositions, or they're reducible to other propositions that would be considered putatively non-moral.
Okay, but they're punitive for that very reason. I mean they're So either still the original proposition, stealing is wrong, is not expressing something of something that can be true or false.
At least not distinctly true or false in relation to anything else in our database. It wouldn't be sui generis as like a subset.
Yeah, there's no truth maker, correct?
Yeah, there's no distinct truth maker under certain views, but then there would be other views like imperative is no, it's not imperative. What's the view that what's his name held? Where prescriptivism, prescriptivism, which holds that moral expressions don't even need to be embedded. since they're not even declarative moral statements, ethical.
No, I think they are declarative, because a prescriptivist would argue don't steal. I mean, stealing is wrong is don't steal. That's declarative.
No, a prescriptivist, yeah, they would say don't steal, but don't steal wouldn't be declarative, it would be imperative. Declarative would have like a specific like copula function to it. Like it would have to be like a declarative statement would have the form such that it's like truth functional in classical logic.
I do agree with imperative. I do agree with that. I have to think about this. Yeah, I still think it's a declaration in speech act theory. I'm not going to sit there and search through my speech act theory stuff. But if you look at speech act theory, when you have a commissive and you have an imperative, but you also have a declaration, which is basically something that's just being stated in the very act of the locution.
Well, the point of prescriptivism is what you're trying to do, like the free gauge problem, for example, the Frege gauge problem, for example. For most non-cognitivists would want to give an account of a truth-preserving instance of moral embedding.
Correct.
So
it doesn't do that.
So that they avoid the Frege gauge problem. Whereas a prescriptivist would say moral expressions aren't even propositional in form, let alone content. Okay, and so they can't be embedded in the first place.
Well, they can't be embedded because they're not truth apt. If I go to emotivism and I say boo stealing, then premise one, boo stealing. How does it embed? The Frege embedding problem is literally how do you use the emotivist's view for a syllogism or an argument, you know?
Yeah.
And so Hank keeps bringing up emotivism as, oh, this is just your attitude. That's not what any of this means. And
that's not
make the same mistake.
So it's like a conflation between what emotivists take to be the primary component of their view and what they actually take their view to be. For example, you wouldn't say that you're a theist just because you believe in a universe, when theism is the view that the universe was created by an agent or whatever.
Theism does not require that the universe was created by an agent. You just need to believe in one God.
We can go over like the semantics of theism, but that's just an example. I mean,
not in classical theism. In classical theism,
look, classical theism is just a name Abrahamic claim. So it's like Abrahamic theism, but thrown into Platonic metaphysics, Platonic metaphysics for Abrahamism. So
all my arguments deal with non-classical theism.
Is boo stealing? That's not an attitude.
Is what?
Boo stealing. That's not an attitude.
It would be an attitude.
It's an attitudinal state toward the statement. But Hanks is trying to say that we just don't like this to be the case. But emotivism has to do with propositions. I don't like this This proposition is boo on this. I have an emotion towards this particular proposition.
So it's boo hurricanes. Just because attitude.
There could be like a moral realist. Go on.
But just because I don't like something is irrelevant to one, if there's one, objective morality, or two, natural evils. Natural evils exist whether I like it or not. They're stipulative. They're literally stipulative what a natural evil is in the arguments. And
there could hypothetically be someone who holds to a normative ethical theory where everything that they every aesthetic preference that they have happens to correspond to moral facts, even if by coincidence. And that would still distinguish them from an emotivist, for example.
Yeah, because emotivists don't accept moral facts exist.
How can there be...
they don't even think they're meaningful,
Yeah, they're cognitively non-meaningful. They're not cognitivist. That's the whole point of having emotivism, prescriptivism. What's some of the other ones? There's
quasi-realism.
Quasi-realism, and there's like one other that's really big. But I can't think of it off my head. But those
there's emotivism. There's the other one is expressivism.
Expressivism. Thank you. But yeah, these are generally the canonical positions for non-cognitivist positions. They don't think they're even meaningful. They don't express an actual proposition. I've had this discussion with Ozzy how many times? I mean, way back when. This goes back years.
Yeah.
But do you think, Al, do you think that Jim Bob has any understanding of this stuff whatsoever? Because I certainly don't. I'm not trying to shit on the guy. I happen to actually like him for some strange reason. And I mean, he's not being an asshole on Discord. This is why I really rather talk to him on.
I wouldn't say that he's like a complete moron or whatever. That's certainly true. Yeah, I mean, but I would say he's only like studied like a certain aspect of it. I would say.
Well, I agree.
How about biology? Is he suck at biology?
I haven't really seen his views on biology.
Because somebody was bringing up telomeres, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so stupid. About information in DNA and all that stuff.
Agree with him. I basically agree with him that if God doesn't exist, then there's morality is basically comes down to preference or.
That's silly.
Why wouldn't I hate to make it seem okay, but like even if you grant that, why wouldn't it come down to preference if he did?
I don't think that's too quay, but we'll grant in the worst case it is. Yeah, why?
Why what?
Why would it come down to just preference? Why would you take the brothers Caspioff approach that if God doesn't exist, that anything's permissible? Why?
Because I think for what morality means is the way I understand what morality is basically it's a hierarchical concept that has to do with authority. And if there's no authority,
why does that's deontological? Why does?
Yeah, but we could just come up with like a hypothetical.
Yeah, if there's no authority, if there's no force or authority to do something, why should I do it?
Why would you assume morality must be by necessity something related to deontologics? I don't understand why it has to do with deontology.
But when you say force, it sounds like you're referencing like a hypothetical imperative. Like we hypothetically have like the strongest possible enforcer, such that nothing could violate him, even if he never wanted such violation, nothing could be violated. But that's just like a might is right anti-realist. I don't really.
That's almost Machiavellian.
Yes, exactly.
What you're doing is you're just fixate. You're fixing everything to like this totalizing pragmatic norm. It's still pragmatic. It's still stance dependent.
It's very stance dependent, and I don't think that morality is stance dependent. I think it can be in certain cases with moral realism, moral relativism, or cultural relativism, or historical relativism. But I really don't subscribe to any of those. I think that 90%
it's like
of the time, I deny them. There's only certain instances where I can even begin to say it's culturally relativistic.
Like what if we had like this what's the term, full accounting stochastic Laplacian demon that happened to know like the pragmatic outcome of like every single branching of every possible scenario. Would that really be moral realism if you decided to follow his guidelines because of that?
It's ethical.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. John, you got.
I wasn't saying anything from a pragmatic. I wasn't saying anything based on a pragmatic framework.
Sorry, John had an echo.
Okay, so would you be making like a deontic argument, or would you?
Basically, I don't know the exact philosophical verbiage to describe it, but I would say that without God, if God doesn't exist, then I don't think there is purpose or telos, and without a telos, I don't think that you could be striving
for a telos
for a moral good.
So what is this telos? What is like the ground norm of this telos exactly? Because I don't know how you're bridging the gap.
The grounding for telos?
Ground norm. By ground norm, I mean like the fundamental directive. I don't mean like the justification.
The fundamental directive?
What he's asking is if God exists, what would be first you accept a categorical imperative, and two, what would be the ground for the normative actions based upon God's saying something is the case and you obeying it? Because in divine command theory, what's moral is you obeying the act of obedience of God is what's moral. It's not that what God says is moral. That's not divine command theory. Divine command theory is action based. It's based upon ethical subjectivism.
So are you saying that it's the only like motivationally compelling model because it's the only one that can really like totalize like all striving?
Well, I think it happens to be. I'm not saying it's motivational. I'm not saying it's the best explanation because it's. Are you saying like motivational, like a psychological reasoning?
No, normative.
It's the only one that could like totalize like all of like our meta motivation. Never mind. I don't want to like.
Yeah, I can ground it. It's pretty easy for me to ground. So, if we assume might makes right, if God is almighty, then he is alrighty.
Yeah, but that's his dictatorship. That's not.
But it's grounded.
All right. So Dave, let me ask you this because I love this type of discussion. So Dave, if and work with me on a hypothetical here, okay?
Go ahead.
If God's vanished tomorrow, if he just ceased to be, and this is where Jim Bob loses his mind because he cannot process a hypothetical. And forgetting about if God is sustaining the world or not, irrelevant. Forget about theistic personalism. Forget about great demurge that's sustaining the universe or anything, and forget about the principle of Trinity Verities, that God can't cease to be. If God did cease to be, would you do anything morally different than you're doing now? And first of all, if he vanished tomorrow, would you even notice? Let me ask you two questions. One, if God vanished tomorrow, would you notice?
Would I notice? Well, I don't know if it's possible, but you're saying work with
that's why it's a hypothetical.
I would say yes.
Assume it's possible. Hypothetical. How would you notice God disappearing?
Oh, because since I used the aggregate model, everyone would just quit being a Christian, Muslim, Abrahamic religion. So that's how I would notice.
How does that even follow?
Because
how would they know God disappeared?
They lose their faith. That's all you know. They just lose their faith.
It's a hypothetical. It's just
they lose their faith.
Why?
Can we just continue?
Because God disappeared.
Hank, you're way off in the weeds here. So.
Oh my.
Dave, if God disappeared, one, you wouldn't notice. Two.
Hey, I'm the only theist here.
No, Dave's a theist.
Oh, Dave's a theist. Oh, okay.
Dave, what would you do morally different?
More agnostic, but yeah.
Oh, you're not Christian?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay, I was right again.
I do have a question though. I don't know.
Oh, that's fine, but I really want him to answer. What morally would you do different? I mean, and by the way, you're doing an external critique of Jim Bob's because this is not your positions, right, Dave? You don't believe in God, so it doesn't matter.
I think I basically agreed with his argumentation.
That if God existed. That's hypothetical in your case. Okay.
I lean towards. I definitely lean heavily towards God existing. However you want to.
Well, how are you agnostic?
I mean I consider it agnostic because I'm not.
No, so you lean toward, but you.
So you're basically like an agnostic theist who holds to like a fallibilist view. Like, I'm like hypothetical. I mean, just for like granting the term, I'm like asking.
All right.
I really try.
Dave, are you convinced? Wait, are you convinced there's at least one God? It's a yes or no question.
Convinced? No.
Okay, then you're agnostic.
So agnostic
all right, that's fine. No, I just want to know what framework we're working in. That's all that matters for the conversation because I just want to know. I don't want to like straw man it all. So I will, for the sake of the argument, just go by your agnostic. That's fine. So hypothetically, because now this is even better because now we can deal with all kinds of hypotheticals. If hypothetically God didn't exist in Jim's world, what would you or Jim possibly want to do different? Don't you have your own moral sense? Doesn't Jim have his own moral sense? What does he need God to tell him what's moral? If you have this innate understanding of what is right or wrong that's been instilled by your society and your family, why would you, if you only wanted to not do something immoral because you're afraid of the consequences of God, that's not an immoral. I mean, so that's not a moral reason to stop. That's just saying, oh well, I want to do this, I want to be immoral, but God's preventing me from doing it. Then I'm like, good, believe in God. But
No,
if
I
God
wasn't
sees
saying.
to be,
I wasn't saying because of consequentialism. I was saying that there's a telos. There's a telos for directed towards the good.
well, we again, purpose is we can assign purpose, right? I mean, we all have ability to assign purpose. That's the whole point of existentialism. But what I'm asking you is, would Jim be outgoing? Would he be doing immoral acts if he found out there was no God? Do you believe that he would?
You mean like the worst acts possible that
Sure.
you have a nation for?
Sure.
I mean, I don't really see how it's relevant, but I don't know.
Well, it's extremely relevant. It
How?
goes to the core of
Well,
the matter.
you say he does more acts with God, so
Right, but a lot of Christians will do minor immoral acts, but they won't do major immoral. They won't.
But you say
venial versus mortal sins.
But you say he's doing more acts with God, and you say he'll act no differently without God. So the answer is yes, by your framework.
Oh no! So you're saying, like, for example, like let's say we're all not sociopaths. Well,
No, by your framework, he would do the act exactly the same way he's acting now, and that he does more acts. So by your framework, yes.
So Jim wouldn't be out lying. He wouldn't be out killing. He wouldn't be going on a killing spree.
Well, you say it argues dishonesty, and that's immoral. So he would not act differently. So by your framework, the answer would be yes.
So why do we need a God for morality then? If none of us are sociopaths and none of us are going to go out and commit moral atrocities or go on and be psychopathic killers, why do we need a God?
Here's the problem. Your model doesn't have a test with divinity. So
I don't give a shit. Why do we need a God if we all understand morality?
Because that premise is false.
How do you know we understand morality? Let's say God exists. How do you know we understand morality if we're working within a framework that God exists?
Do you know right from wrong?
Maybe that's only due to being a creature of God. How do you know? You have to assume that God doesn't exist.
No, you don't. God existing or not is irrelevant. We have, as a fact, a understanding of what is right and wrong actions as sentient, sapient, moral agents from evolutionary standards. Even, our whole concept of morality came from evolutionary processes.
And why does anyone commit an immoral act at all?
You're working
because they violate the social norms.
The social, who makes the social norms?
Society. That's why they're called norms.
So it's society's collective opinion.
No, it's much more deeper than that. It's not just opinion. And by the way, just because something is opinion doesn't make it not important. There's something called the consensus theory of truth. Consensus theory of truth makes something true by consensus. That's how science works. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a fallacy.
Oh, okay. So the consensus decided that the Earth is flat, even though the physics disagrees, it will be flat.
Consensus theory of truth, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because again, as John noted earlier, we're not dealing with certitudes. These are not having to have to do with certainty. And this is where the presuppositionalists, and this is where Jim Baum and that gang over there try to obfuscate, and they try to confuse people because they say, well, how do you know? How do you be certain? It has nothing to do with that. But Dave, do you agree that you're going to do right or wrong based upon whatever moral theory you attach to yourself, and that's going to be independent, as El pointed out, stance dependent on your views, that even
I can formulate the question.
It sounds very external. I mean,
okay. Go on.
No, go ahead.
If God exists, how would I know?
I don't.
You're working in a framework in which God doesn't exist.
Okay.
How would I?
Well, you can't know either way.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you can't know either way, Dave, then don't you think everything you've ever learned about morality has come from a non-God place or some other place other than God? Because if you don't know God exists, how do you know how you have any idea where morality is coming from? You're just attributing it to this deity. And if it did come to this deity, what makes something moral? The fact that he said it, or that your actions are what he's commanding? If your action is that he's commanded it and you've done it, that is divine command theory, that's the moral good.
Yeah, but it comes back to you not having a test with divinity.
But it doesn't matter, because if God doesn't exist, then divine command theory is clearly false. And so you're not based upon the action that you're following, that God's rule. What decides good or bad is some other theory of morality that determines normative action. And I go to virtue ethics. Some people go to utilitarianism or consequentialism. But simply, Dave, if God ceases to be, if you don't change your moral framework, then it makes no difference if God exists or not. This is why Jim Bob's saying that, it has to come back to God. Why? You're not, nothing you do is going to be different.
But you put a premise in that if God ceases to exist, everyone will act exactly the same. That's assumed in your premises.
I've never said anything of the sort.
All right, well, people can watch the clip and look at the premises.
Motivational.
So they can make their own decision.
Most people would act differently if they found that God doesn't exist.
Well, that's scary. Then they have no moral framework of their own. They're just saying, hey, look, I am doing this merely because there's consequences with God. That doesn't make them moral. That makes them fearful.
Well, you can't. You're taking away one.
They could argue that there are different moral facts that are necessitated from it, but
I don't disagree with that. But we're talking about moral facts that are objectively one way or another in moral realism, such as the harming of innocence just for the sake of being cruel is objectively immoral. Using a hypothetical imperative with the grounding in eudaimonia, that is objectively the case. That stands independent. That has nothing to do with God. God can't change that. God cannot change hypothetical imperatives if they're goal driven, because these are objective facts. God can only do within his nature.
I suppose there's a distinction here between cause explanatory dependency and inferential dependency. And I think that a theist would want to say that ethical facts are inferentially dependent on God rather than explanatory.
But that goes to your moral epistemology, I think.
Sure.
And I think that Jay Dreyer had a discussion with this girl, atheist chick, a couple months ago, and I was just watching it. And she seemed that I don't know this particular atheist girl. I don't think she's on Twitter, because I mean I know a lot of atheists on Twitter, and I recognize her. I've seen her before, but she was having this discussion with Jay Dreyer, and she kind of seemed like she was knowing what she was talking about. She's probably a lactheist, which it means everything she says is wrong, anyways.
Yeah, there's actually a really big problem with your assertion. There's a really big problem. So if we say, hey, if there was no state, there's no regulation on how you build this building, there's no zoning regulations, would you build it differently? And
would you build it unsafe?
And most developers would just say yes. So we can tell the difference if the zoners believed in the zoning enforcement and they didn't believe in zoning enforcement, they'll not follow zoning enforcement. So we can tell the difference between the government enforcing zoning and the government not enforcing zoning by the behavior of the builders.
So if there was no building code, Hank, you would build unsafe buildings.
I wouldn't follow the building code anymore because it's not there. I would go for safe buildings, but I wouldn't follow the building code that's not there.
Well, my question was, would you willfully build an unsafe building if you could?
I don't know. Probably not.
The fact that you even said "I don't know" scares the shit out of me, to be honest with you.
Well, it depends on what you mean by safe.
Pretty scary.
I put me able to safe to my standards, but you may disagree with me. So I would say I think it's safe, and you say no, I don't think it's safe.
There's either safe or not safe. That is a logical dichotomy: safe or not safe. Period. Either safe or it's not safe. You're having to think whether you built something that's not safe. That scares me.
Well, I don't know what you mean by safe, so we may just disagree on what the safety standards, because not all safety standards are exactly the same. That's why there's different building codes that exist now. The different cities have different codes. They don't all have the same code, Steve.
Unsafe means there's a potential for harm that could be alleviated by building something safer.
So which building code is correct? Which one's a safe building code? Because they're not the same code.
The one that produces the least amount of harm. But again, buildings differ. But I'm saying if you could build a building that has the potential to fall down and kill people within several months, but you get your money out of it, would you do it?
No.
Okay. Well, then what do you need God for?
I think
Well,
that
well, maybe I won't. Well, maybe I won't build it for several centuries though. Maybe I build for only a couple of centuries. But someone would say, "Well, it's unsafe. You should build for the whole millennia." And they say,
can
"Well,
only do
that
it-
would cost way too much. We
you
could
can
just
only-
we could destroy the building anyways."
No, you can only build what structurally it has structural integrity for so long. But the Greeks, with their cement, with using salt water and limestone, they were able to build self-repairing structures with concrete that lasted millennia.
But would you require that for each and every building?
No, because that's not the intent of the building. The buildings, we know they're going to be torn down and replaced eventually. All buildings are eventually torn down. All of them. We don't have the same buildings we had 2,000 years ago. Very few, if any, maybe. And
very rare cases.
Yeah, they're not designed for 2,000 years.
I think the
So which
Alcazar
code
in
is safe
Spain
then?
is like
Which is the
1,500
right
years
building
ago.
code? Their building code of ours.
I don't think you understand building codes, if that's your question. Building codes are formulations of things that have to follow to based upon society's understanding of the best safety conditions as best practices.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
other words,
So why?
codes.
So why is there more than one building code? Just if things are just
Because
safe or not safe?
Because sometimes there might be two different ways of doing things that might not have any difference between them, especially in certain wiring. Some wiring might be done one way, one the other way, and that we've discovered there's really no difference between them. So do either way. But some people might have a preference to a certain building code because they're better at doing one particular running of wires than the other. So it might be beneficial to have more than one code, or at least have the ability to do something that you're better at, which is not going to mean unsafe. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. These outlets in America. I know John's going to probably get lost here because America.
I know this one.
John, do you remember America? John, you still there? Did John?
The Mickey Mouse outlets. Tell us about them.
Yes, the Mickey Mouse outlets, right? All of them pretty much are upside down, right, with the grounding at the bottom. But it's better to have the grounding at the top. It produces less stress and strain on the wires.
And some people disagree with that.
And some people disagree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say they're both safe, but some probably disagree with me.
Yeah.
So
actually, it's not even the stress and strain of the wires so much. It's what happens is that if you have the best way they found to do it was make it at a 45-degree angle. That's the best way for the plug.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, because that way you don't have the plug come out a little bit, and you can get something that falls in there. Yeah.
Yes, that's been confirmed.
But 220 volt systems are better at having less losses. So we use 110 in America. 110 to 120, which is 117 RMS. Over in the lands of the Kingdom of United that John doesn't have instant T in, unfortunately. They use 240 volt. Why? Because you have less transmission losses and it's more effective. It's also more dangerous. But which would you rather have? Would you want to have something that's, as long as you do it properly, even though there's more of a danger there, it's still better in the long run because it has less losses. And so you save more money. It's more effective. Does anybody follow that? Or did everybody?
Yes. I watched the Technology Connections video on that. I'm very interested in that stuff. But you understand my point that it's things on the ground aren't as simple as the safe, non-safe dichotomy. There's no universal one code to specify safety.
But there is when an objective moral fact there is, if you're dealing with a hypothetical syllogism. And I still don't understand.
Yeah, but falls apart. It falls apart in careful examination.
I still don't understand why you need God to have morality. I just cannot wrap my head around why you need ethical subjectivism.
Because their behavior would change, apparently.
Well, that's because they just want to do bad things. But that doesn't mean the fact of the matter is it's an immoral act. It goes against normative principles. And
but then we agree normative principles are just a group opinion, though?
No, not when it's objective. Subjective, sure, or more relativism, but that's not my argument.
Where does the objective?
And even then, so what?
Even
if that's the case, that's not a defeater, because even in some cases there are moral subjectivist positions out there. Okay, so what? And if it is group opinion, so what? What is that? Who gives a shit? It doesn't mean
I do.
that it doesn't mean that some of that wouldn't be wrong. There could be group opinion that it should be right to go out and do something, but the other person's looking in going, of course that's not a good. That's not a moral good. That's where morality comes into play. Using the ability to think and reason to say this is not a good act. We don't need God for that. I don't need God to tell me that the Holocaust was evil. I don't need God for that.
Some people do.
Well,
let's say I think
scary.
murder is okay.
What?
Let's say I think murder is okay, and you think it's wrong.
I would say then you're a sociopath. Society already has a thing for that.
What makes me immoral? The fact
Because
that
you're a sociopath. Because you're a sociopath. That's the standard.
Yeah, but the issue with the term murder is that it already like presupposes moral realism by assuming like a moral distinction between occasions of execution.
Yeah, so he does say killing, then you have an actual issue because killing's not necessarily wrong and sometimes permitted by the state itself.
Murder is a legal term, right? Murder
Yes.
is a legal thing. So violation of murder is inherently violates the duty to law.
Yeah, but homicide's not necessarily illegal in certain cases. Like a cop can, yeah. So a cop can shoot someone for being too threatening legally.
Yes. But this is where the skeptic comes in, the hyper skeptic of the presuppositionist. Well, how do you know the moral act? Sometimes you may not. And unfortunately, that's just the ambiguity of morality exists. And we as moral agents try to do our best to understand it, but we may get it wrong. But that doesn't mean there has to be a God, because God gets it wrong sometimes too, or it seems to be able to do things that the average person would not be able to go around doing. Like,
yes, God,
flooding the world.
Yeah, God would get it wrong unless you assume might makes right. Then God can't get it wrong as long as he can enforce his policies.
Sure, but that's a stipulation of, oh, well, God can't be wrong because he's perfect. Okay, well, that perfect being, in my opinion, has done a fallaciously harmful, evil act. And that particular being probably doesn't exist. Right? What?
If we say that God exists, he wouldn't be wrong, right?
Well, that's just definitional, though. Satan can't be wrong because Satan says that this is the good. Satan says he wants somebody to sin. Okay.
No, but I'm saying when you say God does things wrong, that statement is akin to saying God doesn't exist, correct?
When I say that in my opinion, if that particular God exists, that either he's not all good or he doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah. So you think God could exist? He's evil.
Not 100% benevolent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, not in the Old Testament, at least.
You're not using the argument. You're not using the argument of evil against God's existence. You're using it against the traditional.
Well, sort of. I mean, the evidential problem of evil is a probabilistic argument by nature. The evidential problem of evil, it says that it's less likely that a God exists. That's all it's saying. It doesn't say that there is no God. The logical problem of evil is saying that this particular God can't exist by local necessity or narrow necessity. But the evidential problem of evil is strictly a probabilistic argument. It's less probable than more probable.
Yeah, here's a issue. We can get that one specific God, but someone like jump up and we could say, well, that specific God you're talking about is not the God we're talking about.
Okay, that's fine, but even still, God allows evil if it exists, and therefore, why does he allow the exact amount of evil that exists in this actualized possible world?
Because he feels like it.
Yeah, that's not an explanation.
How do you know it's ultimately evil?
I didn't say it was ultimately evil, and I really hate how do you know questions because people generally aren't asking how do you know something. They're using it to obfuscate.
What I'm saying, you're saying something is evil. What makes it evil is basically like what characterizes something as being evil?
Moral or natural?
Let's work with natural.
What makes something natural evil? Here, I'll even bring it up again because although I probably should have it by rote memorization by now. One sec. Okay. All right. So.
Argument, right?
No, I don't like that version of it. Let me see if I can find his exact definition. Here we go. I just got one sec. Okay, so Rowe defines it as this. There exist instances of intense suffering which an omnipotent, omniscient, wholly good being could have prevented without thereby losing some greater good or permitting some equally bad, or permitting some evil equally bad or worse. So what he's saying here is that evil is defined, if God exists, that there exists instances of intense suffering from which an omnipotent, omniscient, wholly good being could have prevented without thereby losing some greater good or permitting some evil equally bad or worse.
So how do we know it's not for a greater good?
And by the way, that's really, I mean, he kind of defines it as this is actually goes into the whole thing for atheism, but he's actually still talking about evil. Just FYI, because he's
evil is defined as suffering,
human and animal suffering.
Yeah, so evil is defined as suffering,
but does not lead to a greater good, or that has not lead to a worse evil. That's again, you got
that leads to Dave's question.
But when Rowe was talking about this, he has said that this doesn't lead to a greater evil. That's a big stipulation from this, right? So he's kind of getting around the trying to get around the old soul building theodicies, right?
Well,
and then he argues that an omnipotent, omniscient, wholly good being would prevent the occurrence of any intense suffering if it could, unless it could not do so, with thereby losing some greater good or remitting some evil equally bad or worse. In other words, if you have the ability to do this and it didn't lead to worse things, worse consequences, or if it didn't losing some greater good, then an omnipotent, omniscient, willfully, intentional, wholly good being should prevent these evils.
Yeah, that means you would do some calculations to figure out if it was the best possible
God would know this, though. He's all-knowing. God would know this.
Yeah, he would know this, but we wouldn't know it.
Okay, I get that. But that just goes to whole Mysterianism. You know, that's that. And by the way, that is a theodicy, I would think, to the evidential problem of evil. Well, we just don't know. God works in mysterious ways. I just think that's a cop out.
What if we like applied the same reasoning to like the government or whatever?
But the government isn't an omnipotent, omniscient, omnipowerful being.
Yeah, but there could still be like a sufficient epistemic gap compared to like the common people.
Sure. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, look, we have to assume that the government in most cases is telling us the truth. In most cases.
Yeah, like Jack Talcott says, there should be no secrets, but the government has secrets because if we let them out, someone could use them to attack us and hurt the citizens.
I would agree, and I believe that the government has an obligation to lie to people to prevent greater harm.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think in most conceptions of God in the classical religions, there is a mystery to God.
Sure.
There is an aspect of mystery.
It depends. There's like a range to it. So, for example, like classical theist Catholics will generally minimize the amount of Mysterianism required, whereas like an open theist would almost apply to everything.
Yeah. If you're studying open theism and Molinism, you're dealing in a different genre altogether.
For God to exist, you don't have to understand him to the maximum ability.
Yeah.
I don't see why that's...
Dave, somebody wants to know, do you talk to Jim Bob on this?
On this topic?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And by the way, I do want people to, I don't know if you've ever, I mean, Dave, you've been over in that Discord. Is this not a much more conducive area to have discussions with? I mean, I always let people, unless it gets too much in the weeds, try to answer the question. They don't even want anybody to answer questions that they ask. What, Dave?
You're saying this compared to Jim Bob?
Yeah, because over there that Discord, I've only been in the voice chat once. Before. But they don't allow for anybody to answer a question. They don't want anybody showing anybody how philosophy, is.
Oh, it's too like fast paced. This is I call it the debates bro fallacy.
Yeah. Well, they throw things out there left and right, and they don't ever suss out.
It's like if I like put you in like this fast paced debating environment, and like you don't have enough time to like draw out your thoughts because you're like processing a lot of variables. Oh, you must be an idiot.
100%.
It's like that's not how the history of philosophy works. A lot of go on.
Good. No, I'm sorry. You just have long pauses. I don't mean to stop. You just have long pauses, and I think you're done. And this is how you speak, really slow. And so I do apologize. I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just you have long pauses, and I think you're done. And you start up again. So forgive me. You're a slow speaker. I get it. There's nothing wrong with that.
I like pause in between, but then I get like very fast when I'm not paused. It depends. Sometimes.
Yeah, well, you parse out your thoughts, and I think we all do. And especially when you're dealing with something so technical or having to do with the complexities of philosophy, most of us want to be taken one, not out of context, because you know that they're going to take things out of context, and two, you want to be explanatory. You want to be able to explain something to someone who's listening in to the conversation so they understand it. And so when they start throwing out all these things in this rapid, fast-paced debate me bro thing, it doesn't do anybody any good, because
correct.
They're not letting you help anybody understand it. If you've noticed, Elle and Dave, whenever we start talking about these subjects, I try to explain to the audience what the hell we're talking about. And if I'm wrong on these things, I get corrected. John corrected me earlier. I made a boo-boo on the get air problems. I blame him on the coffee. But I didn't sit there and say, John, you're wrong. You're an idiot. I thought about what he said. And I was like, oh, shit, he's right. But I don't ever see that happen in the Discord.
The issue, even like if you like watch like Quine's interview with like Brian Magid, you'll notice he's like a very like slow, expansive talker. He likes to compound everything together before he says everything. He doesn't like he's not impulsive. He doesn't just jump onto the spot. But like people would think that Quine is like an idiot, like if he argued with a precept, because he's more of like a written communicator. It's very
well. That's what happens when people, I have people who are like, Steve's an idiot. I'm like, okay, it's clear that you don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. And when you're talking about something on such a high level than somebody who's literally ignorant of the topics, literally ignorant of the topic, and they're calling other people idiot, it's like, yeah, why bother have a conversation with them? You're not going to. You're dealing with people that are fundamentally stupid.
It's not
the dumbest people think I'm an idiot. I like it.
It's not how fluid intelligence even works.
Right. I don't think Hank. I don't think Hank's. I think Hank is extremely, extremely intelligent. We just don't see eye to eye on things. But I would never call Hank an idiot. It just wouldn't even cross my mind. Now John, on the other hand, but whatever. No, I'm kidding.
I would call someone like an idiot if it were like clear to me that they weren't like processing categories that well, and they were also being very arrogant. I probably would.
I do. I agree with you, and I do as well. But like I said, we were talking about thermodynamics, like one subject that, even though I forgot an awful lot about, I literally studied at the academic level. I graduated from nuke school. I have a background in reactor operations. I had to study thermodynamics, fluid theory, even though I have forgotten probably 95% of everything I've ever learned about the topic. But I was explaining entropy in the Discord, in the general chat, and this guy named Talk understood it. Talk, whatever his name was, he got it. He was, or at least was getting there, because he clearly was not an idiot. But the other people in there, they were just like, oh, Cope Moore, Steve's an idiot. I just block them. I have no intention of having a conversation with them. And it saves me a lot of time. And they've recused themselves from having a dialogue with me or having any intellectual conversation, because they're not even understand what the fuck you're talking about, because they're idiots.
You're a Reddit atheist.
You hear that? Steve says he's good at baking.
I can't bake. I wish I could, man.
Reddit.
You know what's funny? You know what I do? Oh my God, Hank, I do hate you now. I do.
Yeah, I know.
Because I really want to go out after this stream, and I want to get me and my roommates some cake or something. Kano, do you want some sugar? Do you want some cake today?
Cake is a lie, Steve.
Nothing for the cake.
Is that a perverted thing?
Yeah.
Are you being perverted? Yeah. Which boy toy you have today? Do I want to know?
Ron.
Oh Jesus! My roommate, I'll tell you, man, that girl, she got boy toys, man. Like she got this long list of people. I mean, player, you're a fucking player. Is what you is. She knows it. I mean, I'm telling you.
If I moved out there, maybe I could be on the list.
Oh shit, she would break your motherfucking heart, bro.
Excellent.
Hank
Then I can feel something.
Hank says he wants to be on your list.
Oh, really?
Hank, you're not a bad looking guy. But here's the thing. I'm not trying to be racist, but she likes white guys.
I understand.
She's black, but she likes white guys. So it's not.
Well,
racist.
tell her I vote for Trump once or something.
No, wait a minute.
That makes you white enough, right?
Your prison guy. He's black.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I guess you are a player.
He's 35 years old.
He's a baby.
Yes, he's 35.
Shit, she's a player and she likes them young.
I'm a little younger than he is.
You're how old are you?
32.
Damn, I got socks older than you, bro. He's 32. Is that too young for you? Nah.
I'm legal.
Oh, yeah.
in the United States. Don't worry about it.
But hey, look, anything under 21, forget that. 21, even me, 35 is probably 32, and 35 is probably my cutoff. But anything under 21, why the fuck would you think it? Just waste of fucking Nope, 21. For anybody who's over 21, it should be 21 and up. Yeah, but I mean, my perfect woman is somewhere in the 35s to 40. Oh, magnifique. Boy, did we just get off topic? Why are we talking about your sex life, by the way?
Well, we don't need to.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
Because I asked if you want a cake.
Trying to work in her DMs. That's why.
They never asked me that. My mind is elsewhere.
You don't want no cake? Sugar?
Oreo.
Oreo or something. I'll figure out something, but I'm thinking about getting something really sweet. I really want some sweets today.
I wanted some Thai food.
You got Thai in the freezer. Finish that.
I don't want that.
Why? She's like, I want Thai food. I'm like, we got a Thai meal in the freezer there. She's like, I don't want that. I'm like, it's Thai food. Anyways, welcome to my world, man. Welcome to my world. Where the hell are we at, man? We're still talking about.
Oh,
Can you go right here?
Can you go over why JB, what you disagree with? Was it he equivocated? What was?
I mean,
the issue
it's
there?
kind of like already.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question or his answer.
Can you go over your critique of Jim Bob?
I did already. He conflated logical with evidential. He kept going back and forth. Yeah. I mean, you didn't watch my review, but do you think he kept going back and forth between evidential and logical, not understanding either?
I have to watch it again. I only watched it once. I know it's active, but
I'm talking about his last video on the logical problem of evil, not his first one. There's different problems there. But Al, do you think
It was a very coarse-grained video that he made.
Yeah, but I mean, if you read the comments like, "Oh, this is brilliant. This is brilliant," I'm like, "This is like not even basic intro level. I mean, this is nothing that would even. I mean,
It was like he always brings up Yelp. This is like a Yelp review, as as uses that term.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with having very basics for stuff. I mean, I do a lot of that too. But at least when I'm talking about, you can find in the literature if you want to go learn it. He's just. I don't even know what to make of it. It's like I said.
I don't think he's making inflation. I think you just don't like his arguments. So he's trying to use. Well, he's technically wrong.
Of course, I don't like his argument. It's a bad argument. I've shown it's a bad argument. Of course, why would I like a bad argument?
Then give us a good argument.
Don't conflate the two problems of evil. There you go.
But don't you think even if you did the argument correctly, you would still reject it. So what difference does it make?
How do you have a correct argument if you don't understand what you're arguing against? He literally bringing up things that the evidential problem evil deals with and putting it into the logical problem evil. Why? Why would he do that? Hank?
Probably a nerd snipe.
What does that mean?
Let's look at an XKCD.
Yeah. Hey, Kawasa, how are you, my friend? I know Kawasa has never joined a panel, and he says he never will, but I really hope to God one day he does. I would love to have an actual conversation with Kawasa because I mean I go way back with him, and
that would be so cool.
Yeah, we would. Oh man, Kawasa won't do it though. I don't know. I'm not going to force him into it, but I mean, hey, Kawasa.
But maybe God will. Who knows?
Why don't you have a wrench, Kawasa? Can I give you a wrench? Can I figure out how to do that? Quasar should have a wrench. He's
Yeah, you just go into a YouTube studio and find a username.
I know how to do it. I'm just kidding. What?
I think that the privation theory is like one of the
You,
worst.
you have a wrench?
No, I'm talking about we need to.
Oh, I know.
So look,
Yeah, like I said, now she wants to do the housework, but yeah. And then after housework, can I go get food? Sugars?
That's true.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Yeah.
food is immoral.
Food is immoral. Yeah.
Let's look at the XKCD article on nerd sniping.
Well, you could do it when you're off work, Quas. I know where you're from. I know where you live. I know what part of the world you're from. I've been there. Yeah. We'll make it happen one day if you want to. So he listens while he's working. You know what? That's what it used to be. A lot of people listen to my stuff while they were working, and I love that. Yeah, Kano does. When she's working, she listens to my stuff. I think that's great when people just sit back and they just listen to people talking in Hangouts. We miss those days. Remember back in the day? I mean, Hank was in a few of them last year. But I mean, I'm going back like 5, 6, 7 years. In fact, I found something. I'm just gonna say this. You're gonna hate me for it or whatever. But I found some old Hangouts going back 11 years with Red's Rhetoric when he was under a different screen name. I'm not going to put the screen name out. He's going to kill me. But he's, and I think it was
Bring it on, Reds. Bring it on. I'll protect Steve. You're not going to get him. Maybe freaking dick rockets.
Rez was a theist when I met him. I actually deconverted him to atheism or at least agnosticism.
Yeah.
Unintentionally. And, but his voice was so much different than it was now. He wasn't fully he wasn't fully gone through puberty or something. His voice was a little bit higher, but it was so funny listening to him. I'm like, oh my god. I was talking to him yesterday or a day before on it maybe, and I was like, Reds, man, you have really come into your own because you sound so much more mature, deeper voice. Your arguments are so much better. And I love to see that kind of progression, you know? Yeah. But anyways, I just thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah, I love when people listen at their work hours.
I think you should go on to Jim Bob's show tomorrow, Steve.
I've already been on his show once. Nah, he invited me on once. I showed up, and then the next time I said, I'll come on, he said, no, I don't want you to do it. I said, that's fine. I respect that. Because he wanted to come on here, and I was doing my review, and I'm like, look, I'm doing my review, but I'll set up another time. And he never got back to me on it. But here's the thing: I don't mind going on other people's panels, but they should reciprocate and come on yours. But let me get him in here real quick. But the problem is that I have no need to go on a panel where I'm not going to be allowed to have a conversation. I went on SJ's panel and I was able to talk with her and Derek, and we had an amazing discussion. Go check out SJ Thomason's video; it was super good. I had a fun time. It was enjoyable. I enjoyed it, even though SJ.
No, I don't care about your theory. I don't care what he or she writes. What is your position? No, I'm not. I'm not here to let you. I'm not here to let you explain like this field to me.
Yeah. So what's the point?
What is your position?
Here's what's going to happen. Jim Bob is cultivating an echo chamber of idiots. This is what's happening. I've seen it a million times. I've been around a lot longer than Jim Bob has been. I've seen many people take his path. Many people. He's not the first. He won't be the last. But every single time, it just devolves into this echo chamber. And sometimes it can get bigger. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you've got, Inspiring Philosophy did very well, but he still allows for, dissent and stuff like that. Perhaps Capturing Christianity has done pretty well. But they actually are educated and well familiar with these topics. But look at somebody like Darth Dawkins. Does Darth Dawkins really have that much of a following? No, he has.
Nope. He's a clown.
Right. He's a clown.
And that guy.
Yeah.
And you can tell I said that.
And so, I think Jim Bob is just, the latest iteration of these types of theistic, sophistic resurgence. And they come and go. Yeah.
So here's the thing. If he allows me on the show, I will totally go on it, and I will say to him what I just said to you today. And pretty much will be kind of, your probably interpret as bashing you, but here's the thing: I don't want to go in the same direction. I don't like idiots. I don't want to make a cult if it could be only idiots. So what should I do?
You can bash me if you disagree with me. That's fine.
Yeah,
but I don't think for a second you think that I'm a moron.
No, not at all. You're a genius. You're a genius.
I want to go that far. I made it one time, but I mean that's just by the numbers, but not
Yeah.
anymore. I'm nowhere near what I used to be in my intellectual capacity.
Oh,
Nowhere
okay.
near. Yeah, I've diminished.
So-
I mean, I'm older. Your brain shrinks. Things happen, right? But I mean, I was able to do things in my 20s that I was able to think differently and in a much greater level. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, to graduate nuke school, you cannot be an idiot. I'm sorry, you just
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do in the smart farms, I'm gonna use computers to cheat. So that's what I'm getting smart over time. Still.
Yeah, I think we
Now,
might have biological chips one day.
Yeah. So I don't want to go in Jim Bob's direction. I don't want to have a cult if it's gonna be full of idiots. So what would you do to keep the idiots afraid?
Here's the thing you got to remember. Remember the types of techniques that I've explained about why and how they shut down conversation. One, they do obviously arguments by assertion. They're right, you're wrong. Okay, well that's fine. That's a throwaway. Two, they bird dog you. So every time you speak, every time you start to speak, they'll constantly interrupt you. And then third, they use moderation controls to try to shut you down or try to divert from the conversation what the actual answer is, because they don't want you talking about the actual answer when they ask you a question. I've seen all these things, and they're very dishonest techniques. It's one thing to say, look, I don't want to go down this certain rabbit hole, but if I ask you a direct question and your answer is directly related, I will give you all the time you need.
Oh, so you just bore the idiots with nerd stuff. Excellent. That's what I was going to do anyways.
Yeah, I think out of all of them, I think Andrew Wilson's probably by far the best interlocutor and communicator. I've heard that he has gone that path with other people, and I believe that, but he's never done it with me, and so I only go by what I get, right? And so I could probably have a conversation with Andrew on an awesome conversation actually, but I can only have that conversation with Jim Bob on my channel. I don't think I can on his panel because he's just not conducive to that. He doesn't want me explaining to his audience these things because he has to make sure his audience is isolated from the actual philosophy or even how to have different positions. He has to keep that echo chamber.
Yeah. Well, there's an option. You could try to do some kind of cross-panel thing where it streams to both of your channels and you have the same privileges. So that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, we've done something like that before with other people. I want to have a discussion with Jay Dreyer. I asked him the other day. I left a message to him if I can talk about what he was talking about with atheist chick, because it was like some people in the comments were like, atheist chick didn't know what she was talking about. I'm like, or nobody understood it. I'm like, yeah, she made sense to me. It doesn't matter. If it makes sense to me, then obviously it's not unintelligible. But Jay was running his, hardcore apologetic rhetoric, and I'm like, come on, Jay, stop. I hate when Jay does that. Jay is not a dumb guy. Jay is educated, but he decides to become very belligerent and very argue by authority.
It's a transcendental category.
Yes, transcendental category. Transcendental. Half the time,
it's meta logic.
What's funny, El? I don't think I've ever even heard, and I don't watch Jay that much, but has any of them ever said what they mean by transcendental? I know what transcendental means, okay? But do they ever come out and I'm sure Jay knows, obviously. I'm not saying Jay doesn't know, but for the sake of his audience, has he ever explained what a transcendental argument is? Because I accept transcendental arguments as a rule of logic. Transcendental argumentation.
Go on.
Well, I just want real quick. Transcendental argumentation is a formal argument in logic that is a rule of logic. It's a principle of logic that works. Okay? And I get atheists out there going, you're an idiot, Steve. You're now theist. No! Don't conflate a transcendental argument in logic, which is a rule of inference, a valid one, with the transcendental argument from God. They're not the same. The transcendental argument for God obviously uses transcendental argumentation, but
I'm not.
What's that?
I'll say it after.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not aware of there being any inference rule called transcendental arguments in logic.
Oh, I am.
Well,
sure.
I mean, that would be like philosophical logic, but not formal logic.
No, it's formal logic. Yeah. Transcendental, I would say it's formal logic. I mean, I would have to ask maybe
not in the Kantian sense. No, it wouldn't be.
Okay, well, I do, propositional logic, but I'm not sure Kant's view on it. But the way if I say X is a necessary precondition, X is a necessary precondition for Y, and Y is true, then X must be true. That is a logical entailment.
Sure, but that's transcendental arguments are informal.
No, that is a I would take that as a
No, I
transcendental
mean
rule of hard logic.
you could have a modus ponens or like a hypothetical syllogism or anything of that sort. But I wouldn't call it a never whatever. It's more so like a semantic implication than a syntactic one.
Yeah, I mean, I would put it under, if a Kantian approach, to more of a form of just general logic, I guess. You know? But still, I mean, it's whether you think it's formal or not, it's still a rule of inference that makes sense, right?
I mean, depending on the interpretation, because I've generally had like a skeptical attitude towards transcendental arguments, not just for God, but for anything.
Okay, but if you need X to have Y and X is true, then it literally can be no other way. It's by at least local necessity or narrow necessity. Not by
I mean,
broad.
I wouldn't go on.
Same with modus ponens. The conclusion must follow by narrow necessity, not necessarily broad necessity.
I wouldn't call it a transcendental argument. Like, I wouldn't say like, oh, you need to be shorter than a doorway to like walk under it without ducking or something. Therefore, that's a transcendental argument. I think that would be like a de re necessary statement in the context of modal logic.
I agree, but I think in the Kantian sense, he would have probably argued when he was talking about transcendental arguments is that if something is the case that has to exist, to have something to do with something else, if the something else is the case, then it already by logical inference, the precondition must have already been met. In other words, let me ask you this, Al.
That's like a modus ponens.
Sure. In the justified true belief, I've always argued in the local sense, not the broad sense, but in local or narrow necessity. If S knows that P, then P must be true by transcendental argumentation.
There is like a warranted inference for P. Therefore, yeah, I mean, therefore
yes.
P, sure. I
P
mean,
has to be right because if S
the
knows
inference,
that P has to be true.
If the inference for which P is argued is truth preserving, then P, yeah, I mean, sure.
Agreed. Right. And by the way, there are arguments that modus ponens is not truth preserving. By the way, I don't know if you read them, but
yeah, I mean, like Kane Baker goes over a video on the problem of deduction, where he goes over like the concept of modus morans or whatever. But
yeah,
I mean,
I'm a big fan of Kane Baker.
But that's
I don't
think that future contingencies will involve that as well.
I don't think that you could have a transcendental argument without like some sort of like modus ponens. At least some valid instances of it. Well, all valid and whatever, but like hypothetically, to have a transcendental argument, you would have to accept that at least some instances are valid.
Yeah, but at least you understand when I'm saying that by narrow modalities, if you're talking about link modalities, that
okay,
if S knows that P must be true is something that could be logically inferred using a transcendental argument.
Okay, so by narrow necessity, do you mean like de re necessity?
What I mean, no, not de re. I'm not talking about de re or dicto. What I'm talking about is that the P doesn't have to be true. In other words, there are possible rules where P does not by necessity have to be true. But in the local scope of the argument, if S knows that P, it means that all the preconditions for justified true belief have been met, therefore P is true. So P must be true by the argument, by the scope
hypothetical
of the
necessity.
Sure, if you want to go with that.
Oh, I generally consider de re to be a hypothetical necessity.
I understand de re and de dicto is more of a semantic content.
Yes, but like in terms of like what it conveys, there's like the semantic aspect, and then there's like the modal aspect. Like when Kripke goes over.
Honestly, I've never really looked at the modal aspect of de re and de dicto, only the semantic, because I'm fascinated by Kripke's rigid designators. Fascinated by that. I don't.
So one of the examples that he gives is if your child is like shorter than a yardstick, then it's de re necessary that they're not tall enough to ride at like the roller coaster. That's not his exact example, but it's like
never heard it used that way. Yeah, I've always learned de re and de dicto is like the object itself. With the mayor, so John in the mayor instance. I don't remember the exact formulation that who was used, but basically the semantic content of the individual themselves, which is the category. More stricter de dicto versus de re. But I do gotta get going, guys.
Okay.
We still have. She's ready to do the housework now.
Back to work, Steve.
Hi, guys. This has been great, but I really appreciate it. Like I said, these are discussions that I'm trying to have more often late at night. And I want people to come join, and if they think they've I'm going for I'm going to nap too. I'm going to
Do you have a Discord server?
I do,
Yes,
but I don't use it. I have two, but I don't use them, so don't worry about that. But you can follow me on Discord to send me messages and stuff. But I want to show the difference between people that can have a common discussion. And I'm just going to straight up say, I'll go over to Jim Bob's Discord and I'll talk to some of the people over there, but 90% of them I think are absolutely morbidly dishonest and disingenuous and are not looking for an actual discussion. And so I'm not going to have time for any of that. So, but anyways,
so did I make the good to talk to list? Just a naughty list.
No, you're fine. Always a pleasure, Hank. Always a pleasure. You know that.
Oh, okay, copy.
Yeah. Dave, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Al, thanks for joining. I'll see you guys over that Discord. I pop in every so often. I usually late at night when I can't sleep, I pop into their Discord because there's usually somebody on it.
Okay, I DM'd you earlier.
Okay. I'll get back to it later because, like I said, I gotta get some stuff done around here. So with that, guys, thanks for watching, and yeah, leave a message and know what you think. Leave me a like and a comment and all that stuff, and let me know if you like these kind of conversations. And better than going to a Discord where you're just going to be shouted down, talked over, interrupted, not having a proper conversation with people that clearly don't know what the hell they're talking about. Peace.
Good day. How y'all doing today? I hope well. I hope you're doing real good. I hope your nubby nubs is growing. Oh, they grow so fast. Oh, how those nubby nubs grow so fast. They sure do. I can't seem to switch over to my camera. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh, we're in trouble now. Well, I might actually have to close my OBS quick, so let me switch over here quick. Something froze, sorry. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm Canadian. Sorry. What's going on, Jerry? Rachel, way to stick in there last night. Oh boy. That was a difficult one. That was hard. That was a hard one. All right, let me get over here. Let's get you all. Oh yeah, look at that. High quality stream right here. There we go. It's like the old days. I might as well be in the Prius right now. All right, let's OBS. I love you and I hate you. I love you and I hate you. It's who knows? I might just do the stream like this. No special effects. Why not? I mean, I could. Whatever. Not a big deal. Let's do it. My OBS is IBS, yeah. I don't need it. Who cares? F you. F you, OBS. Whatever the hell. Whatever, dude. It's like, why do you have to, like, freeze up on me? You guys see Christological's wig right here? No, this is good. You guys get to see the raw deal here, without the boots and the spurs or whatever this lyric is. Dead dog, pretty much. It's Christological's wig, so it's pretty much equivalent to a dead dog. You know. What was I even going to talk about today? It's too bad because I had my actually button ready, so that sucks. Makes your shoulders look less girly, does it? I mean, it could be. Could be. I'm downloading a shoulder app though. You guys ever see this cup? Darth Vader says, "Grab him by the Wookiee." Just wait until the wig starts whispering 7 days. Yeah. You're telling me Christological's hair is fake? Yeah. I would, yeah, if I needed to. I would if I needed to eat a dog, fine. The blank screen adds 10 pounds. Oh, great. Now it's blurring. Wow, what a day. What a day over here at the tech center. I hear snapping at the camera works. Wow. This is, oh wait, let me try something else here. It's not better. Not better. Hey, let's just go with it. Let's pretend it's like the 90s. I mean, just pretend it's like 1996 and you're just like, I can't believe this is happening. Thoughts on whatever? It's brutal. It is brutal. The show, it's just brutal. I mean, obviously it's unwatchable without Andrew. But even if Andrew's there, I told Andrew, I said, if Brian knew what was good for him, he would have a specific camera set up for Andrew's close-up face. That would be, honestly, that would end up being most of the show. Most of the show, the value of the show would be mostly, I'm talking about 83%. I'm going to go, 83%. Would be just on the fly close-ups of Andrew just looking like this. I mean, they're missing out. They're totally missing out on the whole thing. The whole thing's happening. They think the value is Andrew wrecking them. Sure. But to me, that's actually not even the value. It's not even close. I don't know his backstory. He sure is interested in their... that girl was so gross last night. She called herself a cumpster. I mean, think about that. New camera? No, my OBS just shot, and I didn't feel like restarting it, so I basically am doing essentially a Prius stream. So, it's basically inside the Prius. Just think of it like that. So gross, though. The whole thing. They're all so gross. And he just has to sit there for 7 hours dealing with it. But, yeah. Ugh. What do you expect these hookers to give up their hooker money? Yeah, I don't expect them to repent or reform themselves on the fly. I'm not sure. I mean, you got to chip away at it. It's like an ice sculpture. There's a big block and you got to chip away everything. But it's melting. That's the problem, is like these people, it's like they're ice sculptures and they have like blow dryers on them. But, ugh. Dr. Phil's about to change the West. He's about to launch a huge debate, full network debate. Well, hopefully it can. Hopefully, I don't know what to expect from that. Is he going to be the moderator? Is he going to be the moderator? 9,000 body count. Damn. Can't see my face? You mean it's blurry or you can't see at all? Who even knows? Oh, man. Exposing Powerful Lies says, I believe they're what the kids these days called ratchet-ass hoes. Yeah, we're all getting too old for the lingo, right? Picture is good. Well, yeah, I mean, I could remove the green screen. Ready? This is how advanced. Check it out. There we go. Look at the quality. Look at the green glow around me. So, what was I even going to talk about today? I was actually just going to engage with the chat mostly. Yesterday, the Discord, my Discord's popping off with, Steve McRae and gang. Speaking of, Hank, $5. Thank you, Hank. Appreciate that. I clipped Steve McRae's show last night to help you debate Steve. Check self-promotion on your Discord. I could do that. the sophistry is off the charts. I don't know where these people. I think they just read a bunch of literature and then they think like, because someone was revered as a philosophical guru of the time, suddenly that means like what they're saying is true or valid or coherent, and it's just not the case. It's just not the case. Let me see. Got my Discord now. Self-promotion. Is it recent? Got Tom Bombadil. Okay. Oh, there it is. Hank. Here we go. Oh, is it just comments? Steve doesn't believe in circles. We could watch a couple of these. Oh, this is a minute? Okay, good. I'm glad they're clipped. Let's take a look. Thanks. Thanks for giving me some content here to work with because of my There we go. Here we go. Can you guys hear this? Who the hell's that autist? Is that you? Hank? Are you Hank? Hank? Are you autistic? It's not an insult. I'm just wondering. Is he so he's going to deny, well, is he, this is the thing, is these people deny universals, right? Is that what they're doing? That just doesn't make sense. It's like when Jay debated this is hilarious by me. I didn't realize the foot thing. I didn't realize until now that when you debate against Muslims, you basically go talk about feet the whole time, and it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to refute them with feet. You just go, what's a foot? The same thing Hank's bringing up now. Thanks for the clip, Hank. They bring up feet the same way. They go, Allah's foot, and you go, what is being referred to as a foot? And they go, well, nothing like a foot. And you go, well, what the hell's a foot? What's a foot then? Well, it's like what's a circle? This is what nominalism is. It's called in the fancy world. Oh, is there no audio? Okay, hold on. Let me fix this here. Sorry about that. How about? Sorry about that. Thanks for telling me. Oh no, this is the full one. I'm looking for the clip. Where's the clip? Oh, okay. Did you guys hear that music at least? Sorry, it's a technical shit show right now. You're just gonna have to bear with me because my OBS failed. Let me do this again. Discord. Hank. Thank you, Hank. Okay. Okay, you clipped it. Okay, I got you. All right. Is this it? Yeah. Did you guys hear that now? Yes, he's an autist. Well, thank you for being straightforward with us, Hank. Did the audio come in again? Still? No? All right. Okay, let me do this again. Stop screen, share screen, include audio. Yes. Boom. Share. Hank just got him. Still no? What the shit? What in the shit? What in the shizer? What in the Kaiser?
Mathematically speaking, a circle can exist.
Oh, it's oh, I see. I got you. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Hold on. I can fix this in a second. Sorry. It's been a while since I had to just run just off of StreamYard, not OBS. All right, this should do something. All right, let's do this. Stop screen, present screen, share screen, and here we go. We'll do it again. Still no? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Oh, now I understand. Gosh. Oh, gosh, Jim Bob. That's right. My mic has to be this. Now you'll hear it.
Is a non-perfect
Decahedron can't be a square.
A square is a non-perfect circle in that regard.
Okay, so the circles I'm looking at in the on your stream with pretty much your
So Steve's position is circles don't exist because there are imperfect circles, and the thing he's claiming doesn't exist assumes that we know what he's talking about when he talks about a circle. It's the same argument as the nubs exist, right? Nubs ahoy. It's the same argument as the Muslim saying the feet, like what's a foot? I asked the Muslim on one of my videos, I said, is Allah's foot like a foot? And he said, no, it's not like a foot. And I said, is it like a rabbit? And he said, no, a rabbit's created. And I said, is a foot created? Oh my gosh. So yeah, we get it. Thanks, Hank. All of that tech hard work just so we can hear Steve deny that a circle doesn't exist. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, foot is also created. That's the whole... I was like, what? A foot's created. Hello? The uncreated foot. Allah's tooth. I know. Allah's toothache. It's nothing like a toothache. What is it like? But that's the whole argument. I think the foot is used as another example, but I think what happens is, correct me if I'm wrong, for people in the chat who do argue more than me against Islam, is that once they say Allah's creation is nothing like Allah, we can't know anything about Allah from his creation. So we can't look at a foot and say Allah's foot is like that foot. Well, I think the next step here is that they state that Allah basically created the Bible, and that there's nothing, the Bible, the Quran. I'm sorry, I sometimes mistaken those because Muslims need the Bible. If, the Quran and the words of the Quran and the references in the Quran and any of the universal concepts in the Quran to describe Allah you have to just say nothing like that. You have to basically say, hey, look at this passage about Allah. And you have to ask the Muslim, reading directly from the Quran, a passage about Allah, and we say, is that passage anything like Allah? And they have to say no. Jerry says, in all of Jay's Muslims debates, I have to admit that was the first uncreated foot argument. Yeah. Or what was the other one, Jerry? It was like a perfect smile, like a perfect head turn. Perfectly lolling. That's what Jay said. Allah's perfectly lolling. Analogical predication is impossible in Islam. Yeah, it's a mess. This seems to be a theme with everything we're talking about, though. Because there was maybe an hour and a half in the Discord debate with Jeff. This guy Jeff, who's another sophist, talking about like there's concepts, right, which describe this thing, and the thing they call a referent, the object that's being talked about. And to an extent, we agree that if I look at an apple, the description of the apple is never identical to the apple. In a simple way, right? That's what we're talking about. But this person's saying that there's this category difference between the object and the concept, which we agree. But then I ask them, what's the concept itself? And they say another object. So it's another. This is why materialism is such a garbage philosophy. Because everything gets reduced to objects. So you can't reference anything because everything's an object, including the reference. Concepts from a materialist position are objects. You know, they call them emergent properties or an aggregate of neurological interactions. Physical. Garbage, Jeff. It was terrible. Big T was in there watching it go down. It was a mess. Total mess. Is the Quran a divine entity? We don't know. Any description of Allah would be inadequate, and you can't use any descriptions for Allah. So, Dean Lem, $1.99. Fitra, foot in mouth disease. That's funny. Wizard Beard became a YouTube member, and that came from Petrogard. A big thank you to Petrogard and everybody the other day. What a glorious, wonderful day. So grateful. And I was glad you guys continued the train over to David Patrick Harry. That was epic. That was awesome. Appreciate that. Tiki Tack says, oh, now I understand Steve's position about information. Information is always material. Yeah, which breaks down their entire argument. Why? Because this is what this dude Gooster in my Discord, he's like Australian, I think. I don't know the difference really between an Australian and New Zealand accents. But we were talking about information, and we were asking what is information, and because we were talking about evolution. Because I was saying that information is mind dependent, and if you eliminate human beings, right, all of us are just gone in a snap, would the world, from their view, still have information? And they say, yeah. And then we go, well, what the hell's that? They go, it's just a bunch of objects. We're like, what? So you believe information exists before the mind, but you also say information is mind dependent. So it's contradiction. He is? Okay, he's Australian. Yeah, the Aussies taking over. I'm actually willing today, if you guys want, to do an old school panel. Anyone want to jump on? We can talk about anything. Let's just do a classic OG year and a half ago panel discussion. Anybody? Does anybody here remember Vera Lynn? Remember how she said that we would panel again some sunny day? I think I missed this before. $3.99 from Mazabiba's Trajectory. Why would a monkey primate essentially stop evolving compared to a human? Logically, there should be at least another similarly advanced humanoids on the branches. No, at least somewhat closer. Yeah, even the question, Zabiba, assumes transition, which you have to make the question. It's not a critique of you. It's just that I always go back to the camel thing. I think that's brutal. I don't know if anyone's ever done that, maybe with a different animal. Maybe there's a better animal than a camel. It just seems obvious to me. When we look at a camel, like my daughter will see even a alpaca or whatever, a llama, and be like, that's a camel, and I have to correct her. But that hypothetical throws these people into like chaos. When you say, okay, so imagine there's no llamas, and you know camels exist, and you, in your bird brain, think, well, look, the camel's lips are changing over time. Maybe there is a pre-camel that was almost a camel that became a camel. I wonder if I could find a fossil. And you go digging in the wilderness, and your wife's like, where the hell are you? What are you doing? And you're like, don't worry, honey, I'm finding the missing link to the camel. And you bring home the bones, and it's unknown to the prospector. It's a llama, because they don't know what a llama is. And the hypothetical includes, I always go to Peru because it's kind of visually funny. Some old tribe living at the bottom of a mountain finds a fossil, the same kind of fossil, the bones and whatnot. And they bring it home and they think this is cool, and, they're giggling, and there's no question. They're not wondering, wow, is this a transitional fossil? Why? Because it just so happens in this hypothetical that in Peru, llamas and camels are known to exist. But for the evolutionary proponent, they don't know llamas exist. And so what do? They ask, what should we name this thing? And you know what they do? What do they name it? Forget the name like Lucy. What they name the thing is a transitional fossil. Meanwhile, I've asked these people, if you knew a camel exists and you didn't know an emu or whatever the hell else, right? A llama exists. If you found a llama and you presuppose that finding a llama, you would call it transitional fossil, how would you know it wasn't a transitional fossil? Obviously, bones alone are a mess. You know why? Because what was the reference? Someone told me this. There's like endless examples of this, how there are animals you can find that their bone types and the way they're structured are nearly identical to other animals, and they're not in the same category of species as the animal. So the bone could be the same, and the phenotype could be the same, and the genotype could not be the same. And they're basically running with the latter or the former and saying, look at this phenotype, which is the expression of the genes. And they're just saying it's the genes. How do you know? Because of the phenotype. Well, phenotype can look similar between two different disparate genotypes. And they don't take away my story. Don't take away my creation story. Okay, fine. I won't. Hello, Hank.
Hello, Jim Bob.
How are you doing, sir? Wait, I want to make sure you don't hear an echo. I've had this problem before. You guys, do you hear an echo or not?
Mic check. I do hear an echo.
You hear your echo. Okay. Now keep talking and tell me if you still hear it.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Negative, no echo.
Okay, great. All right. Welcome to we're doing old school Jim Bob stream panel.
Yes,
Go.
and I'm an infamous panel hopper.
You are.
Just ask your chat.
Yeah, I've seen you around.
Awesome.
So yeah, what do you want to talk about? Because I have nothing.
Nope, just those clips. I have more of those. You just have to.
I can't watch more of Steve's, honestly.
There's probably a couple more that pick. We probably don't need to watch more than 5 of them. to pick apart his whole line of argument. So
Well, we did it when he came on, and he's actually he bores the shit out of me and my chat. No offense, Steve. I love that you play. I love that you engage, but good God, it's good God. It bores me because it's all just like Philo, well, these people think this and these people think, and I'm just going, okay, if you deny circles exist. I mean, Hank, you did your work.
Oh, okay.
There's no more work to do. What's going on, Adam, Nick? What's going on? Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the old school Jim Bob panel stream.
Good to see you, Jim Bob.
How's it going?
Good afternoon.
Audio check.
Oh, you're good. You're a little faint because of the car, but I don't know if it's going to get much better than that. So we'll deal with it.
Hopefully, it's not intolerable.
No, I'll just put you up a little bit. All right, there you go. And what's going on, Adam?
Not much.
Wow, you sound like a downer. Were you having a bad day?
Not particularly.
Okay. Nick doing the Zoom. He did a Zoom? Yeah. What's going on? You guys could take the floor. I don't care. It's like a WWE.
Well, I actually I don't know how this came up, but last night I think I came up with a defeater for Andrew's women's rights argument about force.
Okay, go ahead. Is it
I'm sorry. I realize this is a bit out of left field.
No, that's great. Let's go. Go for it. Well, actually, try to steel man it because I might not even be able to steel man it. So steel man his argument, and then we'll get into your defeater.
I'm sure Andrew will probably criticize me harshly for this, and I might not
he's
totally
sleeping right now.
Oh yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
But as far as I can understand, the argument is basically, in order to have rights require enforcement. And because rights require enforcement, men enforce rights. Therefore, men have to grant women rights. This basically means that rights are inherently paradoxical because men and women cannot have equal rights because men are enforcing the rights of women. This seems to be the argument.
That they're not equal definitionally because they couldn't be equally protected.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but the issue I have with this is that political power, is not equal to enforcement.
What's power?
Power basically means the ability to decide on a legal or political topic.
And is the decision enforced?
Yes, the decision is enforced, but enforcement is not equivalent to decision making. And this is obviously true, and I can prove it to you.
I
think that's might be a different argument though, because making the distinction between a decision and force in regards to what rights are, right? Because if you make the argument, there is a distinction between decision and force, because we can say, I made a decision about what ice cream I wanted. It had nothing to do with force. But inside the realm of rights, as we're talking about them, like if there's a decision made about policy necessitates force. So you can say they're separate, but interlinked. Like you couldn't separate them. They're together in a sense, but they're distinct, but they're molded together, right? How are you going to separate the enforcement, as Andrew would say, the force applicator? How would you separate the force applicator from the decision if we're talking about a policy?
Well, so they are inherently separate, and I can prove it very easily. Because there's always a minority of people who rules over a majority in every society. There's always a distinction between the ruling class and the ruled.
Mm-hmm.
And in every case, there's always a greater potential of force from the majority of people that is being ruled over than the majority who is ruling them.
Okay. So okay.
Therefore, power, or in this case, the ability to make political or legal decisions that are respected by an enforcement arm. This is not, the decisions themselves are not made by the enforcement arm. The decisions are made outside of the enforcement arm.
Yeah, I think Andrew would just say, maybe what I would say is like that distinction isn't isn't the argument. The argument isn't the decision making, because of women say, oh, there's no women in power, and they name all these judges, right? And we say, well, okay, the judges are not using force, right? There's old lady, right, Ruth Ginsburg or whatever she's doing in hell right now. She's not doing the force, right? She's not the applicator. So we would agree and say, well, yeah, the female judge isn't the enforcement, but the female judge is part of a system that would be useless and moot if it didn't have enforcement. So it depends on the enforcement. So the thing you're pointing to as far as the decision making is wholly dependent on enforcement, or the threat of force at least. And so yes, we can say they're separate things, but they can't be separated in their practice necessarily, because one necessitates the other. So if we're talking about necessity, when we argue things are necessary, they can still be distinct, right? If Y is necessary for X, you're not arguing that Y equals X, but it's completely coherent still to say Y necessitates X.
So this is true to a degree. The fact of the matter is, while it is true that it relies on enforcement, the enforcement arm itself isn't deciding what it is enforcing.
Yeah, it's not doing the deciding. There could be a system where it is, but it would be, I don't know what you would call that. But
could I come in with a question here?
Well, so
yeah, sure.
no, hold on. I can
let
provide you an example right now. Okay. The police, the chief of police does not decide the law, and yet he enforces the law.
Right. Yeah, the law necessitates the force, though. So the argument isn't, are they the same, which is not Andrew's argument. He doesn't say, well, you're a woman, and your rights as a recipient of said, what is it called, an entitlement absent duty. He's not saying because you don't enforce it, you don't really have any rights. And what you're saying is, because the way he's phrasing it, it sounds like to you he's saying the people who enforce are the ones who delineate or grant the rights themselves, right? You're making a distinction that the people who actually gift it, let's say the right giver is Santa Claus, and he's big and fat and he can't actually run and he doesn't have guns, but all of his elves do, and he's giving people rights. And you're saying, well, Andrew's argument makes it sound like Santa Claus, you kids don't deserve the rights. We can take them away because I'm Santa Claus. And what you're saying is it's really the elves who can take it away, right? Because they have the guns.
Well, that's what it seems like he's saying.
It is, but here's the thing. I think you're missing this point, which Andrew points out, and it's important, is that this applies to men too. It's not just women. So if you include men in this scenario, it's not specific to women. It's anybody who says they have rights are at the mercy of force, right? They're at the mercy of force. The force could take them away or not. Now, if you want to get nitpicky about who's actually taking what away, if the enforcement arm is doing the activity of, let's say, violating, quote, rights, who's doing it? Is it just the police? Because a libertarian would say, you don't have to do that. Don't use force, right? Don't listen to your master. Don't listen to the person telling you what the rule is, right? So, but they do work hand in hand, right? So let's say in your scenario, we just remove the decision makers and create a scenario where the police are the ones deciding that the law and the force, that they're enforcing their own made up laws. Would you then concede that that's one example? Then it would be fine as far as your contention is concerned?
if you're in a state of complete anarchy, which is basically what you're describing, then obviously rights don't exist. This argument assumes a legal order.
Yeah, what if I said rights don't exist, even not in that scenario? What would you say?
I'm sort of assuming that rights as a social construct, and I'm speaking about the social construct as if it's a real thing. Although I understand the argument. Oh, it's a social construct, therefore it doesn't exist in material reality.
Yeah. So what is the thing that does exist? If you were to point to what exists, if you're talking about a construct, wouldn't it just be force?
So it obviously can't be limited to force. And I'll tell you why. It also has to be like, so people don't follow the law due to force. They do it due to the potential of force being used against them.
Yeah, so there's still force there looming, right?
Yes, but
okay,
here's the thing. When you talk about potential of force, you realize that potential of force doesn't actually rule people, because you have the ruling class, which is necessarily a minority, and the ruled class, which is necessarily a majority. And the majority is necessarily able to have the majority has a greater potential for force.
Oh, there's a keyword of the day that we need again. The keyword is sophistry. Sophistry is where you can just convince people to do stuff without having to beat them.
Right, there's a manipulation factor, but even in your example, let me just read this. Ortho Eric 499, thanks, Eric. He says, we can see the enforcement arm take over in military juntas.
Yes, and so Eric actually brings up a very good point. In a military dictatorship or a military junta, you actually see the enforcement arm having direct control. And I'm saying there are systems where that isn't the case.
So you're saying there's an example where A doesn't equal A?
There's an example of where you don't have a military junta. You have an example where the military doesn't make the decision. Where they aren't the decision makers.
Yeah, like a corporatocracy. Right. Corporations make the decision, but they use the military via their municipality access to it.
Yeah, the revolving door with the government as well. Corporations can do as well. And so I guess I'm trying to get to what's the other thing, Adam. If I say it all comes down to force, and the first thing you said was, well, there's also this other scenario where it's the looming threat of force, not the force itself. And now you're saying
I don't understand the question.
My question to him was, what is it you're pointing to if you say it's a construct, rights are a construct? And I would say the thing you're pointing to in reality that you can observe is just force. A set of behaviors.
The thing I'm pointing to is the law,
which is force. There's no, you can't point to the law.
No,
you can point to.
So it's the force or the threat of force.
There's a terminology issue. There's just
hold on, Hank. I'm asking, fly on the wall. In reality, what's observable? A law is not observable. So if there's an agreement, and the agreement you call a law says certain behaviors are permitted and certain aren't, that's all it's really being said, right? Certain behaviors exist that you can do, and there's consequences to others, right? There's a consequence. So what we're really pointing to when we ask what's the social construct, it comes down to consequence. Now, I would make synonymous consequence and force in this context, that if someone does a behavior in a society, the social construct is there's a consequence to this behavior. It's going to look like, to a fly on the wall or a dog, activity, which means there's an arm of force, guys in uniforms that come in and manipulate reality through intervention, right? That's what's happening. So I'm asking, what else could you possibly point to other than that, right? You said law. I'm saying, well, law isn't observable. What's observable is the consequences of law, which would be force.
In other words, the potential is never considered when applying to reality, right? You only consider the action being taken. There's no potential that people are considering. It's just the actual circumstance.
Yeah.
Well,
if you
no, hold on.
then
People absolutely consider the potential.
you mean like
No,
I
but
might
then
go to
it
jail?
happens, is my
Yeah.
point. So they're afraid of it happening. They're not afraid of the potential of it happening. They're afraid of it actually occurring. Because
That's
force.
basically the exact same thing. Like if
So my
if I
question
rob a
to you
bank,
is, why do you try to create the distinction here? Why do you have a desire to create a distinction here if you didn't understand the connection to begin with?
well, I don't. Which distinction? I made like 3 or 4 different distinctions.
No, just between force and the law.
Because the fact of the matter is, the people who make the decisions in the law are often not the people who force people who enforce the law.
Right.
But it's still necessarily it's an entailment.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not a distinction in Andrew's argument. He wouldn't say they're the same thing. He's just saying that whether they're men or women, whoever's at the mercy or at the gift of said entitlements, right? They're at the mercy of force, whether they're men or women. And so, I'm not sure what it is you're going to point to that's not force, that is the determining factor, how things go. And I don't know how you could possibly describe it, even in nature. Even the minority majority argument, the majority is basically passive. Like, when I ask an anarchist, do you think anarchy is possible because most people are passive? And they go, yeah. I mean, that's why I think we can do it, because most people just don't violate the NAP. And they go, why do you think anarchy isn't possible? And I say, the same answer, because most people are passive. So the people who are going to use force are going to be the minority, but that's just descriptively true if most people are passive. And so I think it's not the exact same argument, but it's related, because if you bring in minority, majority, that still doesn't end up mattering, because people are guided toward, and I would say most of us actually appreciate that there's some order and structure in society, even if we disagree with the way in which force is used. Like, it could be used abusively or not abusively. And these are all debates you have to have in the micro. But in the macro, I think you're really just dealing with force, and whoever wants to, like Kunk said, there's force is the gun, right? So there's a group of people and there's only one gun, right, on the island. What's going to dictate how that island goes, so far as there being a gun there, is going to revolve fully around the gun. Would you agree?
So if you're going to remove it entirely from like the civilizational level, then the situation is incredibly different. If you're talking about a situation where there's no legal order, like on an island, then yeah, force is going to be the ruling force.
Hold on. This is great. No, here's a great thing, is that if there's no legal order on an island and suddenly there's a gun, would you say there's going to be legal order suddenly?
Not necessarily. It depends.
Well, how
Hold
not?
on.
How?
So it depends entirely on the disposition of the people.
Okay, so you're saying there could be a scenario where they just look at the gun and they just nobody picks it up.
Yes, that's entirely possible.
Okay, so they remain lawless.
Well, so you could have a series of rules that are agreed to entirely voluntarily,
with no consequences.
Well,
so they could pick a bat instead.
So the consequences,
they could use a rock. They could use rocks.
So the consequences need not be violent, like shunning, for instance.
Okay, fine, but is that still some sort of consequence? Right. What if they ran so that they avoid shunning? Did they chase them down and force them to experience shunning?
What? That?
Yeah.
If
force.
So that. Well, hold on. This makes no sense, because shunning is like not interacting with somebody. If somebody's running away, then they can.
Okay. Is there can someone avoid shunning though? Could they just have no effect on them?
It could potentially have no effect as of their interior mental state, but that would still be a consequence.
So it sounds like there's
so the specific thing I'm disagreeing with you is that consequence is necessarily violence or backed up with force.
If it's legal, it is.
If it's legal, it often is. Yeah.
When is it not?
When a person voluntarily submits themselves to the police officer and the police doesn't have to use force, then it's not backed with force. It's backed with the potential of force.
Do they put them in cuffs?
Not in all cases. In some cases, they do.
Do they detain them in some way, shape, or form when someone walks themselves into the police station?
So often, yes. In fact, but detainment is not necessarily the use of force.
How is it not?
How is it not? Well, if somebody is voluntarily going along with every step of the process, every step of the booking, and at no point
violence with force.
Yeah, that's complying with the force.
Well, so force isn't being used at all in that case.
No, it's a threat of force. It's a threat of force that's being used.
Yes. It's the potential of force, not force
that's what
itself.
we're talking. No, but that is the threat of force.
So the threat of force is necessarily the potential of force. The potential of force actually being used.
The threat of force is only useful if you know the potentiality that you've seen it and you know it does exist. It's like it can't be like a Wizard of Oz thing where I guess some people could be fooled. Your best argument actually, Adam, would be if you projected some sort of hologram to the city and it was always this looming threat of force and everyone actually believed it, but they never saw the consequence in real life. But in this case, someone walks themselves in. They already have pre-knowledge of what they're walking into. It's a precinct that has a controlled force mechanism that if you try to run, let's say he changes his mind, he walks himself in, and what Nick said is he's actually complying with the force. They're not agreeing to not use force in any case. The force is always there. If that guy decides to not comply and turns around and said, you know what, I walked myself in, I did it, but I changed my mind, I want to leave now. That's not they're gonna have to use force if he admitted to a crime. And so if you have a situation like what you're describing, you're talking about a situation where the potential of force becomes the actuality of force. It doesn't actually go against anything I've said.
What is this distinction? There's no application to reality or purpose behind your desire to create this distinction here between the actuality and the potentiality. Everyone's only considering the actuality of the consequence.
You have to know what the potential is to have potential. Like you have to understand a concept of what force is to engage with the potential of it. For instance, I have to know what a car accident is to understand how to be safe with the car when I'm driving, right? Like I have to understand past-based knowledge and some future-based knowledge of what we're talking about. And you're trying to make a distinction here that the potentiality of force could be enough and never using it. I'm saying, well, what are you referring to when you say force? Is it Allah's foot?
Well, by force, I mean actually physically making somebody do something.
Right, so they know what that is, right? So they're engaging with the potential of knowing what that looks like, right? That's a reality. But now, is it a reality? It is. It actually is a reality. Why? Because you could actually watch people get arrested. So it couldn't be a potential unless someone couldn't have it in their mind as a potential to go, I'm not going to do X because I know what happens when X happens. They're certainly not thinking of a Looney Tunes scene of what's going to happen. They're thinking of, there's a thing called jail. There's a thing called the justice system. There's a thing called handcuffs and tasers and guns. They interact with this stuff on the daily. We know these exist. To deny they exist, I would ask, what is it they're potentially engaging with mentally, right, in the future, if not the actuality of force? And like Nick said, I don't understand either. What's this desire to make a distinction if the former potentiality of force means nothing without the actuality anyway? What are you referring to? What's the potentiality of force if you don't know what you're referring to? Actuality.
I think I have a pretty good.
Okay, so there's like three things there. First of all,
Talking a moral field?
I think we're sort of talking past each other when I talk about the potential of force. So when I say potential, I mean the difference between a cop having the ability to shoot you and the cop shooting you. One is the potential, one is the actuality.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that this is like a whole terminal. This whole thing's a terminology.
Yeah, it's
you need to
semantics.
write out your terms and define them not quite clearly.
Adam, here's the thing. It's really simple. Like if I have a gun and I walk up to someone and I point the gun at them and I rob them, I say, if you don't give me your money, I'm going to shoot you. And so they give me the money. Now, when the police reports, right, when the police come and they ask for a report, they go, hey, did they, use any sort of force on you to get your money? And then they say, yeah, they pointed a gun. And the cop says, no, they didn't use force. They didn't use force. They were just pointing a gun at your head, threatening to shoot you if you didn't give me the money. From your view, Adam, someone who holds a gun to someone's head and gets their money isn't using force.
Okay, do you want me? Okay, so I can try to
yes or
provide
no?
No,
I want to ask. I want to answer the question. Are they using force? If I go up to you with a gun and point it at your head and say, "Give me your PlayStation," am I using force or not?
That's not force. That's the threat of force.
Okay, and so the threat of force. What is it you're referring to?
I have another analogy that might help.
Should I be jailed for using the threat of force?
Okay, so I can provide
hold on, no.
A basic example.
Should I go to jail if I use the threat of force?
In some cases, yes. In other cases, no.
Okay. In any case that it's yes, hold on. In any case that it's yes, you're relying on the threat of force for that answer to be true. That's the end of the argument, because if it's true that you should go to jail for the threat of force, then you're relying on the threat of force to not do that thing. So it's just as equal as force in your case.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to re-listen to this because I don't think I fully understand what you're saying.
Adam, it might help to think of a seed in the fruit. Like you can't sustain yourself on a seed. You have to actualize it out and grow it and make the fruit come to, so you can eat it. You can't live off of the idea of food. You have to actually grow it out.
What's your point? I have no idea what you're saying.
The distinction between the potential of food existing in food.
Right. Point A to point B, right? And we're saying that in your example, it's perfect. If I go up and rob someone at gunpoint, I go to jail for the threat of force. Now, ironically, I go to jail and know I go to jail because the threat of force also. So when you try to deny the threat of force being equal to force, but you appeal to the threat of force to say someone ought to go to jail for using the threat of force, right? We're actually pointing to the problem in the contention, which is there actually is really no distinction, because I might as well be saying I'm using force to get what I want by using a gun, because gun is the force. I'm basically forcing you in a sense to do something with the threat of force. But I don't understand what the difference would be between the threat of force and using force. Let's say I rob someone and I shoot. Like, what would be the difference aside from additional violations if I actually shot the person I was robbing, right? It wouldn't make the robbery less use of force or not. And so the point is that you're trying to minimize or separate the threat of force from the use of force, but the use of force relies on the threat of force.
The use of force, well, that isn't true.
The use of force relies on the threat of force if you're going to say it's illegal to use force. It relies on the threat of force. I mean, if you use force, and from your view, it's not the threat of force. Let's make it more illicit. Like you just go, I'm using force. I'm pew-pewing everyone in sight and taking all their stuff because they can't even defend themselves because they're on the ground, right? If for that to be illegal, you need the threat of force.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I actually have to go. Okay. I'd like to continue. I have to. I'm going to have to re-listen to this.
Hey, no problem. Also, obviously, call in because this was you were specifically targeting Andrew's specific argument, and so I do recommend you also doing that maybe on the Discord with him.
Yeah, I'd prefer to do it with him, but he's busy and in California. So
yeah, busy with the hose.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway.
All right, thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. Super Rekka, you were on before, but then you left. I didn't know if that was an accident. Yes. Jester, what's going on? Yeah, I like the seed analogy because, what's the difference between the sprout and the fully plant? You still acknowledge it as one in a continuation, right? It's just time. You're just referring to time. So the time, it's like a time element to, we operate under the threat of force all the time.
Not the time, because that would be a deterministic view.
Oh, right.
The
okay,
will.
Fine. Yeah, the will. Yeah, inside of time, like that. You actually have the chance to behave a certain way, and in an organized society with law, you can't really call something a crime. That's why it's so funny when anarchists, not that Adam is, I don't know his view fully, but an anarchist would say, "Well, because that's a crime," and you go, "What is this crime stuff you're talking about? You mean the threat of force by a uniform applicator called the government?" And they say, "Yeah, it's that it's uniform that it's wrong." Would you rather have a competing cabal of like 15 gangs competing for the standardization of justice, right? Which one do you want? What is that? Illuminati? You got the book Illuminati?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Is that the card
new
game?
one. Yes.
Is that the card game? Nice.
Yeah. This is anarchist freedom, I guess.
Oh, okay. Are you an anarchist, Hank?
No, I'm a realist.
Oh, so not an anarchist.
Yeah, that's political realism. Look it up; it exists.
Okay. Anyone else? Super Rekka, what's going on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. English is not my first language, but I have a question about the threat of force thing and about women's rights and rights in general. I heard you debated with somebody, like previous stream or some other stream, where you told that there are no rights. I completely agree with that. But you use this like civil analogies and talked about government and power instead of going to Bible and just citing the passages about women submitting to men, being submitted to the desire. Why didn't you use Bible?
I typically don't use the Bible because I'm talking to groups of people who don't agree on the interpretation of Scripture. So then it just dives into the weeds of interpreting Scripture, which is not what I want to dedicate my channel to because it gets stale. And that's something that people need to do in a different setting. Honestly, it's better. But ultimately, my argument does point biblically to a biblical view of duties. And so if duties exist, then men have duties and women have duties. But the argument against rights isn't just against women. It's just that not even men have rights. We just have duties. And so if people wanted more about where these duties come from, yes, I would say Christian ethics, which would be biblical, in which case that who first agree to go biblical. And guess what? Once that happens, they might not agree. So let's say a Protestant view and an Orthodox view all agree that we have duties that are biblical. Well, then that's a whole new debate. So that's why I don't go biblical right away when I'm just making the bridge between rights don't exist, only duties. If I can get people to understand that, wow, your existence as a human creation of God and an image bearer of God only necessitates duties, not rights. And so what are these duties is the next question. But if they reject that and they don't get past the rights, why I would never go biblical on them. It wouldn't make any sense. They're still rejecting the premise one.
Yeah, I have an alternate path how I get around this issue. So I usually use term privileges instead for things that can be taken away from you. And I reserve the word rights for things that can't possibly be taken away from you. So,
which is like nothing.
Yeah, pretty much like nothing.
Yeah, so there's nothing that can't be taken. And if you say, well, my life, I have a right to life. If someone takes your life, did they take your right? No, I mean, what's the point of saying it? It's like, no, they just took your life. I mean, it's
Why
why? Why even call it that? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's really just you're really talking about the consequence of violating something, and what that is, right? So you're talking about force, but then the best attack from my view about rights is not just the materialist attack of like, can you find them in reality kind of thing. It's more like, if rights exist, are you assuming by declaring they exist that we ought to value them? So you're in especially the atheist libertarian anarchists, they're caught in an is-ought naturalistic fallacy right away, because they're declaring it's self-evident you have rights, and then you go, ought we value rights? And they can't say, you're back to duties again. So how do you ground the duties? Even if a Christian, played around with the term rights and try to wiggle it in scripturally or whatever, you're still talking about the duty in which we acknowledge and entertain rights. By the way, it's conditional. You know why? Because parenting basically violates rights. Being a friend that stops another friend from deleting themselves is a violation of his rights. There's all sorts of examples where we're constantly violating, quote, rights. So our duties supersede our rights. And the self-deletion of the friend, example is a perfect example that works every time. That, guess what? There are scenarios where your duties, your moral, ethical duties, supersede your concept of someone else's rights. And that's what intervention is. That's actually what an ordered society would be. It would be ongoing intervention. That means removing filth and degeneracy by force from the streets. No, you can't. It's their right to assemble with thongs in front of children. Who says? Says what? Says the Enlightenment fucking fart, that our country's built on? It's nonsense. It's all degenerating. So, it's what a shit show it is.
Yeah, Jim Bob, I just wanted to give you a shout out real quick, if you'd allow me real quick, because I don't feel that, we here listening, I assume we all value your show because of the content you bring. We understand your arguments, but we take it for granted. We hear it so often, how revolutionary this is to the world still. This simple concept, this simple distinction we're making. I find your channel so head and shoulders above the rest because we are talking about application to reality. And what I find so interesting, what was the last guy's name who was trying to make that?
Nick, Adam, yeah.
Adam, there's this play between the listeners who are interested in the philosophy and the conceptuality of these things. And then you guys are actually a tier above every other channel I'm aware of. You're this sort of tier here with Andrew. The arguments he's bringing, exemplified in the Dillahunty debate, let's say. People are just so not ready to handle application to reality because they've been so indulged in this self-idolatry, really, where they sound nice to themselves. They sound very nice, and their ideas sound nice. But you guys actually have descriptions for how these things are applied to reality. And I just wanted to put that out there because
thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think you're right that people are in a haze. I do blame, well, obviously it's in a biblical sense, it's probably just like call it satanic or the worship of the self. But in a more like recent cultural phenomenon, it seems to be that we're in a state of modernity, all of us. You and I are not immune from the effects of luxury and decadence. And so what comes with that is what you just said is like taking things for granted. You just, reality is a certain way. Let's give them rights. Let's make all of these modifiers of rights for every parrot rights, porcupine rights. Just keep going. Entitlements are only possible in a state of decadence, and we're in a state of decadence, and it's really hard to honestly, from my position as well, like it's hard to practice and behave without using decadence, luxury, technology as a crutch, and falling into similar traps where you just go, well, no, we have this stuff and we deserve it, right? We deserve things. And I think that's the underlying sort of mentality I'm seeing, especially with the woke shit, or even the quote Christians who are classical liberals. Yeah, feminism, egalitarianism, let's say. Egalitarianism and materialism go hand in hand. I mean, how convincing is it if you live in a society that can provide most things to people, why wouldn't people who are born into that system assume egalitarianism matches pretty closely with the reality? Well, the problem is, things that, concerns that disappear with food shortages, I call it, right? How many would be under that list? Pronouns, the gender ideology, feminism, egalitarianism. Why? Well, everything would then reduce closer to force. Well, that's reality. That's reality. We live in a step above reality. We live in like we're on top of the structure of reality, and there's a lot of buffer room between the hard reality.
Simulacra.
Yeah, we're in a simulacra. Yeah, we're in a, and it's not like that it's fake. It's just a buffer. It's like animal fat, and we don't get to, feel the cut to the bone. And I don't advocate. I'm not some sort of like, what do they call it? An accelerationist.
Or a Luddite.
Yeah, I'm not a Luddite. It's just that for me, it's important to look at, because in that tension between luxury and the truth of the matter, the bare primal truth of things, where you actually figure out, well, what's that? How do I live? Right? How do I live? To what extent do I participate in the tech? Are some people called into the insane perpetual virtual worlds that are going to exist, where people in their coom pods are just going to be staying there? Are we going to be called, some of us, to go in there and to kind of wake people up? Not to say it in a truther form, but rattle people into their lives. Like, I think that's going to be a thing. Like, and so you're sometimes called to use the technology and to be in the.
Here's the thing that lots of people don't understand. I actually purposely embed myself with the so-called liberal Christians. They actually know it's a simulacra and train themselves how to manipulate it, and also train themselves how to access to the layer of reality below that. So actually, they know it's fake, and they did it on purpose.
Okay, there's some that might know that, and maybe some that don't. I have a hard time determining who's who. Like the fake, like the Ben Shapiros and everyone who has an account with Daily Wire to some extent. Not to offend anyone who does, who just checks in with Ben Shapiro or whatever. It's just that. Do you think that's an example, Hank, of people who understand they're really not operating with the real a true dialectic? They're operating a false one, and they know it, but they can use it. So it's like, oh, well, why would I deny this if it's useful? I can engage with this and play, and let's go, like Alex Jones would be a perfect example.
Yes, Alex Jones would be my example too. He's my primary example as well.
Okay. Yeah, where it's just like, they're coming, it's like, this is happening, folks, and you're like, oh yeah, and you could engage with that. There could be a weak moment for all of us where we go, yeah, that is happening. I gotta gear up, right? I gotta do something. We're saying that could be a spiritual war, but there's a way, like Hank said, to engage with it where you're not actually dealing with ethics. This is my problem with general new truther spheres, Gnostic spheres. I call it folder chasing, where it's like, that's not the war isn't finding new information. Why? Because the new information doesn't tell you what you ought to do. It could be useful, it could be valuable, but the information doesn't give you your ethics alone, right? Knowing what happened on 9/11 doesn't actually give you your life that you're going to live.
Yeah, we need an algorithm. We need an algorithm to process that information and react to it. And that's what we're not focusing on.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by an algorithm? You think we need a heuristic to interact with the content and the information?
Yeah, we need a heuristic. So
you mean
pretty much
like a paradigm? I'd say that the Christian paradigm is that heuristic that distinguishes between info or knowledge and let's say life of obedience, theosis. That these could be related, but they're never identical. That the pursuit of knowledge and new knowledge doesn't mean you're enlightened or closer with God just because you have new knowledge, right? This has been something sold to us, and unfortunately, it's from these people who are like, against the beast. Let's get away from the beast. They're trying to lie to you. Everything's, You got to get to the bottom of the truth. Check out this folder I sent you, and it's like 10 pages of names of Steins and Bergs, and you're like, okay, I got the names of the people now. Now what?
Yeah,
like,
then you open the folder, and it turns out the people, the list doesn't make any sense. The list is wrong if you check it.
Right. Or it's just gematria numbers. Let me read a couple of chats here. Petrogarde, 17-month member. Shout out to Petrogard and everyone else who's a year or more. Appreciate you. The discipline restraint of force does not invalidate the source of force. Correct. Yeah. Being disciplined, benevolent doesn't mean you aren't dangerous. Bucko. Correct. Yeah, that's a good distinction for Adam if you were still listening. Logan Daly, $10. Thank you, Logan. The argument is still moot. Authority is necessarily backed up by force. Yeah. If there isn't the act or the threat of force from within or without the authority, how would authority be derived? Yeah, I think that's what even Nick here is pointing to. Why make a distinction if they necessitate each other? Like, what is this rule you're pointing to if there's no ruler with the gun? There is no rule.
The guy was a little bored.
It's yeah, I mean, I think Adam, like a lot of people, they want their stab at Andrew in particular, right? Because he's running a lot of new, different arguments, and he's consolidating them and streamlining them. And so I think it's good. I like that people challenge.
Here's how you fix the model. So pretty much if you have, so first of all, you need to factor in sophistry so you can get people to do stuff without the gun, but that doesn't mean it's not force. And you want to term for like political energy, for like, so when you're not politically acting doing stuff, you still have the possibility to do stuff. So we have those two, those two distinctions. We'll at least be able to understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, it's a good example. Like someone is out in the street and the police go, we're probably going to need force, right? Just us arriving is that, right? But the police go, well, maybe let's try to use some negotiation tactics, right? Some conflict resolution tactics we learned we learned from the women back at the precinct. Okay, so even if they do that, well, there's a reason the police are doing that. Why? Because they still have a holster, right? It's not like the holster goes away because the negotiations start. The police don't call some chick down the road who's good with words to come into the street, in danger, right? And go, well, we don't need force here. Call Sally. No, we don't call Sally. The person who's negotiating still has their hand on a pistol. And so, these are just like instances where, okay, there's proof that force wasn't necessary. Okay, great. But necessary by who? Well, the people with force. Like, it's like, it doesn't get rid of the fact that there's a gun on the holster, in other words.
Yeah, just trying to save resources because shooting gun costs money. So,
yeah, it's a disruption. It's like you'd rather not. Believe it or not, there are plenty of police officers that are pretty fine not shooting somebody. Like they're probably most of them. Probably don't want that to get in that situation, right?
And there's a lot of paperwork involved. When you fire shots and it's annoying and they don't want to bother with it.
Yeah, there's headlines and all sorts of tweets. Anything else from you guys? If there's anyone else who wants to jump on, this is a free for all. Doing something different because my OBS shut down. So going old school StreamYard.
Yeah, one thing to say.
Sure.
It seems that this manosphere, all the smart guys, they try to avoid as hard as possible news and want to live by intellect and maybe emotions. And it's very pathetic when you see it and understand what happens. And also, I wanted to before I go, try to play the devil's advocate and ask you a question about, of course, there are no rights. No, but if we, for example, read the Bible, there are plenty of places, and everybody knows from their own lives that women, for example, have a lot of, how do you say, invisible power, yeah? Like how John the Baptist died, was beheaded. It's because women have power, a lot of power. What would you call it? Like not right?
Influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, influence, sophistry.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
influence. Yeah, they could use manipulation, but they can also easily be manipulated too.
The chopping of the head, though, still force.
Yeah,
It
sexuality is
force, yeah.
power. Yes.
Yeah.
And the Bible
Yeah,
explains it.
it's power. It's power if the man is weak, though. So the influence is only as strong as the man is weak, in a sense. So it's like, you know, today, all the OnlyFans shit, all of the appetites that are being served up on a platter, this is only powerful or influential in a sense because men, you know, submit to it. They go, okay, I'm going to go submit to my own desires, right? And I'm going to be led by the world, right? And so, you know, women can be easily manipulated, but also manipulate men if men are weak. And so that's why it is to say, be in the world, not of it.
Yeah,
To be,
I would call it
not,
this a spiritual attack vector.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Anything else from you guys?
Oh, no, it was good tuning in. Interesting topics. I was glad to partake.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just sending the link out in case anyone else wants to diversify. Because I don't have any. I have no direction right now, so I'm not worried. I'm not worried either. I can just hang. It's just that I'm gonna let you guys kind of direct if you want.
Well, I mean, hey, we got two black philosophers on the JB.
Right. Yeah.
Shout out Hank. This is pretty cool. Yeah. Always proud to see another fellow black man pursuing that knowledge.
So they can't flag me for being racist now. It's
you better not. You better not call him racist.
I have a black friend with a fedora and a black friend with a man bun, so you can't take me out.
No, you can't. I'm half black, so it's like a defense for both sides there.
Right? Yeah, just weave.
Yeah, I got a lot of flexibility.
So I watched Alex Jones for a decade, so I actually know all the truther, Nango Fango, and all their typical tactics. Right now I'm out just training on the Panelverse. I run into them quite a lot, and they really need to develop new tactics. Like
the Truther Sphere.
Oh yeah,
Alex?
they really.
Yeah.
Well, both. Alex is losing his freaking the whole shop, but he put on a new video game, so maybe he'll be fine.
The video game was actually fun. I got it and played it on a stream. It was fun. I liked how it was made. It was a very simple, straightforward platformer, funny. I hope to see more video games like that, you know. But you're right. The direction of that whole like group. Hank, you've been on all the different panels. Like I can barely even watch most of them. Because it's so deep into the knowledge sphere, the folder sphere, that I think your criticism of even Alex Jones would apply to all of these different sort of like cross mingling, whatever, post-truthers or whatnot.
Yeah.
And so, it just gets weighted down. You know, you're just like, okay, now, basically, I'm left with like a meme, like now what? That's my feeling every time. Now what?
Yeah, and the answer is we try to start solving problems now. That's the now what? Okay.
Steven says, and Hank is literally retarded, so that's, you know, like, so what does that show? Yeah, if he's figuring this stuff out, like,
what's your excuse?
Yeah,
if I'm retarded, what's your excuse?
Hank, you want me to let him talk to you like that? What's going on here?
Yeah.
You can talk to me like that, but the thing is, I'm up here. I made the clip for so when Jim Bob is ready to take a nap and he'll actually debate Steve, he has a whole folder of 20 clips to use against Steve. He can just open it up and find something he likes.
Hank, do you really think someone like Steve is even debatable? I mean, you've seen where it goes, right?
I could totally beat his ass.
In what topic?
Well, what? So here,
or just physically?
But both. But here's what happens. So there's another guy similar to him, like I call Officer Snaps, who likes to hang around Paul Enslaved. And what happens is they'll make a whole bunch of random assertions, and you can just negate them by asking either what's your source for that, or so what? And he pretty much negates all momentum they have.
Yeah, something like that. Like, how do you know that? Like, they go, well, this philosopher wrote this thing, and I go, how do you know that's true, though? And they're like, well, we're just debating what they mean by these words, and I'm like, well, I want to know if they're true. I want to know if it's legit. Logan says some live for Hank. I believe that.
Yeah, or how would this benefit me? That's a good one that gets perhaps trips him up.
Hey, do you mind if I ask what is your position or your worldview? You have a denomination, so on.
Oh yeah, so I'm a Unitarian Universalist. What else? I actually just joined like late
Get them
last
all
year,
now.
but
Don't forget any now. Spit them all out.
oh yeah, also what called?
You said
politics.
You said Unitarian, right?
Yeah, Unitarian. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, Discordian as well. So I want you to come up and attack me. Yep, come in here and attack me.
No, they're in the chat. They're getting you. Don't worry.
Yeah, they're in the chat. I want them to come up here, though. I mean, I talked to them on Discord, and unfortunately, I didn't look that good. So let's not talk about that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's not talk about that because I don't want to embarrass them. They can just come up here and get their.
What about EBT? You want him to come up and beat your
EBT
ass?
loves me. EBT loves me. Come up, EBT.
EBT, you want to put down his Unitarianism?
Yeah, please.
Jim Zen Shapiro, what's going on? Zen, hope you're doing good, buddy. $4.99 Jim Bob's Melanin Fund. Yeah. Soon we'll be calling him Jerome Bob. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking going in that direction. Jerome Bob. Jerome Bob could actually be a skit, for sure. So yeah, he says I'll kick you in Allah's shins. Yeah.
Ooh.
Right in the shins.
I actually have a policy for that. It's called video games for e-thugs. So if they think they can, if they think they can take me, I say let's do a simulation, find out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but yeah. So Unitarian, Discordian. I use a polytheist framework. I actually visited OTO. I didn't like them. They don't do anything. The garbage. I never even joined it. I just hung out there and said I left because they didn't have anything interesting. They don't have any power. They have old books I can get at the library.
Sounds like Hank, your theology is like a technology. Would that be accurate?
Oh, absolutely. Theology is technology. I'm trying to train up my social skills right now by interacting with these panels. Believe it or not,
is it working?
These panelists are easier to interact with than my coworkers. So,
where do you work?
Well, mainly it's probably because I can just turn them off.
Do you work at NASA?
No, I work at a logistics company.
You don't have to tell me.
I won't say what the name is. I let them guess. Yeah. There's the officer snaps and what's it called? Keystone Cop Crew is supposed to be investigating me. I want them to have something to find. I'm gonna make them do some work to pay off the make our so-called tax laws worth it. So
Hank, if your interaction with your religion, your theism, your theology is a technology, it's logically possible and practically possible for two of us to both abide by your theology and do completely different things with them, right?
Yes.
Contradictory things?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I can do evil things that, from your view, they're evil, but they're consistent with your view.
Yes, but it's evil because they said so.
Can you?
In fact, you could do the exact same thing I'm doing, and I could call it evil.
Hank. You know, we're representing our people here. Just think about deeply what he's asking you, all right? And then proceed, okay?
All right. So, from your view, you think morality, even from your own Unitarian view, is completely subjective based on your preferences?
Well, not quite. So if someone can enforce their morality, then we kind of have to follow their rules.
Well, no, we're not talking about whether you can use force or not, because you can use force to do a horrifically incoherent morality approach, right? So we know that. I'm saying actually, like, not whether there's force included. I'm saying if I hold your view and you hold your view, and I can do something using your same technology, but be completely contradictory to how you use the technology. I'm saying that does your theology, whatever the aggregate is of your theology, does it ground? Is there an objective morality in your theology?
We can't go higher than intersubjective with our sensory system. So we can have an intersubjective morality, but I'm not sure we can access objective at all.
So nothing's actually immoral.
We wouldn't be able to know what's actually immoral with our sensory system. But we can use hypothetical imperatives and optimize for something. Yes.
Hank, how long you been tuning into these streams?
This one or any streams?
I don't know. It sounded like you guys had a history, or the chat had known of Hank.
So I've been tuning in for years, but I've started being an active participant within the past, let's say 6 months, give or take. I'm really active.
Well,
Hank,
I just hoped you would have heard some of these. Come on, Hank, brother. Come on, brother.
Well, this is the thing. It's always, you got to go down these trees every time, and you go down in a different way depending on the person. Hank, you said, I don't know that we can come to any objective truth about morality, right, from our senses. Now, do you apply that to truth itself?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I have a catchphrase to say truth is just a feeling.
So there's no truth?
It's a feeling.
Is that true?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, if your standard for your epistemology and morality is that everything's just a feeling, but you can't actually trust the feeling, then you can't trust the statement about the feeling, which at least you're consistent, you don't know. But it's hard to make the statement. I would say it's impossible to even state that truth is subjective or we can't get to the bottom of it, whether you're talking about morality or truth, because the statement itself is a performative contradiction.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't really just do better. So we have our feelings to work with. So what else are you gonna pick? What else are you gonna use?
What do you mean? What do you mean? If I have a feeling that something's illogical and then it actually is logical, it's very possible, in fact, that something could be rational and logical and go against my feeling that it isn't. Correct?
Exactly. That's why science is important, so we can double check.
Okay. So not feeling.
Yeah, to be a double check if our feelings are correct, because sometimes the universe just says, "Fuck you."
So then, not feeling. So my invitation is to abandon the statement, at least for now, apophatically remove that we just have to trust our feeling, because you just actually conceded we can't trust our feeling. We have to use something else now. So now you're on to science, right?
Yeah.
Is the arbiter, right?
But science doesn't always work. So sometimes you have to go back to your feelings.
That's your feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you got your senses, which is specialized feelings. Then you have science to double check if our narrative works. So we pretty much use your narrative.
Mm-hmm.
You use science as a process, and we have our feelings, and we have hypothetical imperatives, of course. I know you've been telling people what those are, and so we pretty much have a tool set to work with, but I don't know how it gets to objective. We can get to intersubjective. We can build societies. We can build rocket ships and all that stuff, but I don't know how we get to objective.
Wait, you think we went to the moon? Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say that, but I did say there's stuff on the shiny stuff on the moon that we can point lasers onto. So someone put it there.
What do you mean shiny stuff? Wait a second. MIT in 1962 shot lasers at the moon before there was any shiny things on the moon.
Yeah, it was less sparkly then.
It was less sparkly. Okay, fair enough. It was more. It got more sparkly. Got all glitterified, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, do you want to take any dialogue tree paths here?
Well, I mean, Hank,
because these are your people. This is half your people. Or you're half his people.
Yeah, you're half me.
All I'm saying, Hank, is I got some brothers in the Ethiopian Egyptian church. All right, if you feel ethnic, if that's a foot in the door you want to take, step in that. Let me put you in that direction, brother, because we got some strong arguments over there. Make you feel more certain about what you're saying and more assertive. And you just come off forthright with your declarations, and you can have an application to reality without the abstract references to concepts that have no meaning.
Well, I could do that, but when I've seen people have fallen into very bad traps and they shattered them, and it's very painful. I don't want to. I pray for those people.
Wait, you don't want to get shouted out? Like, Hank, there's a little bit of an irony here, okay? You sent me a beautiful link of Steve denying circles. Okay.
Yeah, and some other stuff.
I'm going to tell you right now, based on your epistemological foundation that you just conveyed to us, you also have to deny that circles exist. And I was wondering if you wanted to declare that now.
Don't let that happen.
I just won't be consistent to say, hey, I do see the circle. So I just won't be consistent there. So I can say, hey, that is a circle.
I know, but circles existing versus you think you're observing a circle. The universal category. Yeah, you have a feeling that's a circle, but your feelings could be wrong, right? So
yeah, it could be wrong, but what else do I have to go with?
Well, I mean, Steve could say the same thing, that he could be wrong, but he's just saying there's only particular circles. There's only specific circles.
Well, I'm encouraging him to do that.
I don't think asserting. I'm second guessing it now. Come on, Hank. Hank, he would.
What else am I going to do and say, rather than just look at the thing and make the judgment, hey, that looks like circle to me, and go with it? What else? What's my other option?
Wait, are you an atheist, but you just use religion as a heuristic technology, and you don't believe in God?
No, I believe in God.
Okay, so if God exists, how could there not be the faith and the certainty that circles exist? I mean, how could you...
Because more than one of them exists.
Right, but how could you be certain, in your faith that God exists in whatever form that your view has, right? But
I can sense them and see evidence of him interacting with the universe, so
wouldn't God
makes more sense for me to say God exists.
So does your God guarantee anything? As far as regularity, universals, concepts, rationality, logic, reason?
Nope, it's at their preference. They could just go ahead and yank it all away when they feel like it.
Wait, your God has preferences?
I don't know.
So your God intakes a preference, by the way, Hank, is something that has reference to past, present, concept of the future that's based on input, right? Input sense data. So it sounds like your God is just like a giant human, that does who sends out his tentacles, feels things, and goes, I have to determine a preference now.
They only have preferences when they want to.
They or he or...
I don't know. I really don't know how to refer to them. They only have preferences when they want to.
Does he have a foot?
When they feel like it.
When he feels like it, okay.
Yep.
Is his foot like any other foot?
I'm not even sure. Send him an email or something.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anything else from you, Nick?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, don't keep going on, Hank. You gotta represent a little better. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna give you that brotherly critique. That really appreciates you, and I really want you to have strong positions. That's all. That's where I'm coming from, brother.
That's fine, but I'm throwing myself in the fray. I'm doing pretty well.
No,
in my opinion, at least. I could be completely destroyed, but I don't feel that I have.
Hank, it's because how you are. It's not what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, I managed to spend 2 hours with Steve McRae yesterday, and I'm not asleep right now. So I think I'm doing pretty well.
Wow. No, I agree. No, you have a good attitude. I like your attitude.
That's number one. Good attitude.
Read the Bible. I would actually say don't. For Hank, I would say don't. I would say go to liturgy or something. Don't.
I like reading the Bible though.
I would say don't read the Bible.
But I kind of like reading the Bible.
Yeah, I don't want you to.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want you to.
I have a privilege to read the Bible though, so I could still do it anyways.
Yeah, no, you can. Yeah. Until I take that privilege away with force.
That's true. Assuming you have enough of it.
Yeah, Hank has a moon-like personality, doesn't he? Post 69 moon personality. Anything else? Anything else? Hank, you could ask us questions too, you know. I mean, I'm usually the interrogator, but by all means, I mean, you have the fedora on.
Hank's imperative to be true isn't as strong as you and I's, Jim Bob, you see, because ultimately Hank feels what truth is. And so, you know, Hank's a nice guy, so he doesn't feel too strong. You know, if somebody feels something else is true, he's willing to grant it. You know, it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah. I grant by default. I'm nice to you because you're doing stuff I like. I mean to some of people, but I'm nice to you guys for now.
Yeah. Your worldviews for you is like a drive-through. It's like you could have taken number 1 or number 3. It doesn't really matter. You might take number 3 tomorrow based on feelings. And
absolutely.
I wouldn't want you to come to a more narrow approach to theology. Let's say like a 2,000+ year old church that preserved tradition. If it was just from feelings alone anyway. So I would want you to actually question the way in which you come to truth. And first abandon feelings as the pointer, then because it would be wasted, right? I'd be like, like shepherding someone into a path and they don't even know what the grass is, or into a pasture and they don't even know what the grass is.
Yeah, but I pretty much run on narratives. Pretty much narrative is how because you need to string together those feelings to make it make more sense, or maybe narratives just make it feel even better. I don't know. But I pretty much I use narratives as like that transmission unit.
Yeah, the problem with the feeling, though, is like, especially now with post-truth and so many different ways to manipulate our physical brain and our non-physical, I think, emotions, is that you could actually make lies feel really good.
Yeah, so I'm trying to follow their toolkits so I'm not as vulnerable to that crap because it actually annoys me. They got me good. So I'm actually going to take. They're going to hand all the tools to me. Then I get to use them too.
Yeah. Do you play
music? They
music?
can hand them to me on a silver platter.
Do you play music?
I should. I have this Casio SA51, but I do not know how to use it.
Sick.
So I have it so I can practice wherever I want, but I didn't practice enough, so I don't know how to use it properly.
Yeah, and so instead you're on panels discussing, talking with Steve McRae about whether 99.9 equals 1.
Damn it,
right?
Hank.
0.999. You blew your calling.
We need to see you with a sax in that hand, and we need to see you on stage.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Yeah. Yeah, especially your get up, the way you present yourself. It's like it should be obvious you would have a saxophone. You'd have a bigger piano. You'd know how to play, and you also should be blind, technically. I mean, to really complete the...
Well, some people might say that I am blind.
Well, yeah, a little bit. I get
Very
that.
good.
Nice. Autism stonks. Cool. Anyone else? I mean, I sent the link out if anyone wants to have a party here.
Well, Hank, I wanted to ask if you related to the brother from NASA who had he delivered the statement how we can't go back anymore. I was thinking that there was a potentiality you guys were maybe
not that I know of, but that's bullshit. We could build analog computers just fine. So it's a dumb excuse. Go ahead. If we don't have the old manuals, we have hundreds of thousands of electrical engineers and mechanical engineers that will.
It's like saying I can't go to California because we don't make Model T Fords anymore.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the logic.
Yeah.
Well, you seem
ridiculous.
quite familiar with his side of it. I was wondering if you guys were related anyhow. That was all.
Yeah, not that I should check that. I should do a genealogy check. I really get onto it, or maybe I shouldn't. I'm not sure, but not that I know of.
What do I want to cultivate in terms? It doesn't matter. There's no direction. This is an open, no direction stream with nothing in mind.
He wants to talk to people.
No purpose. This is a Hank stream. No, it's all feelings based. The whole thing.
I mean, we're feeling it, bro. We're feeling it.
What's going on, Ticky Tack?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Nice.
So I thought I'd bring up the topic again of what is information.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Oh,
yeah.
Can I start with?
Yeah,
Sure.
Go ahead, Nick.
Well, I had first come across a investigation of information when I was looking into the human body and my origins as a being. And then I realized that, yes, as a black being, as a 50% black, 50% white being. So see, I have a lot of curiosity as how did I come here? You understand? It's very, But, DNA is where most of the information is located in your genes. And so I was looking at the theory of evolution as it regards to information. Are you following me?
Yes, completely.
So I was looking at the claims of evolution is that simple organisms had evolved somehow, and one of the base theories is that these are mutative effects cellularly. And so these mutative effects actually had some, the claims are that these had some development and created things. However, my concern was that, okay, if there's information given, I've only ever seen information come from a mind of a sender. And that, so let me just state that as a premise here, because this is actually a fact in the field of information physics and information science, that information has never been observed in reality other than being derived from the mind of the sender. And so go on. I want to come in.
I was just going to define, because he asked what the definition was. I would just go with data plus semantics. That pure data itself is not necessarily information, but once you add semantics in the meaning, and it could even be very loose. It could be what's the term? There's like these 5 levels of information. Syntax, like you could still derive information, coded information, in a very disjointed way and still make sense. But like Nick says, semantics assumes mind. So information, if it's data plus semantics, which is a current definition for information theorists, that semantics would assume it's mind dependent.
Yeah, I want to expand on just why
I want to
I'm
answer
expanding
this
on this context. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
want to answer it too. So, yes, pretty much Jim Bob's pretty correct. I would have said before Jim Bob spoke that information is a pattern on objects. Pretty much information is a pattern. That's what I would have said. But Jim Bob's answer is probably better than mine.
Yeah. So I'm just expanding on the context of the conversation yesterday between Steve and Jeff. And it seems like they're under the impression that information is just a material property, that literally everything can be represented as information. And I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that because of, well, first, whenever we think about information, it is something that is developed. It's something that is created and expands on. Whereas if you take something like the theory of evolution and the mutations on evolution, we're seeing a degradation of information, a corruption of information over time. We're not actually seeing an expansion of information. And that's where the ontology, or it's ontology, I think it is. It's where chemicals tend to try to degrade over time. They don't seem to develop to expand into more complex things, and information can be applied in the same exact way. Or we can go on the Schrodinger's cat methods of thinking, and is information always there, even when there's no observer, being something like a black hole? It's like, yeah, that black hole example that Steve was bringing up on information, how it's like, yeah, the information of a person that's floating towards the black hole can pretty much go down the black hole and get stretched, but the information is still there. But let's say there's no observer. Is there information there, or is there no information? Steve would assume there is.
Yes,
but from the mind, you don't.
Yeah, I would say Steve is making a jump from pure data to information. and he can't assume information because information would assume that there's some meaning to the data, not just pure data as in like raw form. And what my argument to them is, nobody can point to physicality, matter, and say it's identical to the information we attribute it to. Like, for instance, an apple is the simplest scenario. Nowhere in an apple will you find the information apple. The universal concept, the apple, the things we refer to as the property. And this is where the conversation on Discord, they made a distinction between what they called referent. Try to keep up, chat. This is nerdy language. The referent, the thing that the concept's describing. So if an apple itself, without the term apple, is the referent, it's an object in space, has its things, it has its crunchiness, its redness, and this stuff. The concepts are not identical to what it's describing, and we agree. 7 coconuts are, coconuts are not identical to 7. They're separate things. So if we start there, this is the problem with their view, Tiki Tack, is that when they say, no, there's a distinction between the referent, the object, and the concept, the information describing the object. But they're calling the referent more information. And then I ask them from their very materialistic view whether the concept itself is matter. And they say yes. Well, that means the concept is also a referent, right? And so it's this endless scenario of, there's this distinction between the thing being described and the concepts describing it. And we go, sure, we agree with that premise. And then I go, but isn't your view that concepts and descriptions themselves are also physical objects in some arrangement? And I ask them this: what's the categorical difference between, in their view, a referent, the object, and another thing that they have to say is also an object? And they can't tell me. They run. They go, you're not understanding the thing. And I go, you're not answering the question. What's the categorical difference? It's the same thing, categorically.
Yeah, and I understand where that thought's coming from, and this is where I've been trying to shape an argument a little bit on that context, is using scientific methods, how can you verifiably prove something is information or not information? And it will actually kind of get them caught in a catch-22 because they'll always assume that everything is information. But they still have to answer the question of, okay, how do you validate that it is information? What is the empirical test you could do that whatever you're observing is information? And I think that will get them really caught up in a tongue twister.
You don't bother. Just skip that. There's no need. You sense the thing and it's there. What else do you need to do?
What's that?
You sense the thing and it's there. What else do you need to do?
No. The validation is the methodology, and what Tiki Tack is saying is it's all the same information. So you're just saying the information I have about the information, I'm validating with more information. It's just endless regress of what you're calling. Basically, Tiki Tack is saying, from their view, it's a monism of information. So what distinguishes not information? Well, I think Tiki Tack's saying they have to say everything's information. Well, then there's no distinctions, right? You're in a monistic trap.
Exactly. And so then you can pull the argument back to say, okay, what is relevant information to our time? It's like now the black hole and whatever happens in the existence of the universe doesn't matter anymore because it's information that's irrelevant to the topic at hand. So now, how can we discern what is the information we should be working with to solve whatever problem or move along the debate and the discussion so we don't get caught in these stupid tangents?
This one's, so Stephen Wolfram's working on this, but other people have too. So you solve this problem the same way the computer does it with your hard drive. It looks for magic numbers, then puts it in a context, and it just uses only a limited amount of operations.
No, that's just wrong. Computers will just execute whatever the human tells it to. That doesn't solve an epistemic problem.
Yeah,
that's what information is and isn't. Yeah, information could do the wrong thing though. So you're still left with Tiki Tack's question.
Yeah, but who's to say it's wrong?
Well, is 2 + 2 equal pineapple?
Well,
can I defend
what mathematical system we use?
What, Nick?
What's the math system we use? Are we using this normal one, or are we using some different one?
Logic.
Just a standard one? No.
Logic,
we can make a mathematical system where it does.
Yeah, no, I agree. You could actually go to an island where they happen to have developed a, I don't know this island exists, but hypothetically, the way they develop math, 1 + 1 = pineapple, it just so happens the pineapple represents what we value as a 2. It just looks different. They just, for some reason, developed that. But for that to be possibly true, that means that something else is consistent. I mean, that logic is available to us. And so we use coherency to determine whether a system's logical. And that's what's in question now. So if what Tiki Tak is saying is like, if there's an endless regress of what you call information, and you could never actually say this is information and this isn't, right? I've been trained now to ask what isn't. So if someone says XYZ is the case and or X is this, and I go, how do you know what isn't that? And then they're like, well, you're playing a word game. And I'm like, no, if you're making a distinction between this and that, that's why I ask in evolution, how do you know something's not a transitional fossil? Right? They can't tell me. They never can tell.
That's a good question. I like that question.
And to expand on this, so I think it's kind of difficult to even answer arbitrarily what is information without the context of what are we actually trying to argue against, because we could be talking about metaphysics, we could be talking about normal physics, we could talk about medical psychology, all this kind of stuff, and the criteria for information is all going to be different. So it's like to try to define at the very top level what information is actually just a really difficult question to answer because it's all relative.
Well, also, Tiki Tak, you have to presuppose information to talk about it.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest problem that we see with all this stuff. That's why presuppositionalism isn't some cringe element of argumentation or category of argumentation, because we simply ask certain questions like let's talk about what logic is, and then you go, can you do that without appealing to logic? And they go, oh, I see, you're being a presupper. No, it's just pointing out the fact that some things are assumed beforehand, right? And so what justifies the assumption? And then they go pragmatism. They go they take Hank's approach, where it's like, well, no, we just do it because, so that we can talk about things and pretend we're participating in something called truth, which is like some way to pass time or something. And
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying our dogs and cats usually doesn't justify them sniffing the litter box. So
I was going to say, Tiki Tak, I find this quite interesting. If you were to consider that information without history is really meaningless, and so life itself is participatory in that we are existing in time and space, and that his story or history is actually giving meaning to information, and we participate in that. That kind of tickle your fancy there? Does that get you thinking?
Does that get you closer to the piano?
So I'm actually a Christian. All of my history all derives back to the Bible, but I try to avoid these types of debates. But if I were to go back into my atheist agnostic mindset, I would say that a lot of information that I derive from is based off of my own truth. So whatever I have evaluated as to be the correct way of approaching life or the correct way of responding to life is the truth of information.
So correspondence, it sounds like you're leaning toward correspondence, right?
I don't know these terms very well.
Oh, correspondence and coherency. Coherency, let's just say for layman's, coherency is logic, based in logic, coherency, and correspondence, which needs coherency, is like your interaction with the external world. And this is the difference between a Christian apologist who does what's called classical foundationalism, which is they're doing the cosmological argument, math in nature, geometry, the design in nature, and assuming some higher mind. But they're arguing within the atheist paradigm because it's materialism. It's looking at the world only if you're going to be strictly arguing from that. So from a Christian view, you would be doing both correspondence and coherency, that you wouldn't just rely on correspondence. Because you know why? Because the story of Christianity violates what we call regular correspondence to what we normally would expect in nature. Like there are miracles and things that upend our notion of regularity and things to expect just from the natural view, right?
Yeah, I would agree with a lot of that context, with an expansion of that. I come from a past of, atheism, so I can very well apply that alternative perspective away from the Christian view and more towards the materialist view.
Yeah, it's a trap though. Just so you're aware of it. You'll see it when you hit it. You'll be like, oh,
Ticky
here's the
tack.
trap.
Could I try to make one quick connection that might tie something in for you?
Sure.
We were talking about information. You trying to determine which information is relevant as we determine what information is valid from which sender, and we know it's coming from a mind, right? I'm not trying to use too much words, but it's coming from a mind, right?
I can agree with that premise.
Right. So that's actually your biggest strong point, because if you can remain solid there, then the only question you have to go further with is whose mind is it? And then it becomes an argument of theology, but it's actually necessary once you realize that it's a mind, it becomes personal, and that you have a connection and there's meaning to it. So it is a personal question. If you follow that, that's I would say it's very positive for you.
Yeah, it's positive, but still, someone like corporate operative bubble could do something, could still blindside you. So I would ground that, but someone could still blindside you if you're not prepared for them.
So where I would say is that where my strong suit in that I have a definitive mind personally that I look up to for truth information, usually the other opposite side that I'd be arguing against does not. They're relying on other people for their truth or other bits of information produced by another person, and that generally goes into a whole nother rabbit hole of religion and how humans are flawed and how we can only look up to an ultimate being. So it's like, in a way, I do have just a slight step up to say that, I have a God that is determining where the source of truth is. But then it gets into a debate of what is God, and how do I prove God?
Who has to be the distinction there, because it now became personal as a mind is involved.
What refers to, so if you said God would be necessarily the grounding for truth, and you reduce truth to descriptions of objects, right? You would have to include, morality. Why ought we, pursue truth? Why ought we be good people? These kind of things. Objects, whats, can't prescribe oughts. And so if you start to approach the merger between truth and morality, then you'll start to see why God needs to be personal, and you'll catch yourself in saying it. But right now you're saying it, and it's incoherent because it's don't have minds. What's an it that has a mind?
And
I can reshape my arguments. Yeah.
Right. There you go. That's that. Your self-awareness is your biggest strong suit there. With that.
Can I ask something? I've been listening. My name is John. Hank knows me very, very loosely. I know Hank very, very loosely. I hear so many people recently talking about God and religion and spirituality and so on. That word, that three-letter word, G-O-D, capital G-O-D, small G-O-D, however you want to spell it and use it, that means so many different things to so many different people. I'm never sure that the people I hear talking about it are actually talking about the same thing.
You make a good point.
I know they're not.
Word God, I really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know they're not.
If you guys have hashed that out among yourselves.
Yeah, I know for certain they're not. I mean, yesterday with Steve McRae, he was attacking a Platonic theologian strongman, and that's not the God of the Bible, and it's a non-starter. I mean, Jim Bob and Steve would talk past each other. So.
Canuck Sarum, that's the point, is that we want to ask who. So anybody who's talking about God, I'm listening, and I want to know who they're talking about, right? Because apophatically, a fancy word for, removing what can't be the case, we want to know what that is and do a filtering process. But it's for the people who are engaging with this assumption that God exists in some form. Some will take this approach that it's just all one thing. Nature is God. It's one big smart organism. Other people, that's the whole point, is that we listen and go, oh, cool, you're talking about God. What is it you mean by this? And you're pointing out something that's essential in this pursuit, because it doesn't really apply to people who, in a sense, it doesn't apply to people who actually reject the term altogether. It's really a warfare of argumentation between people who actually do argue for God, and we want to know what they mean by God.
Oh, no, that's where you're wrong, because we have so-called Abrahamic missile theists that love to talk about God, but we still need to ground them in which one. So
that's how I'm right.
Not feeling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, just a right end. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think it.
Okay.
I think in its simplest terms, we can all agree that when we refer to God, we refer to the creator of the universe.
Most of the time, people are saying the essential non-dependent item, being, object, thing. It could, that precedes all creation, or is merged eternally with creation. Because some people, like Ryan Remembers, think we're all God. And he just had us to remember what it was like to have a Starbucks.
Yeah. The right hand versus left hand path interpretation, yes.
Hank, you wouldn't want to invalidate Remember Ryan's feelings on that, though.
I'm not any clearer, really, because I hear you, the host, I'm sorry, Jerome, saying God, and softly insisting. I don't mean insisting as a pejorative, forgive me. But saying who instead of what, and I'm not even clear that it should be a distinction between who and what. There may be a term for it that doesn't quite fit neatly within human conception because it's beyond human conception.
Well, no, I disagree. Is that if God created human conception, right? Then you're saying ultimately it's unknowable, which says nothing. So an unknowable God just removes you from the argument altogether about God, but.
Yeah.
But when you say who does make sense. Why? Because let's say someone took the position God grounds truth itself, and I argued truth is conceptual and absolute. And to argue that truth isn't absolute would be a performative contradiction.
Jim Bob, I actually do.
Hold on, Hank, I'm not done. Hold on, Hank, I'm not done yet. So if you started with truth being conceptual and absolute, right, and then I said concepts are never not associated to mind, then if I reduced it to humans can't create absolute concepts, that we assume absolute concepts, well, I could just go from a mind. I could just say, okay, there's this general mind, which is a deistic starting point, which doesn't finish the race, right? But certainly we can get to a who or a being or a mind from argumentation, whereas an it would limit you to materialism, would limit you to objects. So why? Because the truth of the matter, right? What would God be if God had nothing to do with the truth of the matter? What would you be referring to?
I don't understand what you're asking.
When I say background.
What hold on, Hank. If I say what is God? If someone uses the term God, and I ask him, how does the term you're using relate to the truth of the matter? Truth claims, knowing stuff, living a life, everything that's involved with being a human being. I would ask them that. I would just simply ask them that. Now, if they took your approach and they said, I don't even know what I mean, well, then we're not even talking anymore. There's no place to go, right?
I didn't say I don't know what I mean. I'm not sure what you specifically mean, or what Hank means, or what Nick Acosta means. Or
yeah, you asked. So you asked.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you came in saying people have different notions of God, and we said, yeah, we agree.
Do we want to go around the table and define what God is?
No. I'm just curious if you guys are even aware of each other, so that I can understand the conversation a little better and participate meaningfully beyond my fumbling questions.
Oh, well, let's start with you. Do you have a concept of God? Do you intuitively or logically come to any version of God existing?
I don't. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be rude or persnickety or something, I literally don't understand your question. I don't
You
know
don't-
what you mean by God. I like
Hold on.
if
No.
you're asking me, is there an
Okay.
anthropomorphic creator being that very specifically cares about human beings and what we do when we don't have clothes on? I'm going to say no. I find that characterization ludicrous, and of course, it's a slander against some people. But there are some people in the world who believe in that kind of God. And
how
when you
dare you?
compare that to, for example, the God of Einstein, right, an impersonal manifestation, perhaps, of the ultimate play of order and energy and entropy physics in the universe that arises in some
Let me ask you.
multispatial
Okay,
way
yeah,
that
you're
I don't
going
understand. I have no idea
I
what that
understand.
means.
I understand.
So,
Okay, so the answer is no. You've never come to a concept of God because you can't conceive of what it's meant. You can't conceive of what is he possibly meant by the argument. So I'll ask it in a different way.
no.
Canucks.
Pardon me. I'm not sure what some people who believe in what they call a personal God actually believe in. It's like
In
trying
Negregor.
to describe
we're
color
asking
to someone
you.
who doesn't have
Listen,
color vision.
listen.
Like, I can't see
We're
it.
asking you, not other
Okay,
people.
you need to know first.
Yeah,
Well-
you. We're asking you. You don't know what other people's concept of God is at all, right?
If you ask me the question, John or Connexum, what is a bleen? I have the faintest fucking clue what you're talking about. So when you say God, I don't know what you're asking me. So I can't.
So you have no back. You're saying you have no background knowledge of what's often referred to as God.
No, I don't understand. Sure, I'm as familiar as anyone else
you
living
do.
in North
A little
America.
dishonest.
Tell me it's my turn.
Common
Just
It,
dishonest.
meaning
it sounds a
the word
little. It
God
sounds a
are.
little bizarre that you don't know what God means, but you just gave us several
No.
summaries of what other people might be considered when they what they might be meaning when you say the term God. So I'll ask a different way so you're not baffled. Okay, are there any necessary preconditions for truth and reality existing, from your view? Anything necessary that precedes this thing called reality that includes concepts of truth, propositions, experience, human experience, consciousness, all of this stuff. Is there anything from your view that is a necessary precedent before you get this?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Are there any preconditions for reality?
I don't know. I don't understand the question. So
You
no,
don't understand
I
the
don't know.
question? Are there any
I'm being honest with
preconditions?
you, I don't understand the
Okay.
question.
Are there any preconditions for doing science?
Yes,
Do you understand that question?
I
Can
would
you be
imagine a
specific
rigorous
why you don't understand
application of
Okay,
well
okay,
thought
so-
out principles of interrogation.
Okay, great. So how is it that you understand the question, are there any preconditions for science, but you don't understand the question, are there any preconditions for reality being the way it is?
Well, I can actually engage in science. I can
What
pick
are the
apart
preconditions?
a report, you know.
No,
but
no, what are the
preconditions for what
preconditions?
reality is? I haven't the faintest clue if there are.
Okay, what are the
preconditions
preconditions for science to be possible?
I'm not even sure I understand that question perfectly, but for
does
me,
the world-
if someone
okay.
tells me they're doing science, I need to know that first of all, they have a dispassionate approach to the query. Well, you're shaking your head, but that to
No,
me
that's
is-
not what I'm asking though. So I don't want a question I didn't ask. I want to, because that's doing science, like how to properly doing science. I'm saying, does the world need to be a certain way? Is there anything that needs to be in place so that science is possible to do?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay, I'll just give you the answers. Do we need the regularity of nature to do science? Does the world need to be regular? Okay, that's a precondition. That's one.
I don't know if it needs to be regular in all places and all times, but there need to be patterns that I can identify as being regular. So yeah,
that's great.
sure.
So that's one thing. Do you need reasoning?
Well, I wouldn't need to be able to reason, yes, because science is based on
Great.
reasoning.
That's another thing. Do you need senses? Do all of us need some adequate capacity to interact with sense data?
Sure, of course.
Okay, those are preconditions. Okay. Do you need universal? Do you need at least appeal to universals, even if you reject them? Universal concepts, the names of things, understanding of universals and particular things before you do science.
It would be helpful to have a high degree of accord about those subjects in order to talk about them meaningfully with other people.
Okay.
Yes.
You need language.
A form of communication like language, yes, okay.
Do you need math?
Certainly for some endeavors, yes.
Okay, cool. So do you need, in addition to the regularity of nature, that includes what seems to be locally, at least, lawful, regular laws of physics?
That would help in determining patterns from what might be noise, yes.
All right, so when we're asking a bigger question of like, well, how can we make sense of all of these preconditions for the thing you call science? So all of these things precede science, right? Science is not possible unless this whole list we just we didn't even exhaust it, but we listed enough. All of these things we just listed are preconditions. Science doesn't give you these things. You are given these things. And so when we ask, well, what are these things? Are they even in the realm of science or nature? Some of them you can point to regularity in nature and say, oh, okay, in nature we see this. But then categories don't exist in nature. Geometry and math don't exist in nature. Information doesn't exist identically to what we assign to it in nature. So now we're asking, okay, so the preconditions for science, which some call not the pursuit of knowledge itself, is grounded in science and empiricism. But if that was the case, science would be able to make sense and make an account for all of the things that are required for science, but it can't. So that
please stop a moment.
Sure.
You're talking about so many different things that I don't understand where you're going. Maybe I'm wasting everyone's time because I'm no closer to understanding what you're talking about. Because given all these things, when you say given, if something is a given, that's different than something being given, and I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So do you just take them ad hoc that the laws of physics are regular and that we have logic and reasoning and rationality, that the laws of thought, the three classical laws, hold true preceding a mind? You just take these ad hoc for granted, right? They're just self-evident
I know what
to
you
you?
mean by the three laws of thought. I'm not sure what you're asking me about.
Do you know the three laws of classical logic?
I know about Asimov's three laws of robotics, but no, I don't know about
The law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle.
No, philosophy was more than 20 years ago for me at university. So
okay, that's okay. What I'm pointing to is the things that you didn't account for in reality. It sounds like you've never asked the question, what gives? I mean, why is it the way it is, right? That's the question, is how is it that the world and reality is the way it is? Not that it exists at all, but it actually exists in a very particular way. And so asking these questions, for most people, if you're confused on why they start asking the God question to begin with, even very vaguely, is because there's a set of unanswered questions and categories that we utilize and take for granted, and people just have not asked the question. I mean, they used to, and then the Enlightenment came along and said, you don't have to answer these questions; they're just given. It's self-evident, right? You don't have to ask where logic comes from. So when we ask these questions, what you're engaging with when you say what is meant by God, we're talking about the justification, the non-dependent entity, if you will, that precedes all things, that makes an account for all the things we have today.
Okay, pardon me then. This kind of harkens back to something that caused me to decamp from anyone whose identity, and I don't mean this as a slur against you, this is people I've encountered in the past, whose identity is tied up so much in them being right about something. And typically, the religion you believe in is something you really want to hang your biggest and best coat on.
What about science people who what about people who you didn't include the people who swear science is
I'm not finished yet. It can go for them as well, right? Ultimately, I come down to two forks in a path. There's an eternal and uncreated universe, or there's an eternal and uncreated creator. Because if you want to draw an origin back to everything, you have the infinite regress. So for me, parsimony fits a lot better. And ultimately, when people ask, is there a God? What is a God? I said, great, let's talk about it, so long as it doesn't begin impinging on any of the rights or privileges I enjoy.
Oh, right. Oh, you believe in rights. Oh, you believe in rights? That's interesting. Please, can you tell me? I assume you take a materialistic, scientific, empirical view. That's why you probably deny a guy, right?
I used to. I don't anymore.
Okay. Okay, so how do you justify something called a right?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
What is a right?
Well, I believe, and I will assert quite forcefully that I have a right to bodily autonomy, and people should not be able to coerce me into violating that because they choose to have me
Okay,
violate.
and someone can say they have the right to do it. I'm asking what justifies the concept. I'm not asking what you think a right is and what it gives you. I'm asking you, what is a right?
What is a right?
Mm-hmm.
I know you understand this question.
Well, I understand the question. I've never had to justify that.
I know, right? Because the Enlightenment, because the Enlightenment fart told you don't have to question this self-evident thing called a right. Yeah, so when I go, what's a right? It's like you deny, from your view, and it's not a slur against you. It's just that you deny God's existence for whatever variety of reasons.
But no. Which God? What God? What? I don't know.
Any God. Even the concept, it doesn't even occur to you because it's not found in reality. You don't even know it's being referenced, right? I'm saying a right is the same thing, same category basically from your view. That's why I'm asking you, what is a right? Because I'm actually in your seat now. I don't understand what you mean by this thing.
Okay,
please tell me.
Then let me contextualize things with the recent pressure in society for people to take untested medicines. Some insisted that I would have to go along with their choice in order to accord and keep them safe. Mm-hmm. And they wanted to force me to take something I thought could damage my body.
Sure.
And I believe that the only thing I truly possess in this world other than my mind is my body. And if I don't have direct and immediate control over my body, if I'm not the final arbiter in meat space of what happens to my body, then I don't really have much of anything at all. And like anyone desperate, I want to protect that last little crust that I can rely on. So I will use this term, I'm vaguely aware of, right, to defend my ability to assert primary autonomy over my body and mind to the maximum degree I can.
I understand.
What,
you have an example.
What gives me that belief? Ultimately, the fact that I will end you to the best of my ability if you try to violate what I believe is my immediate and sovereign control over my mind body.
It sounds like you believe in force.
Strength.
Well, ultimately, that's what things come down to if you can't negotiate.
So why would you use the term right? So why would you use the term right then, if you're just talking about force?
I'm not talking about force. I didn't.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you are. You're only talking about force in reality. Actually, there's nothing in reality called a right.
Yeah, that's
sure
my
because
that's
I'm
my
using
philosophy.
the term to refer to my bodily autonomy. So yes.
No. You're using No. You're using bodily autonomy as an example of the thing you're referring to. You're not actually pointing to the thing.
Well, I can't show you a platonic ideal or
okay.
Look.
I have a right to violate your autonomy. See how easy that is? How are you going to tell me
you can assert
my right's
that
different?
You have that right.
Yeah,
and I will
that's
assert
my
that
point.
You do not, and ultimately we either negotiate or brain each other.
Well, no. What is the only thing we're talking about? If I say I have the right to violate your autonomy and you say I don't, what is it coming down to in the end? Starts with an F.
Well, that's what I just said. You make an assertion.
I
counter.
So rights don't exist. All there exists is I have a stance on things, and I have peripheral objects I call my own, and you have your view, and we're gonna basically your standard for reality is basically force wins, right? Force wins, right?
No,
that's the reality.
That isn't my standard. That is one way that an interaction may go.
Just say yes.
Not the only way.
Yeah, why would you say so? Do you think we should be imprisoned if we violate your rights?
Well, that depends on the level of violation.
Is there a violation of your rights that justifies force?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you didn't have the force applicator, what would you have?
I would then have to rely
a sign. You'd have a sign in your lawn that said, "I have rights."
Oh no, a sign.
Ultimately, insisting I have a right doesn't matter much if I can't back it up, which is why I said ultimately, if we can't do things through negotiation, it will come down to force. Yeah.
So you only believe in force because rights are irrelevant in this position because I have a right to violate your rights and you can't say anything about it and you admit it.
I don't believe you have a right to violate.
I know you don't believe it, but since we're arbitrarily defining what our rights are based on what we believe, you can't tell me my rights are actually objectively worse or less coherent than yours. Why? Because it's just a declaration. You give yourself your rights, right? Well, I give myself the right to violate your rights.
Of course.
Okay.
So that's why I ask you what a right is. So, when I ask you what a right is, I'm telling you, if you believe humans have dignity and that there's something beyond nature, which is to say force wins, right? What you're actually pointing to is deontology, because to assume rights that, let's say you're correct in your assessment of rights, that you have dignity and you have property and you have bodily autonomy and you ought, that's a moral claim, you ought not violate autonomy. That's your position. Well, if that's your position, you do need a grounding metaethical foundation, right? So if it's just nature and force, you really don't have a metaethical foundation, right? You don't. What you have is a claim and an ought claim, and you have no grounding foundation to say we have a duty, right? We have a duty as human beings to acknowledge autonomy and rights. You don't have that. You just have a declaration of rights. And other people have a declaration that they have the right, because they're more powerful than you, to take away everything you have because they have force, they have will, they have chutzpah. So this is why it is related to the God conversation, because things like rights or human dignity, or that humans have some sort of like metaphysical status beyond nature itself, actually necessitates what we're calling the direction toward God, a creation, that there's something more here that we're entangled with other than pure nature. It sounds like you're just a naturalist who borrows from an Enlightenment concept of rights for the sake of it because it's pragmatic, but really you've never thought about whether or not your whole view is grounded in anything at all.
I probably haven't thought about it as deeply as you have or
And
have
how
explored.
dare you?
I'm no. What do you mean? How dare you? I don't.
No, it's a
understand
joke.
what
He's being hyperbolic.
Yeah, it's a type of joke. It's a joke.
I don't understand how arcane hair splitting like that has much practical outcome in life, because ultimately, other than just chatting with folks about what is a right and okay, but when it comes down to it, ultimately, to use a crude translation from Hungarian, the stronger dog fucks. Ultimately, in the real world. Now, there are some people who say I have rights because I assert them and will defend them, and that is that. And sometimes, Mongo the barbarian with the big bone club, he has rights because he'll brain them into your head, right? Other times, he may convince you with words, leave Mongo alone, not hurt Mongo anymore. And he's convinced you using words. But ultimately, as I said, if you can't negotiate with someone about something, about what your rights are, if they even exist, where your boundaries are, you are going to have to then conflict with them in some much more realistic way.
Yeah, that's called realism. They'll save me a lot of time, both of you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so are we kind of dancing around?
Well, no, we're saying
misunderstandings,
you have no real reason to even assume rights. That's what we're saying. Why say the word? There's no point. You're saying, what's the point in talking about this? We're saying, what's the point in using the term rights?
I'm not saying what's the point in talking about this. That's not what I mean to communicate. I'm just unclear of what some people mean by God, because if they just mean an eternal cycling universe that has laws of existence that we are just approaching an understanding of with our current instantiation of senses, who knows what we're going to be able to sense later on with augmentations or training or so on. Who knows? So we can't talk about ultimate truths now. We can talk about our apperceptions of reality, but to insist on having arrived at an ultimate moral truth is a little overconfident, I think.
That's a hold on. You can go after this, but that's a performative. It's basically a performative contradiction.
I don't know what that means.
Well, your argument is against ultimate truths, right?
There may not be an ultimate truth that we can discern.
Okay. Well, is that a truth statement? Would that be ultimately true in the end if that were true? I mean, it'd be a contradiction.
I don't know.
So, okay. So I guess what you're saying is, and I'll let Hank go take the floor, is that you don't understand what's meant by God. You don't really understand what's meant by rights when you say rights, and you're not convinced that there's any ultimate truth. So I would ask you, why would you even jump on a panel discussing such things?
Well, that's why I asked about what kind of direction you want to steer the conversation at the moment.
If the conversation goes nowhere because you don't believe that there's any ultimate truth, I'm asking you, why would you jump on a panel about it? I just asking. I honestly want to know.
That was the entire topic of the panel.
Wait, you didn't know that you don't have a strong position on ultimate truth?
I didn't know that was the topic you were trying to derive an answer.
Is there?
You said in chat you were just chatting about stuff.
Is there any topic that doesn't assume some ultimate truth? I mean, do you believe that truth is objective and absolute or not?
That's a big question. It depends on what you're talking about. That question is too big for me to give just a simple yes or no to. I don't know.
Well,
sometimes I live my life as yes, there are ultimate truths. I'm not a moral relativist, for example. I believe there are some pretty hard-coded things that are just wrong because they're wrong.
Really? Okay. So I'm going to assume that you think some things are wrong because they violate the thing that you can't justify called a right. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, how else would you say it?
Well, no. The way you're framing questions is
killer, is a cleaver.
Oh yeah, I like it.
To frame them, but I'm also sensing in your voice a little bit of condescension that I don't.
Absolutely.
I don't.
Is that violate your rights? Wait,
no,
hold on. Canuck, wait a second. Ought I not be off-putting? Are you making a meta-ethical prescription on etiquette?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Are you making a prescription of how I behave, sir?
No, you're just talking about his feelings.
Should I behave in non-off-putting way, sir, to you?
Should you?
Yeah.
I'd like it if you were maybe a little less passive-aggressive with me, because I'm being authentic with you. I'm not trying to insult you or
why ought I not be passive-aggressive with you, sir?
Well, because it's going to provoke in me some level of resentment, which is going to cause me then to not be able to engage with you with the level of honesty I'd like to, and with the level of politeness I'd like to.
But honesty assumes that there's truth in the matter, sir. How could you state honesty is a good thing, but yet deny that truth exists, sir?
I don't understand what you're doing. I will just retire from speaking with you. I don't get a sense of authenticity from you.
That's correct.
And how dare you?
Have a good day, sir. That was fun. That was like going to a kid's party and there's a piñata and everyone's like, "No, the piñata's for the kids," and I'm like, "No, it's not."
Oh, okay. I think they have enough EXP. It's time for the boss.
I'm head out. Thanks,
all right,
Jim
thanks,
Bob,
Nick.
for having
Appreciate
me.
you.
Hope
See
you have
man.
another one
God bless.
soon.
Yeah.
God bless.
Thanks.
Okay, let's bring in the boss. Show that thing I'm sharing.
Who's the boss? Big T?
No, I shared a picture for you just on StreamYard.
On StreamYard?
Yeah.
I don't.
Can you present that? Yeah, it's my model for the Trinity. If I can explain what God is.
Oh, great, the Trinity. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Dare I put this blasphemy on the stream?
Please don't.
Oh, is it going to be 1 + 1 + 1 = 1?
No, it's even worse. Let's show
Big T, what do you got?
Just real questions coming off the whatever podcast yesterday. So Orthodox Christianity becomes, the power that it is. Marriage becomes part of the church again. What does cheating look like?
I think that was interesting. I actually saw a problem in the term. I think cheating is mostly a secular term. In a biblical sense, you're either committing adultery or fornication or both. And that's why I think the presentation of what cheating is assumes that there's a larger sacrament being violated or a larger duty that's being violated. So cheating is very modern, and I think that's when it was weird, because if you just take cheating for its definition, Brian brought up the point where well, cheating is some sort of deception, right? Some sort of if it's an agreement, if you take a libertarian approach, it's just consent and it's an arrangement, and you can't really argue against it if you take that very secular, libertarian approach. And that's why if you're going to go to a Christian view, you're going to have to appeal to something that it's more of than cheating. You can't just say cheating. It's very, it's vague. It's a vague statement. That's why I think adultery would be cheating, because you actually joined in a sacrament called marriage to God and the church, right? So then the transgression is in context. Cheating outside the church, Andrew says, and with many others, right, that marriage itself is a useless function for secularists. There's no point. It has no context. It's stupid. It's just reduced to government papers. I would say cheating itself is also useless to the secular view. So it only makes sense really in a view that the promise and the sacrament of what a marriage is, the union of what it is and what it represents, which is to say, like the home is an icon, so in a way of God, of the church, and in your life. So that's a good question, Big T, because I thought the term itself is kind of reduces to what Zen's saying. Cheating in 2024, just non-consensual adultery. But it's meaningless, right? Because it assumes adultery itself is something worth, punishing or something. It's stupid. But it does, LRN, it implies betrayal. But this is why it's a false attack, is because betrayal to who? Well, if it's just to two people in a contract, great, it's a breach of contract. That happens all the time in business. So what? Right? Whereas betrayal to who in the church sense is much bigger. You're betraying your marriage, you're betraying your own neck. If the man is the head and the woman is the neck and the body is the church, you're betraying your own body, right? You're betraying yourself. But this isn't the case in a secular view of cheating. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Application-wise, does it look like a text message? Does it look like a like on an Instagram photo? How would we bring it into?
Like the magnitude of. Well, I actually don't. I wouldn't know how to draw out the scale of that. I do know that that the forms of engaging, let's say from a man with other women, there would be a way in which you're engaging that contextually is, I guess it would be reduced to communication that assumes there could be more. A communication that assumes that there could be a future that leads to some other thing that's just not like that. That's in the realm of attraction, sexual exchanges, flirting, because what it's saying is you're drawing out a future that's possible for someone, for yourself and someone else, and so it's a lie. It's a lie. So you're lying. I would say that when you point to it, what's in question? If you gave me an example, I would have to ask the question, is there a lie involved, right? And if you're promoting or following a trajectory that goes away from your promise to your wife, to God, then you're committing a lie. So I would kind of look at it from that view. But it's a good question, because there might be like these little superficial things that happen, and it brings it into question, right? And I just don't have an answer to the most superficial, seemingly benign example you could present. I'm not saying that those don't exist, but certainly they can be talked about, let's say, or you know what I mean? We could ask a question about them.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's more like the potential or the intent of.
It is
creating.
It is. Yeah, that's how I kind of look at it. You're creating a potentiality for something, and if you're doing that or not. If you're like, winking or sort of like what do you call it? Like feathering someone's passions, right? You're basically, telling a story about the future that is inconsistent with your current promises, right? So it's and we know when we're doing, like, people know if they do that. They absolutely know if that's happening, right? Anyway, it's a good question though.
Yeah. Just thought I'd come in and say, hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks a lot, Big T. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Wesley, I didn't know if you took yourself off. You were waiting patiently.
Yeah, I was lagging and I was trying to figure it out. What was really happening is that my audio is coming from the stream that was a couple of seconds behind. So when I would try to jump in, it was like, what's going on?
Oh, no worries. What's
But
going on?
I got to figure it out.
You have anything?
Oh, no. I mean, well, that guy, I don't really know what his argument was, just like that he couldn't understand.
Yeah, it's just I don't know what you're saying, and then I'm like, I don't know what rights are. I can do the same thing. And so it all comes down to just pretending you're not sure. He sounded like Brenda, honestly. The thought process, I could almost hear the same mechanics. It was really weird. Did anyone else get that vibe? It was very much like that. It's I don't know if you're aware of who Brenda is, but
I've seen like one occurrence of Brenda.
Very similar.
Spurtmeister 3000.
Yeah, it was a Spurtmeister.
The impression that
anything
I
else for you
got
guys?
is he's done a lot of
Yeah.
psychedelics.
Is that what it is? I'm not even sure.
I think so.
You know, yeah, and I don't know. Understand? It's like, I guess we have to be open to the fact that someone may have never even come across any past information about what it might be meant by the term God. Even though it's 2024, we have access to civilizations upon civilizations, that we know what we're referring to when we say God, right? Generally, you could take a guess and be almost mostly right every time, right? And that was a red flag for me. Anyone who says like, well, I don't know what you really mean by lampshade.
I don't know. Well, nowadays with the Zoomers, I could believe somebody has lived an entire life without really conceptualizing God.
Just point to the thing. It's pretty. Are they ready for the chart, or we need to have more training and we do a raid stream or something later? Are they ready for the chart? We gotta do it later.
All right. Well,
after everyone get levels up. So
can we just cut it short? Is it just modalism?
Can you explain that in the sense you mean it for the chat? Because we're not all philosophy nerds, including myself.
So modalism is the Unitarian heresy that there's not really a Trinity. There's not really three persons of the Trinity. Yeah. It's just one God, and he appears in different modes. So when Christ,
you're talking about this.
The Father
oh yes, that modalism heresy. Yes, that's the one I use.
Oh yeah. Cool.
You
yeah,
mean you believe it? You mean you believe it, Hank?
It works for me. And
wait, so you
the
deny
thing is, the God the Father is so ridiculously powerful, they can literally change the timeline. So I really don't know. He could literally retcon this whole stream and never happened. So
how is he known though?
Through the egregores and the prophets.
Okay, so can you tell me how God himself... wait, let me ask you this, Hank. Does your God in this diagram, which looks oddly like a vague outline of a dick, can you tell me if God the Father is ontologically the standard for love?
You can only assume that.
Well, who else would it be, right?
Who would he be loving within himself?
Yeah.
No, we don't really have direct interact. He just holds up our reality and the past and future and possibilities.
Okay, hold on.
We can know the egregore. We can have an egregore for love.
Are we okay? In God, in your God's view on the page here, is in your life, Hank, is logically and practically is love a participation? Yes or no?
For me, not really. No. I would say
Okay,
no.
so what is love if it's not a participation between people?
Well, it could be just a chemical reaction.
So then love isn't grounded in the ontology of your God in the image, it's grounded in nature.
Yeah.
So love's grounded in nature. So which
but nature's grounded in God though. So nature's grounded in God.
Well, no,
would
hold
God
on.
be love?
Yeah, is God love?
Because you'd have to say God. There's a chemical reaction within God for you to be consistent within that.
Well, you could say there's a sense where everything is God. So
Okay, so
What is
you're
that
the father. So you're the father then.
In some sense, but I'm not the root mind. I don't have control over the system.
Okay.
So I'm
Well-
I'm part of the father, but I'm not. I don't have
Okay,
the
but-
operational controls.
But Wesley just completely swiped away your view like it was leftover, mashed potatoes on the table. Here's why. If you say love itself, this metaphysical concept, isn't participatory but rather a sense in the mind or some chemical, then that means what isn't that? And what you said is our sense of God the Father, even your sense of how true this Dick diagram is.
Yeah,
you're saying.
but here's the
you're
thing,
saying
I'm an idealist,
That's a
so
chemical.
we have to use mind to have anything anyways.
Let me finish.
Mhm.
Your sense of the truth of this diagram is also a chemical, right?
Sure, but it's right there in front of us. It's right in front of us. So it's a chemical, but it's also right in front of us.
Wait,
So
could I
what's
change
the
the
difference?
Could I change the chemical?
You could, I don't know. Can you?
Okay. Yeah. So what if you and me have the same chemical, but it produces a different claim about the picture? How do you know who's right? They're both the same chemical.
Well, we could talk about it.
Well, no, that's more chemicals.
Yeah. So do you want to talk about it?
So wait, Hank. I'm asking you a question about the statement that all of your concept of truth about God is just reduced to chemicals, and I say, how do you know which is true chemicals? And you say we chemical about it.
Yeah.
So
do you want to do that?
Yeah. So then we're asking who's chemicaling better?
Well, we had to run the reaction to find out. Let's go.
Yeah, but that's an evaluation, which would be another chemicaling, right?
It's computationally irreducible, probably. So we have run the reaction to find out.
No. Then we're trying to evaluate whose reaction is more what, coherent or what?
We could use coherency. We have to try coherency.
Okay, cool.
Let's go.
So if an evaluation is also another chemical, how do you know whose chemicals is more coherent?
Maybe we shouldn't even care. I consider just not caring about that.
Well, that's a good move, and I can take that down now.
That was great.
Yeah. So God the Father is so absurdly powerful relative to us, and could probably could change anything. They're not constrained by logic.
But it's grounded in a chemical. He's so powerful, but you reduced it to a chemical.
It's grounded in whatever they wanted to ground it in. So
Can he be so powerful that he contradicts his own nature? Can he go against his own nature? Is that how powerful he is?
If he feels like it, absolutely.
Can God lie? Can your God lie, Hank?
Lie and tell truth at the same time. It's all they can implement. I don't even know. They're more powerful than me. They can probably figure it out.
Hank,
they
can
can probably figure it out.
Hold on. Can your God lie without doing lying or telling the truth at the same time? Just lying. We're just taking one at a time.
They could probably split the timeline in line 1 and tell truth in 1, and that will technically influence both branches.
Okay,
would it become the truth because they said it, or how would it still be a lie?
I don't understand how it all works, but they could just do it.
Okay, but here's the thing. If God could lie in your view, this necessitates a standard of truth that's not identical to God.
Well, they can implement it. I don't know how, but they can do it.
I know, implement.
They have enough power to do it.
Hold on, Hank. Listen. You don't know. You need to understand what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
If God is all powerful, but he could lie, this means that truth itself is a separate object from God. And then you said he could implement it. It being this thing called truth or a lie independent of God. And so what we're saying is your God not only doesn't ontologically ground love, but neither truth. Because if God could lie, that means there's a bigger God that grounds that is truth that you couldn't actually violate. You couldn't violate.
Here's what you're not understanding. They can ground it, and they could unground it, and they can retcon ground it. They can decon ground it at their leisure, at their pleasure, without any efforts.
Why?
So what's a lie? What's a lie then? Like in your view of God telling a lie, what is a lie defined as then? What is it a lie?
Well, we can't define in terms of God. We're not God. We have to define in terms of our
We
facilities.
are though, because you're saying what he can do. You're saying he's so
Well,
powerful.
we don't have control. We don't operate the root mind. So we
What is a-
guess we got like subsection God.
Okay, Hank. What is a lie defined as in this regard? What is a lie?
In terms of God, I'm not sure, but they can probably create all kinds of illusions. They could have all kinds of deceptive agents. They could do stuff I can't imagine.
Okay, but what's a lie? I'm asking you what is a lie?
Well, in terms of God, I don't know what to tell you. But in terms of humans, I can tell you what a lie is.
What is a lie
in terms
for
of
human?
humans?
Yeah, what is a lie for a human?
So a lie for human is pretty much like you present one thing, and it happens to be another thing. Like you could have a false witness or fake citation or fabricated data. Those are all examples of lies.
Would you say it also has to have intentionality? Because you could be incorrect and do that as well. You could be mistaken.
I guess technically, I'm not sure if you could be mistaken. How would that work?
Well, it just sounded like what you were saying was if I present something as such as the case, but it ends up not being the case, that could also just be a mistake. But you're saying that's a lie, so I'd say just.
I don't understand how it would be a mistake. How would you implement that as a mistake?
No, I'm saying that within that definition,
someone could not know they're lying. I might be wrong, but I'm not lying.
What an MK Ultra agent? Are they part of MK Ultra?
If I go,
how does that work?
My wife is at home, but I'm not home and I don't know. Is it a lie if she actually went to the store when I thought she was home? It's just a mistake. I was mistaken. I wasn't right.
That's right. Actually, PKD, to go back to what your other view was, actually how you described a lie would actually be reduced, not to go back into it, but a lie would just be the chemicals misaligning with something from your view. But the reason we ask what a lie is... Yeah, but misalign with something that's true. Yeah, with something that's true. But if truth is just more chemicals, we already ran through that dialogue, right? That's why I took down the image, because you went into a circle that you just don't care to know which chemicals are true. But in this case, when you say God could lie, right, from your view, we're asking it to say the statement God could lie. You would actually have to know what a lie was to make the statement. Otherwise, you just have to say, I don't know if God could lie or not.
Well, no, because I always assume God's omnipotent, so it could do anything. Period.
So he could not be God?
They could probably figure it out. I don't know how.
Okay, so God.
They can figure it out. I don't know how to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we could do some research to figure out how.
Do you see how this your belief in this God just leads to relativism?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolute relativism.
Right.
Yeah. So none of it's actually true or knowable. It's just that your view, God could lie, right? He could also not just lie, but God could not be God. So your entire view of who God is could be a total lie, because God could lie and God could not be God. So you could just be interacting with some other entity that's not God, and by your own view, you couldn't know why, because God himself could lie and not be God. Actually,
God.
Yeah, but the thing is,
he could be God on Tuesday and not Wednesday.
Yeah, and the reason why is once you're omnipotent, you do anything's possible, and I don't know how the mind of God, so I don't know how it all works.
Okay, so
is this how Christians define omnipotence, or is this just how you define omnipotence?
Well, there's different classification of omnipotence, but I just go ahead with the
Hank, listen. You said anything's possible, right?
Yeah, I did. But from assumption, I can't prove it.
Hold on.
I assume it in the model.
One question at a time. Hold on. So, does that to say something's possible? Does that mean something is not possible? Is there anything impossible?
You have to have a grounded context before we can say if something's impossible or not.
So who or what determines foundationally and absolutely, ultimately, what is and is not possible?
So in my model, God the Father.
God the Father, who could not be God the Father?
Yeah, but they make the rules, so they can probably figure it out.
Right. So then that means there is no standard for who or what determines what's possible and impossible.
I just told you
because-
the standard was.
No, it's
But
a
you also said
contradiction.
that it's not.
I just they can implement contradictions. They know how to do that. Part of omnipotence.
Well, but if it's internally contradicting, then we know it's not true.
But, well, we assume it's not true. We could be wrong because of power of God.
So
we
God
can
could be a
see truth.
pineapple?
God doesn't have to have truth, but we.
God can figure it out.
If I said God was a
If
pineapple,
God's omnipotent, God can figure out whatever.
if I said God, your God is a pineapple, and I'm holding it in my hand, you couldn't tell me that I'm wrong, right?
I can't.
You can't, right?
But I can't verify. But you can't. There's no. But how you verify it's right? How do you do it?
There is no truth from your view because it's all relativistic and changing. I
No.
mean, God, from your view, could be God in 1 minute, 1 second, and not in the other. God could change the law of identity, so you're not even Hank, right? Your memory, everything changes, so everything's moving and changing in flux from your God's view.
Yeah.
So you
or
could know.
static. It could
So
be
you can't-
static. And once you have omnipotence, all that follows. So you can constrain your God and say, "Hey, my God's weaker than logic." Then you have to follow the rules of logic. And I just assume, well, omnipotence is omnipotence. They can do whatever they want, contradiction or not.
Well, could God defy logic from your view?
Yeah. God implements logic. They literally define what logic runs. So they can just ignore it, or it just wasn't a thing in the first place. We are mistaken.
Yeah.
So it's omnipotence is omnipotence.
Okay.
And you
But how
say
would you define
you say your God. If you say God has to follow logic, that means logic's God.
Where do you get your definition of omnipotence, though? Because I wouldn't define it the way that you are. But you're saying it just is. So how do we determine who's true between you and I, and how we define them?
We can go as far as intersubjective, based on our senses.
So no
So
standard.
it's peripatetic access. So where did you get the God Ween chart in the senses?
Yeah, where'd you get the dick chart?
Did that
I
come
made
in
it
your backyard?
myself in LibreOffice.
You made this?
So you
yeah,
made
LibreOffice.
it, then you're able to sense it after you make it.
Yeah.
Okay, where did it come from for you to be able to make it, to be able to sense it?
I got inspiration.
From?
Oh, you were inspired from a God that could lie to you?
I guess so. And I was actually visiting an LDS church, and I wanted to tell them how I saw Trinity. So I went ahead and implemented.
Wait, no, hold on, Hank. God could be the Trinity and not the Trinity from your view.
Yeah, and they can figure it out.
So why are you
my chart could be totally wrong.
So
but
why
that's
are you
that's the
arguing?
one I thought of.
Yeah, but why would you even argue that this one is right and the Trinity is false if from your view he can be the Trinity and not be the Trinity at the same time?
I wanted to pick one so I can explain my point of view.
So you pick
one.
the dick. So you pick the dick one, but
Yeah.
that's not what's in question. We don't care what you picked. The consequences of your position is that even you stating that God isn't the Trinity can also be simultaneously wrong and right at the same time. So there's no point in presenting one or the other, whether it's the shape of a dick or not as a diagram. It's just that from your view, God could be the Trinity and not the Trinity. God could be Allah and not Allah. God could be a tree and a crab. All of it's possible from your view.
That just falls from omnipotence. If you must assume
Does it?
omnipotence, absolutely. Okay. Otherwise, you have a limited God. Unfortunately, if you assume omnipotence, that's just have to
God
deal
is
with
limited
that.
by his own nature.
So what if I said I'm
Yeah,
God?
so is a rock. But there's a rock.
Hank, what if I said I'm your God right now?
Okay, good for you.
What if I said I'm your God and you're wrong about God?
Okay.
I think there's
how
more
are you going to How are you going to counter it?
I can't. I
You
should
can't.
even
You can't
attempt
see your
to.
ween. You
Yeah,
can't
you
see
can.
the ween in the senses. You can see Jim Bob. So how do you know Jim Bob's not God? Because he would have superiority within the senses.
I don't know.
So bumper sticker theology, as Chalk says, anything could be anything. That's the first bumper sticker. On the other side of the car, it says everything is everything. We figured out theology. ARE, you're an atheist materialist.
So we have to ground it in our senses. We have to limit ourselves to subjective
Your
stuff.
senses could lie.
Well, what else do I have to use?
Nothing. Well, you don't have anything to use to begin with because God would have given your senses. God could have totally lied to you about your senses as well. God gave you logic, but guess what? Logic is toppled down because of God's very ontology and being could actually not be God. So
Yeah,
you don't,
let me put it this way. My senses work right now consistently enough,
How do you know?
and I don't
How
have
do you know?
anything else to use. So
How do you know?
I'm stuck using it. I'm stuck using it, but I don't have any other option.
Well,
How
I
do you
don't.
know
I
they're
don't even think you've got that because you've been saying that all
You
we
don't.
can get to is intersubjectivity. But if God can lie to you and you don't even know if you can trust your own senses, how do we even know that you go? Or you aren't
Because
all.
you don't have anything else to use.
What? That's
What's
not
your
true.
alternative?
But no, I'm saying you can't even grant yourself that because everyone.
What's your alternative?
Okay, just hear me out. You're saying all we have is our senses, but you're saying
Yeah,
that
what's your alternative? What should I use instead of my
let him,
senses?
hold on.
I'm just
Stop
trying
interrupting.
I'm just trying to show you your own logic, and then we can talk about
Let Wesley run this really quick. Don't interrupt,
so
please.
you're saying all we have is our senses and our feelings, but and then you jump to say we have intersubjectivity, and that's the best we can get to. But if all I have my senses, and I don't even know if I can trust those because God can lie and God can make me sense something that's not true, how do I know Jim Bob and Hank and Ticky Tack and ARE and myself? How do I know I'm not just a dream or a figment or anything? Because I could be anything. I could be God and not know it. I could be a worm. I could be a flea.
No, you don't know. What's your alternative?
I want to be a pineapple.
What's your alternative?
The alternative? I mean, we could start saying that you have to follow the basic laws of logic, like non-contradiction. Because you are making all these contradictions, I would say we can rule out your view as contradictory and not true.
Yeah. Why is it you appeal, Hank? Why do you say all we have is our senses if you need the laws of logic to even argue the senses, even some level of fallibility? You need to argue the laws of thought. That, by the way, for you to appeal to your senses, you need the regularity in nature. You need law of identity to hold among objects in your mind and other minds. And there's all these things assumed that aren't sense data, by the way. So you do have more. To even say all we have is our senses is actually a performative contradiction because you need all these other things.
But you don't know. Well, you don't know the laws of logic will hold up tomorrow. You just assume that.
God is the same today, yesterday, and forevermore, in our view. So
yeah, that's the only way.
Well, you just assume that. You don't. How do you prove that?
No, you could logically argue.
How do you prove that?
Through logical argumentation.
For logical argumentation,
you argue the impossibility.
Is it someone out? What do you say?
You argue the impossibility of the contrary because you arguing itself would assume that there's some regularity. So if you said, no, I'm arguing that arguing isn't possible, is a contradiction.
Well, I'm not arguing that arguing is possible. I'm doing it right now.
No, you are.
But you don't have the ground. You don't have the grounding if you assume an omnipotent God to say, well, logic can stay the same forevermore. You don't have the grounding.
Do we argue with our senses? Do we smell at each other?
Yeah, we use our mouths, use our ears, use our eyes.
No, I get you utilize mediums. I'm saying
the
use
argument
our brains, itself. But the argument itself, is it a sense? Is it one of the senses?
The argument's in the coding of our thought patterns.
Materialism.
Yes.
Back to materialism. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not a materialist. I'm an idealist.
You are. No, you're
I'm
a
an idealist. No, I'm not a materialist. I'm an idealist.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're like a new
ager
ager
I'm not
who
an
says,
idealist. Prove I'm not an idealist.
No, I'm saying
Prove I'm not.
I'm saying I'm not questioning what ideas you hold or what view you hold. I'm saying that for you, everything reduces to chemicals and reactions and material. All right.
False.
So, okay, what doesn't reduce to material?
It reduces.
What does? What doesn't?
It reduces to the mind of God.
What doesn't?
What doesn't reduce to the mind of God? I don't know.
No. What doesn't reduce to material in your view? You said
everything reduces to the mind of God. Everything exists and not exists at the will of God.
You're not listening to the question.
You don't understand the answer. Everything reduces to the will of God.
You're not answering. I'm not saying what everything reduces to. I'm asking you, what in your view doesn't reduce down to your senses? Doesn't.
But doesn't reduce to senses. Well, I don't have access to that.
Okay. Does the mind of God reduce to chemicals in your brain? Yes or no?
No. My chemicals in my brain reduces the mind of God.
So your brain reduces to the mind of God? So you're above the mind of God? I'm
under the mind of God. the mind and God required for me to exist as far as I know.
But okay, didn't you just say that the chemicals in your brain produce the mind of God? Is that what you just said?
No, it reduces. No,
Reduces?
without the mind of God, the chemicals in the brain probably wouldn't be there.
So you're saying there wouldn't be a creation without a creator? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And if we assume an omnipotent creator, well, they could just do whatever they want.
I disagree. If we assumed an omnipotent creator, he couldn't just do whatever he wants, because that's not how you define omnipotence.
Then you have a less omnipotent creator.
No,
what Wesley's saying. What Wesley's saying is, let Wesley hold on. What Wesley's saying is that for you to assume God exists and deny that there is any nature at all, it means that there's nothing you can expect or not expect from God at any given moment. That there's not even a point discussing. You're actually more aligned with the dude who came on who was like, I don't even know what you mean by God. I understand if he was listening to people like you, Hank, no offense, I wouldn't have any idea of what you're referring to when you say God, because it can be logical and not logical. He can be himself and not himself. He can be a pineapple and a crab and Wesley at the same time, right? He can violate, he can lie, he can cheat, he could be a human, fully human. No, not God. He can be fully human and not God at all. So if can be all these things, then there is no nature of God. That means there's no nature of truth or anything else. And the only thing you're falling back on is chemicals, right? So when I ask you, what's the grounding foundation?
What's your alternative? What's your alternative? Don't use your senses. What do you use?
It sounds like you're using a two quote way, where you're just saying, I don't have to prove what I'm saying, because how do you do it? That's a fallacy.
That's a precept too, most of the time. This is a post-up. So we're at an impasse. We're at an impasse. So you say don't use your senses, and I'm asking you, what do I use instead?
But you realize that it's a fallacy to say, what I'm saying must be true because
it's an informal one. It's informal, but we're at an impasse because without the senses, you don't have an alternative to deal with stuff.
Hank, do we use logic?
Not with our brains.
Okay, but do you know what the laws of thought are?
Yeah, I have them pulled up. So we have the principles of contradiction.
Let's just take the law of identity. Let's take the law of identity for a second.
Okay, law of identity.
Could you use your senses if the law of identity wasn't first assumed?
No.
Okay, so we have one thing that you don't sense with your senses. The law of identity isn't something you can sense with your senses.
But we made it up.
We made up the law of identity?
Yes.
Oh, really? So did we use our brain to make something up that would precede our brains?
It proved it preceded our brains.
What?
Proved it preceded our brains.
Prove it?
Yeah, prove the law of identity preceded our brains.
When were you born?
When I was born? 1991.
Do you have a father and a mother biologically?
Yeah, and they were also born in outside brains.
Hold on.
So prove it preceded brains.
Hold on a second. Before you were born, are your mother and your father the same person?
No.
Was that a precondition that the law of identity of your mother and your father were distinct before you were born?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one example of how the law of identity preceded your brain.
Well, it preceded my brain.
Everybody's brain.
You need to have it precede all brains, all possible brains.
Do all brains require some preceding state of affairs?
I don't know.
So brains, were brains the first thing on the scene?
I don't know.
Okay. Was
there
know?
Anything?
Well, yeah, I would say just from the example, I have reason to believe that God let's just include God creating, right? That God created the world, right? But even if I didn't use that, it's reasonable to assume that because I know that a man and a woman came together who are separate identities to make me, and my brain followed in that creation, right? It follows that anybody you know that exists that has a brain, there was a necessary set of preconditions of the state of affairs of reality that abided by the law of identity.
Oh, okay. Then who was God's parents?
God is eternal. He doesn't have parents.
Well, okay. That's a non sequitur. Now we have a contradiction.
God doesn't have a brain. God doesn't. No. God has a mind. I didn't say mind. I said brain.
Oh, okay. So God doesn't have a brain.
Does God have a physical brain?
I asked you.
God the Father? No, we're talking about your view. God the Father. Does he have a brain?
I was trying to follow your model back. You said, does God have a brain or not?
God the Father?
Yeah, does he have a brain or not?
No, a brain is a creation.
Oh, okay. So you know for certain God doesn't have a brain.
A
If
brain
he
is
does,
a
it's
creation.
not been revealed to us, but I think we could safely assert that he doesn't. And
You can assert that he doesn't.
Yeah, brain is a
But
creation.
you don't have a verification that he doesn't.
There's several things like that. Like I can say that Christ is the only begotten, but I can't say what that means. I can say that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father, but I can't say what procession means.
Yeah, that's my point.
Revelation, but that's what's your point?
Yeah, the point is you're in the same boat I am in.
No, but we're not making claims about. We're
you're
not.
in
We're not
relativism,
making.
we're not.
Yeah, we're
Well,
not. We're not reducing all things to
You're
material.
not, but you have to use your senses too. So when I asked you what your alternative using senses, you said, "Well, I'll just use my senses." And
I just told you.
When did I say that I would just use my senses?
No, we
You're
use our senses.
doing them. You really can't respond without using your senses. It's just kind of self-defeating.
No, we can argue. There's a way to argue.
It's self-defeating.
No, hold on.
We're at an impasse.
No, Hank. We just demonstrated that there are things that are required we can assume that aren't based on our sense data.
Okay, so once you figure out how to assume and follow mine, then you got somewhere.
So you're just how can you believe in this Ween God if you're just a materialist? If you believe in the peripatetic,
I'm an idealist. You're not listening to me. I'm an idealist.
Okay, well, how are your ideals found in your senses?
Yeah, where
they're found in God's mentality.
And God's mentality is found in your brain chemicals?
No, my brain chemicals are found in God's mentality.
How did you sense God's mentality?
I can't. I just had to assume from omnipotence. So once I assume omnipotence in God, this model just follows. It just follows out.
Said your version of omnipotence. That's just the big thing. If you can try to understand a different definition of omnipotence, I think you'll be able to at least understand what Jim.
I can understand a different. I can understand a different definition of omnipotence, but it's
just a country.
I wouldn't call it omnipotence because it's limited by something.
What you're saying, Hank, is you permit yourself contradictions because God can contradict himself. Therefore, you can say, all we have is our senses. And when Wesley asks, how do you sense God's mental, right, his mind, which sense gives you that? You say what?
Yeah, I say what?
You say, what else do we have but the senses? We ask you a specific question of how you sense God's mind. Which sense?
I don't.
Is it smell?
I assume it.
Okay, so
I assume omnipotence, but I can't assume about my ears and eyes.
So you're in a contradiction. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I keep asking you why you use other senses, and you try to dodge the question.
Say what? What'd you ask?
Okay, I keep asking. You don't like your sense. You don't want to use your senses. What
no,
do you
I
use
didn't
other
say
your
that.
senses?
No, I didn't say don't use your senses. I'm saying
what
if
do you
reduce
use other than your senses.
Well, from our view, the let's say the concept of the nous, like the mind isn't identical to senses. It can't be, logically. So the mind evaluates senses. So do you sense your mind?
Well, some people would say mind's a process, so I don't. So
I'm not asking what some people say.
We didn't substantiate the mind anywhere yet.
Okay, so you assume a mind. Do you verify your mind exists through which sense?
Touch.
You touched your mind?
Dude, you shouldn't do
yes.
that.
Where did you touch your mind? What did it feel like?
So it's like a psychic thing. It got activated. You have like a reprint of ball loop. It's a thing I can just know stuff's going on. So I say, hey, and mine's working.
So you're. So you appeal to your senses. Your senses are the things that are. Your mind would be the thing that's evaluating your senses. I said, Did you sense your mind? You said, yeah, my senses.
Okay, what they use instead?
Mind.
Okay, we use mind.
So your mind. So how do you verify your mind if you said all we have is our senses? If you need your mind, presuppose your mind that's evaluating the senses. You need a mind to evaluate senses to even say all we have is our senses. And I ask you, what sense is the mind? You say, my senses.
The fact is, stuff's running, doing stuff's happening. I know stuff's happening.
No. That's assuming your mind. We're asking you, where are you observing that thing as a sense?
With my eyes. with my just with my brain.
So your
ears.
mind. Wait a second. Your mind is outside of you. You're with your eyes. You're viewing your mind.
Mm.
Do your eyes see something inside of you or outside of you?
Well, I close. That's technically inside again. So
that's not your eyes. So what's seeing?
Are you seeing or are you senses seeing? Can you have senses without a mind, without a being, without a person?
Without my mind being my person. No.
Would you have to have a subject that can sense before you can have senses? Because you're saying all we have is our senses, but wouldn't a mind be?
You need an observer.
Before senses.
Yeah, you need an
evaluator. An observer's God.
So you're God?
Observer's God?
So you're God.
No.
Are you God, Hank?
I didn't. Well, in some sense, I'm part of God. I'm sensitive by God. I'm sensitive by God's mentality. I can only see that.
Are you when you evaluate your thoughts? Is that just God using one of His glorified Unitarian tentacles?
In some sense, yes.
So you're a tentacle of God.
In some sense, sure.
Okay.
It's very context dependent.
So how do you know your evaluations are not God's? Do you have any evaluations that aren't God's evaluations?
But I'm not sure.
Can you tell me one evaluation you're certain is yours and not God's?
I can't.
Tentacle boy?
I can't.
All right, tentacle boy. That's your new name now, unfortunately.
I have a bunch of names.
You did it yourself.
Yeah, I would
yeah.
Like, well, if you're God, I'm a part of God, and you have this position, and I am a part of God, and I have a different position, then how do we know that's reduced down to relativism? But you're fine with that, so it's it's an impasse. It's a hard issue.
We're in an impasse.
You got to be able to see that how much of a contradiction you're in, and that your belief cannot be true to be able to move on.
Well, yeah, same. No, you.
No, okay, listen. Listen.
I'm trying to follow your logic.
We got to start wrapping this up now. So, Hank, where can we find you other than just being on the tentacle of other people's tentacle cast?
Yeah, I have my own YouTube channel. It's
Tentacle Boy at YouTube.
What is it called? At Ofemo8927.
Okay. What does it say? Say it again. That's a terrible name.
You can. It's the extension, or just look up Hank Ofemo for a user. You'll find me, Hank Ofemo, and I see Flow State in the back somewhere. Why is he here? Well, I may be on this show there too. Yeah.
I didn't recognize the name, but also we're at the tail end. Flow State, you're welcome back. It's just that once I hit 3 hours, which when I saw you, it's no good for new people. Especially
this ain't the machine lies. We would keep it romantic.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Hank. Thanks, Tiki Tac, for jumping on. Wesley, do you have something you have a place, or you're just kind of hanging around?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, good talking to you, Hank.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, Wesley. Thanks, Hank.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Tiki Tac.
Yes, nice chatting.
You could say like one thing, maybe one question, but I literally have it has to be 2 minutes.
Yeah, I see a wrap. That's okay. We can discuss it some other time.
Okay, yeah, anytime. Why don't you tell me the question so that I can actually think about it, if you don't mind?
Oh, I was just coming in to talk about the question you posed earlier about transitional forms and all that.
Oh, okay. So. The llama.
Yeah.
The llama.
Yeah, but we can chat about that some other time.
Oh, that'd be great. Anytime, dude. Just come back. Sorry, you're at the tail end of a long stream.
Yeah, that's okay. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Thank you. I think I got all super chats. Make sure. And I got to get back to existing. These are funny super chats. Yeah, that was funny. That was fun. Hank is quite the character. Again, thanks, Wesley. That was a two-pronged attack. Probably not even necessary to be two-pronged, but the view is so... I mean, it's really going into the Ryan Remembers world. And I don't understand how someone could say, well, no, I'm not a materialist, but then we ask them everything about their knowledge system, and it's all reduced to chemicals. And he says, well, what's the other alternative? And we say, well, is the mind reduced to chemicals? And then he says, well, yeah, you need a mind to evaluate. Okay, well, we don't sense our mind with our smell or touch or taste or eyes. That's the thing that's sensing. That's the thing that's judging the senses. And that's even another distinction. The fact that the mind, the observer, isn't identical to the senses. That means when you smell something and you think it's a banana, but you're not sure, your mind isn't identical to the sense smell. The thing observing the thing isn't also being coming in as a sense. There's no sense you can point to. Tack, 5 gifted memberships. Oh, please. Not. I mean, I wouldn't say don't do this again, but if you guys have this thing, inside joke, when I hit 3 hours and 24 minutes, you start doing the membership thing, and I'm just not in on the joke, well, fine. Hank O'Flamo, $2. It is reduced to the mind of God. Yeah, this is incoherent. It sounds like you're saying your sense is all we have. And I said, you know, it's reduced to what? Physical chemicals? And you say, no, the mind of God. And I say, how do you sense the mind of God? The mind of God is reduced to the mind of God. He's not a materialist. I don't see how. Just stating it, flow state. This is what I get with the philosophy people. Is I go, everything comes down to materialism from your view. And they go, no, he makes a claim otherwise. I understand that he's making a claim that he's not a materialist. Just because you assume something that doesn't exist that's matter, when I ask you questions of how to account for it and it reduces to chemicals and senses, you actually are a materialist. Like, I understand people claim they're not. But that's not what me and Wesley are doing. We were doing an interrogation to see if he could get out of materialism. And he can't. Logan Daly, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Logan Daly. Maya Zabiba's Trajectory, 1 membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Brenda's a member now. Brenda can't be back. Brenda cannot be back. Ever. By what means would Jim Bob know God? Through revelation. That's through revelation. And by the way, like, if we have a sense of God, let's say even demonic shit, right? Even that wouldn't be sense data. We couldn't actually know sense data. Like, we couldn't go, there is a demonic thing, right? Well, you couldn't point to exactly which sense it was, right? If you experienced something demonic. It wouldn't be like I smelled demon, or I guess someone could argue they saw a demon, but the demon would necessarily exist metaphysically if you saw it or not. I don't get the joke. I don't know what the joke is. Is it a joke on Megan? Like, she gets no relief? You taking it to VC? Yeah, you guys can go to VC later. Maybe I'll jump in. Flow state, you're going to have to come back. Seriously, it's 3 hours and 27 minutes. Like, I swear you can come back and talk about this exact thing. I promise. Brenda, is Brenda back? I don't see Brenda. What I don't like about YouTube is when you block someone, they can still watch you. I don't like that. Gifted 1 membership. 1 membership.
Brenda is back.
Another 5 gifted memberships coming in late in the evening. The devil disguises himself as an angel, light. It's possible. You can crawl. Demons can crawl through your senses, make you feel real good. Of course. Why not? Yeah, the whole God lying thing. I mean, when you get a Muslim to take that position, it's the end. And even if it wasn't a Muslim, it's damn close, Hank. You're getting damn close to being Fedora Muhammad O'Flamo. You want to be known in these circles as Muhammad O'Flamo? Revelation, why does it make you a solipsist? Because you're not the revelator. Someone who appeals to revelation, if you're not no offense, a Protestant in their closet, reading in the darkness and getting the Spirit of God to get them to turn the pages, the argument would be, or the position, would be, Mr. Westford, that revelation occurred. That it did occur. That we're not revelators. We're not like the tentacles going, oh, I got to revelate right now. I'm really missing God. Let me revelate. I got to make a thing of this on Wednesdays. I got to do all my revelation on Wednesdays. That the faith delivered is that then a preservation and practice. That's the whole thing. Who's Revelation 2? It's already happened, right? It's not it's like I can't come tomorrow and say I've got a revelation. You could say epiphany, I suppose. But I think people conflate epiphany with revelation. God is the true solipsist? Not really. But I guess you could sneak that in a sense, if you're going to say like God has access to our minds. But solipsism would say there's only God's mind, so that would be still false. It wouldn't be like the full thing, Oh, that was you, dude. Oh, cool. Is the rapture pre or post trib? The rapture really isn't held in the way it's often argued or depicted in modern movies and stuff. It's nonsensical. It's all hell being locational, fire and brimstone, manipulation, assumption, a lot of assumption of the knowledge of judgment, as opposed to we don't declare knowledge of judgment, and we don't reduce hell and heaven to locations that have hot stuff and pitchforks. But it does make for really, accessible art, let me tell you. I'm even tempted, like before I got a little bit further into some theology, and I'm only at the surface still, admittedly. It's just that depicting some of the demonic stuff and some of the, not to be demonic, I'm saying like that depiction of things is really tempting. It's really tempting to, from a storytelling position or of an artist or someone doing that, some sort of narrative through imagery or art, it's really tempting to take the brimstone rapture thing. So tempting. It's really good for movies. Really good. Flow State says, if you know via God's revelation to others, that's appeal to authority. Yeah, appeal to authority isn't always fallacious. Just saying appeal to authority isn't really a counter argument. If God revealed it to you, that is the same burden of evidence. Yeah, I agree. I would never take an approach that God revealed something to me in a revelatory way. I could say, that in faith, I hope and pray and being guided. But, you couldn't be declarative about like, no, seriously, he told me. Like there was a dude in the chat before, he was saying he meets basically with God the Father for crumpets. Essentially, he was saying crumpets. The whole point, there's this necessary distinction now, especially with modern approaches to Christianity in particular. Gnosticism or some neo-Gnosticism is running rampant. New Age, progressivism, all the stuff is influencing how people are picking up a Bible as if it was bound and compiled for you to just read it on the weekends. It wasn't. That's not even consistent with church history. And the distinction I'm pointing to is, what is practice, right? Now, the problem is now with modernity and Reformation and all that, practice is now, you can include reading the Bible and doing Bible studies with you and your pals as practice. You can say, oh, I'm practicing Christianity. We meet on Wednesdays and, from our own view, try to reduce what the scriptures mean, which isn't even the point Never was the point of the scriptures. Oh, well, I hear Chad got a revelation. I can't wait to hear it on Wednesday. I wonder when I'm going to get one. In the meantime, I'll just get better at throwing axes. Anyway. Someone else's experience is less reliable than your own experience. Why would we think God wanted us to learn about him by telling someone else? Well, to know about God at all in a temporal sense, how else would you do it through the faculties he gave us? Logic, reasoning, communication, language, meaning, love, participation, humility. What else are you referring to, Flow State? If you're arguing God is unknowable, then you couldn't even state that he's unknowable, because that would assume something about God that you do know. So I'm not sure what it is you're saying. How else would God be revealed if not through people, through language, experience, miracles, and such? How else would it be revealed? Would it be like a tree? Like, that would still be a person observing the tree falling, and then it fell and it turned into like a heart shape. You know, the bridge between God, let's say the heavens and the earth, is, I would argue, is necessary to argue about God. So, you know, back when I was like a weak atheist, the only thing that was ever compelling was something that accounted for a bridge. And the bridge itself couldn't be just some activity. It had to be personal, a personal bridge. What's the personal bridge between heaven and earth? Well, some people go to, you know, astrotheology. Well, how does a circle in the sky tell you anything? Flow State, I assume God will reveal himself to me when he chooses, and in the meantime, I'm supposed to have limited understanding. Well, it might be just an appeal to ignorance, right? So I would argue, Flow State, to even come to that position requires some previous knowledge of who God is, that there's even such a thing called revelation, which I would argue, Flow State, you're borrowing from what? A Christian view. What is this? What is revealing? Who? Is there a who-ness? So you're waiting for God to reveal himself, much like an atheist says, I'm waiting for God to appear in the way it's convincing to me. But the atheist is arguing God's existence. You're assuming God, but appealing to the same methodology as the atheist to say, well, I have to determine if it's God or not. Well, how do you know it's not a demon? Well, you know, a feeling maybe. Well, maybe would there be any previous understanding through other people in the past, in the history of Christianity, that might have some insight on discerning such things? I would say, yeah. God is self-evident. I don't think so. I could be the most charitable with you as possible, Ant Bear Pig, and say that his creation reflects something. But I wouldn't say it's self-evident, because the creation is fallen. And so, you know, can you point to something in nature and say, you know, that's self-evidently God? You know, because nature, if it's fallen, you know, it's not fully reflective of his creation, actually, if you take a Christian view anyway. You'd have to negate the fall to make this very close one-to-one relationship of self-evident with nature. You'd have to reject the fallen nature. Reflects there is a God, not necessarily. Yeah, I would. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. Like, you can look and be like, oh, but it could be aliens. You can look at, like, that's why it's a bad argument to look at nature, is because there could just be super intelligence from that view that constructed a technology called existence or Earth, right, and animals. It's just a basic ID position. Anyway. All right. That's it for me. I got to go. Thanks for all the engagement. All of you are welcome back. I'll once in a while do a random drive-by panel like this. It's kind of fun. I just don't do it all the time. And that's it. Thanks, Hank. Thanks, Wes. Thanks, Flow State, for being here. Everybody who's been here. Thanks for the support. I will see you guys next time. I'll be writing and producing the another episode of Arguments Against Atheism. And Friday, it looks like Friday is going to be another mixed bag, number 6. All right. God bless you all. See you next time.